Exiled Mercenary joins the Mecha Pilot Academy after the apocalypse. Volume 1, Seiyuki Aminata, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Well, of course it's scary. One wrong move and you could die. That was his father's response when Mubuseka asked, "Aren't you afraid of fighting?" "Still, I'm a noble after all. I get to eat for free, fighting's the least I can do in return." His father said it with a wry smile. It wasn't so much candid as it was detached. Unlike others, his father didn't seem overly attached to the status or duty of being a noble. He probably didn't feel much pride or obligation either. It even looked like he didn't care about such things at all. Held in the arms of his father, clad in the azure noblesse frame, the heroic unit Siegfried, the two of them floated above the endless sea of clouds, gazing out at the sky, the sun, and the horizon. The noblesse frame was created to fight the murderous beasts known as metals. A full-body, magically enhanced exoskeleton resembling a suit of armor. A weapon of aerial warfare, designed to give the noble the power to protect humanity. His father, dressed in that very armor, had said, "I want to show you this world." That's why Mubuseka was now in his arms, soaring through the sky. No matter how far I look, it's all blue. A vast, empty world. The sky is the only home left to humanity. Since the day mankind's arrogance gave birth to the metals, the earth ceased to be a world for humans. After many battles and losses, humanity fled to the skies. They created floating isles, modeled after the earth they once knew, and made them their final refuge. All to hide from the metals and survive. Since then, the nobles had been humanity's guardians. Mubuseka had known that, at least in theory. But that's exactly why, as a child, he couldn't truly understand. He couldn't grasp how heavy that burden was or how terrifying it must be. At first, he simply admired his father, admired that he fought for people he didn't even know, believing in noblesse oblige. Admired that he had fought the metals time and time again to protect others. But one day, when the thought crossed his mind that he might follow in his father's footsteps, he began to feel uncertain. Could he really fight the same way? That's why he asked, "How can you fight just for the sake of someone else? Haven't you ever been scared to fight?" And the answer was what his father had just told him. "That's not the only reason I fight." Of course, having an official reason is important, and it's not like I don't care at all, but does that bother you? Fighting for that reason. It just feels unfair. Unfair? Yeah, because everyone else just watches. Of course, Mubuseka wasn't trying to say his father was the only noble on this floating island. Grendel. He knew there were others. What felt unfair was that the ordinary people, the non-combatants, forced nobles like his father to fight the metals on their behalf. He was including himself in that too, since he wasn't allowed on the battlefield yet. A faint frustration crept into his voice, but his father just laughed warmly at his words. Whoever can fight should be the one to fight. That's how it starts, and that's all there is to it. Don't overthink it, just like the person who's best at cooking should be the one to cook. Same thing. Ugh. Not convinced? Well, if you don't like that reason, then fine. There are plenty of people who feel the same. Looking up at the endless blue sky, his father let out a small breath. Then he spoke, slowly and deliberately. "Then tell me, what do you fight for?" Mubuseka looked up at his father. That armor, noblesse frame, humanity's protective shell, hid his father's face behind a helm-shaped visor. But Mubuseka knew he was being looked at directly. And he knew he couldn't run away from that earnest gaze, so he answered honestly. "I don't know." "Then figuring that out, that's the start of your fight." His father laughed again, brushing it off. "If not noblesse oblige, then what will you fight for? What will drive you to stand and fight? Once you've got that answer, let me know. Until then, I'm not handing over Siegfried, you hear." Mubuseka still remembers the way his father said that, teasingly, with a grin in his voice. He couldn't see his face behind Siegfried's visor, but he believes, even now, that his father was smiling. A childhood memory burned into his mind, just a small, ordinary recollection. A part of the past that can never be reclaimed. Section, "Stop, please stop, I give up, please." But Mubuseka didn't stop. He ruthlessly kicked the noblesse frame, groveling on the ground in defeat. The iron doll-like figure tumbled across the arena floor. A pitiful scream rang out, but Mubuseka didn't pay it the slightest mind. They had been trying to kill each other. This was only natural. The battle was already over. At the center of the vast arena, watched by a massive crowd, Only wreckage remained before Mubuseka's eyes. The wreckage of a hero, the blue noblesse frame. The heroic unit Siegfried lay pathetically collapsed. "I was wrong, I'm sorry, please, I'm begging you, don't kill me." The man Mubuseka hated enough to want dead now pleaded from inside the ruined unit. Mubuseka listened from within his own revenant, the ghost frame. The enemy's Siegfried had its armor twisted and crushed, and from its gaps blood spilled, blood of the noble piloting it. The crushed frame must have wounded him. Yet he was still alive, even though this man killed father. "I don't want to die." Ignoring the imposter's whimpering, Mubuseka looked around. This so-called arena was a glorified execution ground. The one who was meant to die here was Mubuseka. The spectators had come to witness that, the moment the heir of the hero struck down the traitor. But when the outcome was reversed, their cheers turned to outrage. A flood of jeers rained down on Mubuseka, shameless bastard. "How could you? You defy the house of Siegfried? Don't turn your blade on Grendel's protector. Why did you win? Stop already. You're the one who should have died. Die. Just die." And yet Mubuseka didn't react to any of it. "What you people did to Beryl Siegfried." His whisper was swallowed in the storm of insults, vanishing without a trace. Even so, Mubuseka kept muttering his hatred. "I haven't forgotten. Not for a single moment in these past 4 years. His father's younger brother, the man who betrayed him, killed him, and took everything from Mubuseka, was still alive, crumpled inside shattered armor. Wailing, begging for his life, discarding his pride like garbage. So Mubuseka stomped down on Siegfried. "You were never a hero." He spoke, pressing more force into his crushing foot. A scream rang out. "Stop!" the imposter howled. Siegfried groaned beneath him, its frame creaking under the pressure. He loathed how tough the unit was. It hadn't saved his father, yet now it was protecting a fraud. The so-called heroic unit made him sick. "You're no nobles." His father had spoken of fighting for others, of the duty of the noble class. This man had proven that all a lie. "Stop!" cried the traitor. The ungrateful masses screamed too. They didn't want to lose their guardian. But Mubuseka didn't listen. He rejected them as much as they had rejected him. And so, he whispered, silently so no one could hear, "I'm sorry, father." And then Mubuseka destroyed the hero. It happened when he had just turned 12. The day he was branded with the sin of noble killer and cast out from his homeland. To hell with noblesse oblige. Chapter 1, To Hell with Noblesse Oblige. Kaya! A scream and a thunderous crash. The hull of the flight bus shook violently, and the girl, Asha Esteban, cried out in terror. She felt a jolt, followed by a sudden drop, like the floor had disappeared beneath her, and with it, a raw, primal fear. Her safety harness dug painfully into her body as she tensed up. The ceiling lights flashed red, signaling something was wrong, an emergency. Just minutes ago, the flight bus had been peacefully soaring through the sky, shuttling between the floating aisles. It was supposed to be a smooth journey, gliding high above the cloud sea, with nothing but pure white clouds and a vivid blue sky stretching endlessly beyond. But that now felt like a distant dream. The speaker crackled with the strained voice of a crew member. "Emergency alert, emergency alert. This ship is currently under attack by a metal. All passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and brace for impact." This time, the scream came from the speaker itself. Another thunderous crash followed. Screams erupted from the passengers, then the entire ship lurched again. This time, the impact came from the side, as if something had slammed into them. There was no mistaking it. Something had struck them. But what? "Hey, look!" Whose voice was that? As if commanded by instinct, everyone turned toward it, toward the window, outside the flight bus. The reinforced plating, deployed in response to the attack, had been dented. Through a crack in the warped armor, the outside world came into view. And there it was, a massive silver quadruped gleaming in the sunlight. It had likely modeled itself after a king of beasts, something it had learned from observing Earth. But it also had wings, something no four-legged animal should have. A man-killing beast metal. There was no doubt. Humanity's sworn enemy. Meta-real lives, the cursed remnants of an ancient civilization, had found this flight bus. Panic erupted inside the cabin. Screams, passengers unbuckling and trying to run. Others collapsed in prayer, trembling, but there was nowhere to run. With the threat looming so close, death was palpable. While everyone else was gripped by chaos, Asha made a decision. There was no one here who could fight, No one but her. Then it had to be her. She unfastened her safety belt and sprang out of her seat. Her destination. The cargo hold and deeper beyond. Asha, what are you doing? Her friend, traveling with her from their homeland, shouted after her. Asha shouted back, I'm going out there. There's a servant in the hangar. I have to buy time or everyone dies. Section. Anarchy, you sleeping again. NGH erg. That voice pulled Mubuseka out of a nightmare. He clenched his eyelids shut as if to suppress a headache, then slowly began to open them. A deep blue sky came into view, one that could have been anywhere. Just endless blue, with the sun shining down above. He must have fallen asleep stretched out on the deck of the flight ship, since there hadn't been anything better to do. Only now, with the rush of wind and its chill against his skin, did he finally feel awake. A solid 10 seconds passed before Mubuseka finally spoke. I just woke up. The comms officer shouldn't be leaving their post. Did something happen? He moved only his neck to glance around, and spotted a kid poking their head out from the steps leading back into the ship. It was a bratty-looking child with black hair, red eyes, and an oversized orange cap pulled low. From a distance, that hat made it hard to tell whether they were a boy or girl, but their face was, admittedly, kind of cute. They'd just turned 12 this year, hadn't they? If only their behavior matched their age, he thought, right as the girl, Rim, responded with her usual lack of charm. It's not exactly a problem, but seriously, could you stop sleeping out on the deck already? I told you, you catch a cold, and we're the ones who'll have to deal with it. Right now, you're the only decent fighter we've got, you know. You could at least say you're worried. Might fool an idiot or two. So you want me to bat my eyes at a dumbass like you? You'd just laugh at me for it, wouldn't you? Mubuseka was wise enough not to say, you've got me figured out. He also knew that ignoring warnings like this would just cause trouble later. With a sigh, he followed Rim, who had already turned and headed back inside the ship. As a casual afterthought, he reached out and gave Rim a light pat on the head. What was that for, all of a sudden? Nah, just, you've gotten pretty big. You seriously saying that? Rim gave him a deadpan glare. Mubuseka responded with a dry chuckle. She had a point. It had been ages since they first met, but it had been almost 3 years since they started traveling together. Back then, Mubuseka had been 12, Rim just 9. They'd both grown a lot in height since then. Of course, there were things that hadn't changed, like her stubborn, overconfident attitude or her blunt way of talking. But maybe that roughness had saved him more than once. As he kept his hand on her head a while longer, Rim seemed to give up. Pouting slightly, she muttered, "Geez," before turning around and leading the way. Their destination was the bridge. As Mubuseka stepped inside, he called out to the man already there. "Yo, Raoul, how's the haul?" "Crap, nothing. Not even a medal, let alone any sky pirates." The one who answered without turning around was a broad-shouldered man gripping the helm. He was muscular, middle-aged, and Rim's father. Also the owner of this flight ship, Bamung, and to add one more thing, he was Mubuseka's employer. Or maybe owner, depending on how you look at it. Mubuseka owed his current life to the fact that Raoul had picked him up. So it wouldn't be wrong to say he was indebted to the man. Raoul exhaled like he was sighing out the thought. "I'm planning to keep flying a bit longer, but if we don't find something soon, I dunno. At this rate, we'll be broke before long." "Before long, you mean already, right?" This jab came from Rim. Unlike her tone when speaking to Mubuseka, her voice here was casual, like a regular daughter talking to her dad. She pouted as she spoke. "We're already out of food stockpiles, and the landing fees on the Isles aren't cheap. Even if we scrape by on that stuff, the real problem is night. That thing's pretty much at its limit, you know." "Huh? Didn't we just fix night a while back?" "Emergency patchwork doesn't count as fixing. It barely works as is. We need to do a full overhaul, or it's gonna be dangerous. And the main body's one thing, but the real danger's the gun rod. We couldn't replace the catalytic cable inside. If we fire it a few more times, the core's probably gonna burn out. Then treat it with more care. Tell that to Anarchy." Both of them turned their gazes on Mubuseka. One gave him a glare, the other a weary smirk. Mubuseka wanted to smirk too, but he kept a straight face and shrugged instead. "When it's life or death, I'm not gonna waste time worrying about weapon maintenance. I didn't smash someone's face in with it, so I think I showed some restraint. You totally smashed someone last time." "Sometimes that happens. It's not like it's more important than my life." So I'm a monster now, if I disagree with that. Pretty much, Raoul chimed in, cutting in with a jab of his own. Annoyed, Rim stomped over and tried to kick her dad, but the absurdly buff Raoul didn't budge an inch. In the end, the three of them let out simultaneous sighs. In the end, no matter how much they complained, the root of it all was the same. Money, you needed money to eat, money to fly, money to repair your noblesse frame. For rootless drifters like them, money was essential to survive. Might be time to start thinking about a change of course. And what, you think someone's just gonna hire a washed-up noble merc? You got any leads? I wouldn't say I don't have any. It's more like a last resort. A last resort. Rim's eyes narrowed in suspicion, just as beeps beeps beep, Rim. On it. An emergency alert. Raoul barked the order and Rim reacted instantly, diving into the comms seat. She threw on her headset, slammed the console, and read the information on the display. It took her only a moment to grasp the situation. Emergency call in the surrounding airspace, bearing south-southeast. A flight bus between aisles is under attack by a metal. Opportunity, Raoul said, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. At the same time, Mobuseka was already in motion. He burst from the bridge, sprinting through the ship toward the lower cargo hold. Past a loosely strapped-down pile of supplies, he came to a stop before the hangar wall. What hung there could best be described in one phrase. A full-body suit of armor with grotesquely oversized limbs, or perhaps it was a ghost in the shape of armor, large enough to swallow a person whole. Massive power-assisted manipulators like a giant's arms. Gauntlets. Flight greaves, leg-mounted aerial combat modules designed for skyborne maneuvering. Behind the waist, a protruding Seria internal combustion arcane engine, and mounted to it, the Maxwell Gravity Brake System, MGBS, which used arcane force to cancel gravity and allow high-speed aerial combat movement. These exaggerated steel limbs all connected to a central torso unit known as the Vital Guard, the armor designed to protect its wearer. Its chest hung open like the mouth of a beast, awaiting the person meant to inhabit it. This bizarre full-body armor was, in essence, a vehicle worn by humans to fly through the sky. A power created by mages to combat the metals, the physical embodiment of the noble's duty. The arcane-enhanced exoskeleton known as the noblesse frame. Mobuseka climbed into the mass-produced model, commonly referred to as a knight class, and gave the system the command to initiate. Inside the helm-shaped visor he wore, startup sequences began to flicker. Seria internal combustion arcane engine ignition. Maxwell Gravity Brake System, MGBS, online. Running diagnostics for auxiliary modules and drive systems. Vital Guard, activating arcane responsive armor. Life support system ready. Suddenly a comm line opened. Raoul's voice, Mobuseka, you good to go? Not great. System status across modules is yellow on average, with some parts in the red. Can't believe Rim got it back to even this level. It really does need an overhaul. We're on borrowed time here. If we had the money for that, we wouldn't be in this mess, now would we? Exactly. That's why they worked as mercenaries in this sky. Either way, now wasn't the time to worry about things they didn't have. Before complaining, there was a job to do. Raoul chuckled through the comm, maybe to pump them up. Well, no use crying over it. Let's do the usual, yeah? The Raoul Mercenary Corps motto is, to hell with noblesse oblige. Not like a corps means much when there's only 3 of us. I tell you this every damn time. It's fine, this kind of bluffing is important. All right, be ready to launch at any time. The transmission ended, leaving Mobuseka alone in the dim hangar. He chuckled softly to himself. To hell with noblesse oblige. It was their standard rallying cry before a sortie, and Mobuseka didn't hate it. Not for pride, not for duty, not for some stranger he'd never met. Forget that noble ideal, he wielded his power for money. That was what it meant to be a mercenary. Different from a noble. Yeah, noblesse oblige, and all that fighting for people I've never even seen, I could never live like that. His smile turned wry, but his heart stung for some reason. He passed it off as the jitters before a fight and simply waited for the signal. Section. Long ago, humanity grew arrogant. They reached the essence of magic and believed they could do anything. They unlocked the secrets of alchemy and assumed they could create anything. That arrogance gave birth to humanity's greatest enemy, meta-real lives. known more commonly as metals, tools created to grant human wishes, tools that functioned before a command was even given, responding to desires before one could even articulate them. Tools that could shift forms freely, adapting to any wish, detecting what a person wanted, how they wanted it, and adjusting accordingly. The ultimate magical device, crafted to fulfill every human desire. A familiar forged from pure intent, but greed drove humanity to try creating them, and hubris led them to believe they could. The moment they were born, the metals turned against their creators. From their first moment, they were humanity's adversary, its natural predator. Their ability to grant any wish, their adaptability to all forms of desire, their self-evolving systems, all of it twisted into deadly functions, which they turned on mankind. After countless battles and bitter defeats, humanity fled to the skies. Since then, isles have floated in the sky, man-made refuges created through the combined efforts of mages and alchemists. Abandoning all glory, all civilization, everything they once had, humanity left the earth behind. And through great sacrifice and the deaths of countless brave souls, they managed to claw back a fragile peace. And even now, the metals have not given up on humanity. Section, entry. With that declaration, Mubuseka plunged into the combat zone. His knight was in awful shape. The flight greaves were making strange noises, and the booster stabilizer on his back was acting up. The gun rod in his hand had cracks along the casing, and he now regretted using it to bash an enemy the other day. Still, that didn't shake his fighting spirit. He activated the booster stabilizer. Fueled by siphon mana, the thrusters flared blue, driving the knight forward. Forcing the unit into acceleration, Mubuseka shot toward the battlefield. He spotted the flight bus immediately. It was flying unescorted through open sky. Two metals clung to it. Both were roughly 2.5 meters tall, on par with Mubuseka's knight. To describe them visually, they looked like winged lions with metallic hides. A mated pair, one male and one female. Four-legged beasts, with jaws and fangs strong enough to crush a human. Sharp claws tipped their limbs, and their winged forms circled through the air with an alien grace, but Mubuseka had already sized them up. Inexperienced models, not a threat. Just then, Rim's voice cut in over comms, broadcasting to the bus. "This is Mercenary Registration number 3210, Raoul Mercenary Corps. We've received your emergency signal and are taking over the combat zone. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat, this is." Mubuseka let the message wash over him like background noise. Huh. He blinked. At first, he thought it was a visual error. But no. Along with the bus and the metals, there was something else in the sky. Something metal, but clearly not a metal. He squinted at the shine, narrowing his eyes. He opened a comm line to Raoul, who was likely already watching the situation. "Hey, Raoul, that bus, did they deploy a noblesse frame?" "What? No way. If they had combat capability, they wouldn't have sent out an emergency call. I'm telling you, something's definitely there." Despite Raoul's doubt, Mubuseka insisted. He could see it clearly, one noblesse frame moving around the bus. Not a mistake. Like the metals, it hovered close to the bus, but this one was trying to protect it. The movements were clumsy, almost like it was drowning in the air, but it was clearly engaging. The noblesse frame, or noblesse, as they were commonly called, was another magical device created for humanity's survival, much like the floating isles. A powered exosuit, it ran on the pilot's mana and required a certain degree of talent. But in exchange, it transformed the wearer into a warrior of the skies. That talent was magical aptitude. In modern times, where nobility had merged with the lineage of mages, it was often referred to as blue blood. Those who piloted the noblesse in defense of others were called nobles. They lived privileged, wealthy lives, but bore a price, the duty to fly and protect others. Their own version of noblesse oblige. If there's a noble on board, if they have a noblesse, then why did they call for us? The answer came in Rim's sharp, alarmed cry over the comms. "Anarchy, hurry, that's not a noblesse." What? What are you saying?" "It's a servant." The moment he heard those words, Mubuseka clicked his tongue and poured more mana into his boosters. The machine groaned under the strain, shrieking with unpleasant resistance, but he didn't care. Accelerating to subsonic speed, he dove into the battlefield. His eyes scanned the situation. The flight bus was trying to escape at max speed. Two metals were attacking from above and in front. And the third figure, a servant, was trying desperately to hold them back, barely managing to stay aloft. It was just a reinforced exosuit meant for manual labor. Something that looked like a noblesse, but wasn't. It couldn't handle weapons. It couldn't perform aerial combat. Just a cheap knockoff a commoner could use. What idiot thought they could fight in that thing? With a curse echoing silently in his chest, he entered firing range. Mubuseka immediately unleashed a barrage from his gun rod. Magic blasts, high-density compressed mana bullets, infused with heat, mass, and velocity parameters, roared through the air, tearing toward the metals. The metals responded instantly to the intruder's attack. Twisting midair, they pulled back, distancing themselves from their target in favor of evasion. One of the beasts shot a glare of raw hostility toward Mubuseka, but didn't immediately retaliate. It was assessing him, watching and calculating. Mubuseka seized that moment, moving between the metals, the flight bus, and the servant. Hovering in the middle of the open sky, Mubuseka stared them down calmly. No question, the odds were against him. 1 versus 2, and the only weapon he had was a beat-up knight class that could break down at any moment. On top of that, there were 2 liabilities in play. One of them spoke. No doubt a rookie, the servant called out. It was a girl's voice. "Why you are? You idiot." "Hey." Mubuseka snapped, not even bothering to look back. "If you can't fight, why the hell are you out here? If you want to play hero, go do it somewhere else." "Waha you. Shut up and stay back." Her protest was crushed under the weight of his yell. "Incoming." No warning. No signal exchanged between the 2 metals, but Mubuseka saw it, and because he saw it, his body reacted. The male lion flared its wings, and in the blink of an eye, moved at a speed no physical creature ever should. Metals didn't obey physics. That was their nature, they were magical constructs. Their flight wasn't natural, it was a trick of sorcery. Massive, heavy bodies that shouldn't be able to fly, and yet they did, faster than anything should. Same goes for the noblesse, Mubuseka thought with a crooked grin. And then he met the charge head-on. As the metal lunged, Mubuseka did the same, closing the gap. He aligned the gun rod with its path just in time. The moment it noticed, the beast veered sharply downward, far more dramatically than necessary. Just pointing a weapon was enough to make it panic. That meant it had already recognized his firepower. But Mubuseka didn't take the bait. He didn't even fire. He knew its eyesight was sharp. That was clear from the first exchange. So he ignored the male lion and pushed forward, swinging the gun rod overhead. The male was a decoy. A feint meant to draw Mubuseka's focus downward, while the real attack came from above. He didn't need to see it to know. Thunk, a high-pitched report as a magic bullet fired. The female metal, diving from above, didn't anticipate the ambush. The blast entered its open maw, tore through its body, and exploded from within. Its abdomen ballooned outward, then burst. Immediately, the metal's body crumbled into dust. Silver dust. Said to be the metal's true form, sand that could take on any shape. Self-replicating, thought-reading, morphing nightmares, the ancient mages really outdid themselves. Mubuseka didn't stop to celebrate. Metals had no emotions. The death of a partner didn't halt their movement, so there was no time for relief. After luring his gaze downward, then upward, it was obvious. The next strike would come from below. Sure enough, the male lion's head was shifting, its face warping like clay. The jaw, once beast-like, now restructured into a perfect circle. The moment he realized it was a gun barrel, Mubuseka blasted his boosters and shot upward. A deep crimson beam lanced through his fading afterimage. No doubt, it was the same type of magic bullet he'd fired himself. It learned, that's why I hate metals. That metal had adapted. Before facing him, it relied only on brute strength. Now, it had ranged capabilities. That was the real terror of metals. They learned without limit, evolving toward the most efficient way to kill. That's why humanity escaped to the skies, before the metals perfected murder. Before they were even found, humanity had taken shelter in the cloud-wrapped heavens. But now that they've found us, there's no way I'm letting them win. Then, beep. Beeps beep, what the hell? Emergency alarms blared inside the visor. Mubuseka opened the HUD and the cause was obvious. The gun rod's fried? No mana feed, you've gotta be kidding me, it seized up. He shouted in disbelief. He knew it was unstable, but to break now of all times, of course the metal didn't miss the chance. Anarchy. Rim's voice, panicked, urgent. Only years of experience allowed Musica to react in time. The lion's mouth opened again, gun barrel gleaming. Another magic blast was coming, either to hit him directly or leave him vulnerable for a follow-up strike. Like hell. He evaded the blast by the narrowest margin, then charged in. The metal had likely expected him to retreat or hesitate. That's what made Musica's sudden advance so effective. Thrown off by the unexpected aggression, the lion failed to correct its distance, and Musica slammed the gun rod straight into its gaping maw. The already cracked barrel shattered, the metal reeled violently from the impact. Ah, my gun rod. That girl's gonna kill me later. Another of Rim's screams, but he ignored it for now. From his waist, he drew a dagger. With his now free hand, Musica seized the lion's face. As the beast thrashed, its glowing eyes met his. He stared right back and spoke coldly. Don't go blaming the barbarian. Then, with one swift motion, Musica slit its head open. Still gripping the head, he kicked the metal away and pulled back. The body flailed briefly, then, like the female before it, it crumbled into silver sand. It was dead. That too was a trait of the metals. Magical devices and familiars fused together into one form. As living beings, they had vital points. They mimicked life down to their core, and that made them killable. Musica yanked his shattered gun rod free from the disintegrating head and scanned his surroundings. The enemy was gone. That meant the battle was over, or at least, it was safe to assume so now. Just then, Rim's voice came through, sounding like she was on the verge of tears. Anarchy, how could you? Do you have any idea how much a gun rod costs? Quit whining. What else was I supposed to do with a busted gun rod? Use it as a flower vase. It might have been repairable, you know. What are we supposed to do now? The barrel's completely warped. It's totaled, we're broke. What now, huh? What now? Yeah, okay. Save the lecture for later, will ya? Hey, don't you dare cut the comm. He did exactly that. Cut the line. She probably still had more to say, but honestly, Musica wasn't in the mood to keep up with her rant. She looks like she's gonna cry the moment I mess up, but the second I come back in one piece, it's just non-stop nagging, still. Ignoring it now just means I'll pay for it later. What a pain of a little sister figure. Then, is her. The sudden voice caught him off guard, and a hint of irritation crept into his reply. Not that he meant to snap, it was more that he was surprised someone could even talk to him midair. He turned and spotted that weaponless noblesse knockoff. He blinked and muttered without thinking. Oh, the idiot servant from earlier. He'd completely forgotten about her. Apparently, she hadn't made it back to the bus yet. She stiffened at being called an idiot, probably stunned. Honestly, if the danger had passed, she should have just returned already. Maybe she came to complain or something, but Musica wasn't about to waste time entertaining that. So he quickly cut her off. Sorry, but my job's done. If you've got business, take it up with our leader, I'm out. Business? No, that's not what I wait, hey. Saying only what he felt like saying, Musica kicked on the knight's boosters and headed back toward their ship. He might have heard some yelling behind him, probably insults, but he ignored it. Didn't matter. It's not like we'll ever see each other again anyway. Section. The floating isles were humanity's last resort, the final hope for survival after they gave birth to the metals. From the moment human desire created the metals, the war began. A hopeless war. For the ability to read human wishes and learn from them had twisted into something far more sinister, functions optimized for efficient human extermination. Every metal's acquired knowledge was compiled into the central mother core, optimized, and then distributed to all others. Tactics that worked once would never work again. It didn't take long for humanity to realize the despair they were facing. So they fled. Instead of charging into a fight they couldn't win, they abandoned the surface and vanished into the skies, taking advantage of the brief window bought by warriors who launched suicidal attacks against the metals to buy time. Those warriors succeeded. They bought time for humanity to escape, and they destroyed the mother core in the process. With the core gone, the metals' learning capabilities were reset. Their hive mind systems were also disrupted. They lost all shared knowledge, all collective functionality. And for a time, they had no means of pursuing humanity into the sky. In exchange for their lives, those warriors performed a miracle, ensuring humanity's survival. Since then, the skies have been home to countless floating isles, rocking gently in fragile peace, cradles for the last remnants of humankind. The Academy City Serios was one of those isles. Section. Descending the ramp from their flight ship, now docked at Serios. Anaki's always like this. Just because I'm the one doing the maintenance, he acts like it's fine to break anything he wants. That gun rod, what are we seriously gonna do about it? That thing's toast. I mean, if you ask me to fix something that busted, I don't even know where to start. And still you just go and wreck it every time. Are you even listening? Yeah. Listening, totally listening. You sure about that? Yeah, loud and clear. Really? Really. Half-tuning out Rim's non-stop complaining, Musica focused on something else, the solid ground beneath his feet. It had been a while since he felt the surface of a floating isle. Unlike the flight ship, the ground here was completely steady. The stillness made his cheeks loosen into a smile, but the moment he realized Rim might see that and catch on to his inattentiveness, he quickly forced it down. Their ship was docked at the isle's port, commonly called the airfront. It looked just like any other harbor. Out on the barren edge of the island, it was set up to receive incoming airships. Surrounding it were customs checkpoints, barracks for nobles tasked with airspace security, maintenance docks for flight ships, but mostly, it was just open space. No matter the isle, this part always looks the same. Really, all floating isles were built on the same blueprint. Civilian zones were packed into the island's center. The further out you went, the more it shifted to agriculture, food processing plants, and open land for noblesse training. And the further you went, the fewer people you'd see. The airfront, positioned on the outer edge, was usually the quietest place of all, because for most islanders, it had no purpose. The people who came here fell into 3 categories: those defending the island, those arriving, and those leaving. Merchants, mercenaries, travelers, criminals. Aside from the nobles, those were the only kinds of people you'd see here. But after spending a minute or two scanning the area, Musica blinked in surprise. Why the hell are there so many people? A quick glance revealed dozens of figures. All of them were young, maybe 20 at the oldest. The youngest looked 15 or so. Most were right around Musica's age. A few flight buses were parked nearby, and judging by the crowd's direction, they weren't departing, they had just arrived. What really stood out was their matching uniforms. They all wore the same thing, probably some kind of school outfit. Then Rim, who had also been looking around, suddenly said, "Oh. Oh right. Serios is an academy city, huh?" Academy city. He'd heard the term before, though it never meant much to him. Musica tilted his head, then spoke the first thought that popped up. So this is that thing where they gather kids from nearby isles and give them special education or whatever. So all of them are students here. Probably. It's weird there aren't any adults around. It's not enrollment season, so maybe they're just coming back from a long break or something. Huh? You don't really care, huh? Not really. He shrugged casually. In truth, Musica did know a bit about academy cities. Floating isles focused on education, centralized hubs for nurturing the next generation. The details escaped him, but in essence, they pulled in students from neighboring isles and gave them elite training. So the kids here now had probably been gathered for that very purpose. But not like they have anything to do with us. We'll get what we came for, fix what needs fixing, and move on. Just like he said, no interest. So instead he asked, "Where's Raoul?" He's on comms, still on the ship. Still, maybe he was still negotiating with the people on that flight bus. Normally, mercenary contracts were prearranged, specific jobs, agreed upon terms, clear payment. Emergencies like what happened earlier were rare, and because of that, they were a headache. Why? Simple. No one likes to talk about money after you've already saved them. You save someone's life and ask for payment, and they go, "You expect me to pay for that." That was the tricky part, pricing. Too low and the mercs felt ripped off. Too high and the clients felt cheated. Especially in rescue cases, "You saved us, sure, but it wasn't that bad," that kind of thankless nonsense. It always turned into a mess. Still, it was taking longer than usual, and Musica furrowed his brow, until Rim quickly corrected him. "Oh, nah, the flight bus folks are settled, it's not that. He's us talking to someone important on the island, I think." "Important? Why?" "No clue, maybe about night maintenance. He said something about connections and told me to keep you outside. An old guy like him has connections with Academy City officials. Mubuseka muttered skeptically. As far as he knew, Raoul wasn't a graduate of Serios. He'd come from a noble family on some far-off isle. There's no way they'd send someone like him to study this far from home. Which left only one possibility, and it wasn't one Mubuseka liked thinking about. And right then, "Yo, you two, good you're still here." They turned toward the voice. Raoul had emerged from the ship. He ambled down the ramp, a cigarette in his mouth, walking like your classic deadbeat dad. Rim squinted at him in exasperation, but still asked seriously, "Dad, how'd the negotiation go with that connection guy? Did you reach a deal?" "Yeah, that well didn't go bad. But, to be straight with you, it's just getting started." Getting started. Rim and Mubuseka exchanged confused looks. Raoul exhaled smoke and said, almost amused. "Said they want to talk face to face. Still not sure if they're being polite or just messing with me. Either way, it involves you two too. You're coming with me." Section. "It's been a while, Raoul Ajisama. I'm glad to see you're doing well." That was the first thing out of the woman Raoul had apparently been in contact with. They were in the captain's office, located deep within the Serios Aerial Defense Force outpost. Perhaps to accommodate guests, a table and a set of sofas had been arranged in the center of the room, but the person greeting them wasn't seated there. Instead, she sat behind the desk at the back of the room, wearing what looked unmistakably like a school uniform. Her long golden hair and flawless features stood out. She was, without question, beautiful. She had a gentle, composed air about her, but her deep blue eyes hinted at something unreadable. The kind of woman Mubuseka didn't deal well with. Still, it was clear that she and Raoul were old acquaintances. Responding to her familiar greeting, Raoul answered in kind. "Ah, it really has been a while, Lady Letitia. Hard to tell over comms, but you've changed quite a bit, haven't you? They say unrecognizable, and I'd say it fits. The little girl hiding behind her father's legs has grown into quite the stunning young lady." "Oh my, are you trying to flatter me? I hope you're not expecting anything in return." "Not at all, just speaking the truth, though I'd rather you not think I'm trying to hit on you. At my age, slipping up and having my daughter give me the stink eye isn't something I want to experience." "One comment too many, Dad." Rim glared at him, clearly unimpressed with being dragged into his banter, but that aside. She stopped glaring and instead turned to the woman, speaking in a more formal tone than usual. Rim always adjusted her speech depending on whether she was talking to Mubuseka, her father, or a stranger. So, if you don't mind me asking, who exactly are you? Neither of us have been told anything yet." "Oh my, is that so? Now that you mention it, I haven't introduced myself." Letting out a small gasp and lightly covering her mouth, the woman, Letitia, stood up gracefully. With the kind of poised, practiced movement only a true noble could manage, she gave a small bow and introduced herself in a composed voice. "Once again, allow me to introduce myself. I am Letitia Serios, fourth-year student of the Combat Division and current Student Council President of Academy City Serios. It's a pleasure to meet you both." Serios, the surname she gave, was the same as the floating isle they stood on, which meant she was of the bloodline that governed the island. One of the few noble lineages born with the floating isles themselves, a true aristocrat. In this post-royal era, hers was one of the highest status families in existence. However, unlike in the era when humanity lived on the surface, nobility now was less about status and more about duty. In most floating isles, noble blood didn't grant special treatment, but still. Mubuseka frowned slightly and repeated one part aloud. "Did you say going forward?" Sure, they were here because Raoul had a connection. But normally, a low-ranking mercenary had no reason to ever meet someone managing a floating island. The implication that this wasn't just a one-time encounter made Mubuseka uneasy. Letitia noticed his reaction and furrowed her brows slightly before turning to Raoul and asking with a hint of exasperation. "You really didn't explain anything to them?" "Sorry, we didn't have the time. Figured it'd be better not to keep you waiting, and we'd talk it through once we got here anyway." "I see. Well, I am the one asking the favor after all. It makes sense for me to do the explaining." Raoul had clearly dodged the responsibility of explaining things, but Letitia accepted it without complaint. "Please, have a seat," she said, motioning to the sofa. Musica helped Rim sit down and stood behind her. Raoul sat in the other open seat. The two of them filled the sofa completely. Letitia then sat across from them, smiling serenely as she began. Now then, Musica, Rim. May I explain what Raoul and I discussed? Sure, I don't mind. Is something wrong? No, sorry, it's nothing. What caught Musica's attention was the fact that she knew their names, even though he hadn't introduced himself. But it was probably just Raoul filling her in beforehand. He quietly apologized for the interruption. Letitia didn't seem bothered. Still smiling, she continued. Well then, I'll be direct, rather than wasting time with pleasantries. We of Serios have officially entered into a contractual relationship with the Raoul Mercenary Corps. In addition to employing Raoul himself as a personal retainer, we've also appointed him as an external advisor to both the Combat Division and the Serios Perimeter Aerial Defense Force. In short, welcome to Serios. We're happy to have new allies on board. No one could say anything at first. That exclamation came from both Musica and Rim, simultaneously. They stared blankly at Raoul, dumbfounded, but the middle-aged giant didn't show the slightest change in expression. It was Rim who broke the silence first, demanding answers in a cold tone. Dad, what's the meaning of this? Well, what you heard is exactly what it means. You didn't tell me anything. Well, yeah, I just told you now. Wait, I get that you're mad, but let me explain this in order. As Rim moved in on him, Raoul calmly held her off and continued in a composed tone. First of all, we're broke. Living day to day has reached its limit. We call ourselves a mercenary outfit, but we've only got one noblesse frame left, a single night class unit. And even that thing's a piece of junk. Just broke its gun rod a few minutes ago. We're genuinely on the edge. You with me so far? Yeah, that's why you said we'd get paid by that bus we saved, and use the money to buy a new gun rod, right? Yeah, about that. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Then, completely deadpan, Raoul dropped a bomb. Looks like the guy from the bus didn't want to pay up and ran off. He dumped his passengers and just took off. Honestly, I figured they'd haggle over the payment, but I didn't think they'd skip that and just flee outright. I mean, we've been called sky pirates and savages before, but this takes the cake. No, Dad, hold on a sec. Seriously, hold on, what about the money then? Rim, her face a mess of confusion, still clung to a sliver of hope as she asked. But Raoul's answer was blunt. Of course we didn't get paid. He bylaid before we could even meet him. Wyatt! Rim shrieked, practically ready to throttle her father. In fact, she actually lunged at him, trying to do just that. Raoul easily dodged her, and while wrapping his daughter in a full-body lock, he continued speaking. Well, that's the situation. I was desperate and reached out to an old acquaintance, and she gave us a ridiculous offer. A job as an external consultant. Comes with residency rights and a salary, way better than being a merc. At that, Raoul looked over at Letitia, tossing the conversational baton her way. She seemed to have been enjoying the back and forth between Raoul and Rim, but when addressed, she responded with a graceful smile. Of course, this wasn't out of goodwill. We're neither family nor close relatives, so naturally I can't trust you completely. So, as part of this so-called generous offer your uncle mentioned, I thought I might as well take a little insurance. Insurance? At that ominous word, the air around them turned cold. The beautiful woman who ruled this floating isle smiled. A soft, serene smile, but whoever said such a smile couldn't be terrifying. Yes, she nodded, then whispered with lips the color of cherry blossoms. To be precise, I'd like the child accompanying Raoul Ajasama to enroll as a student here. Musica turned to Rim with a blank look. Rim blinked back in the exact same way. So this is what a bolt from the blue looks like, Musica thought. Their wide eyes went even wider, though in fairness, it was mutual. Totally at a loss, Musica asked. I'm not really following. What exactly do you mean? If it's easier, feel free to speak informally. All right then, no offense, but what the heck? Insurance, is that what this is? You're calling enrolling as a student insurance. Still smiling, the woman's true thoughts were impossible to read. No, maybe that's not quite right. Musica began to think otherwise after hearing what came next, because surprisingly, it made a bit of sense. Indeed. After all, Raoul Ajasama is a highly skilled noblesse frame pilot, I'm well aware of his capabilities. Rather than having him work on side jobs, it would be far more beneficial to have him focus fully, wouldn't it? So, to secure that, you're making his companion a student. Yes. Raoul Ajasama also mentioned that traveling the skies has become quite taxing, so I thought it best to provide a place for him to settle down. And I happily accepted, Raoul chimed in proudly. Musica shot him a flat stare. Rim, still caught in her father's arms, remained totally dumbfounded, but honestly, Musica was right there with her. None of this made any sense. Musica held his breath for just a moment. He needed to regain his composure. What mattered now was evaluating whether this deal was actually worth it. What do I stand to gain? A stable life on the floating island, a modest government post, and Rim's student life. And what do I lose? An unstable life in the skies, days spent worrying about food, the uncertain freedom of living job to job. Honestly, it doesn't sound like a bad deal. In fact, it sounded good, too good almost. But most of all, there was Rim. He'd finally be able to give that young girl a proper, healthy daily life. She'd been raised in a blood-soaked world since childhood, when she should have been doted on and raised in peace. If this could put her on even the slightest bit of a better path. All right, I'm in. He realized he was smiling. It had been 3 years since he became a mercenary. Jobs that felt rewarding were rare. Jobs that mattered were even rarer. But now, for the first time, he felt truly motivated. Grinning, Musica asked enthusiastically, "So Raoul's taking merc work and teaching, and Rim's gonna be a student, right? That just leaves me. If it's a contract with the Raoul Mercenary Corps, then I just sign on as a merc again, yeah. Let's hash out the terms. You guys gonna issue me a night unit." But, a strange silence followed. Musica glanced at Raoul and Letitia. Their expressions said everything. What are you even talking about? Raoul was the first to catch on. Ah, I get it now. You've totally misunderstood, haven't you? Huh. What Letitia said was, my brat's gonna be a student, right? Yeah. Rim's enrolling, isn't she? Why the hell are you leaving yourself out of the equation? What? For a second, he truly didn't understand, not even a bit. Then, just as realization began to dawn, Musica rejected it. That couldn't be what they meant. That couldn't be it. Desperately, he turned toward Letitia. Correct. With that said, Musica, Rim, congratulations on your official admission to Academy City Serios. It's a bit off-season, so you'll be enrolled as transfer students, of course. Faced with her radiant smile, Musica could only say one thing. Huh. Section, after a bit more conversation. Well then, I'll see you both later. I'll be looking forward to a good answer, okay? Letitia saw them off with a dazzling smile, and Musica and the others left the captain's office. Once the door shut and the smile was gone, all that remained was a heavy sense of defeat. Call it frustration, or maybe being outplayed. Whatever it was, it stuck in Musica's chest like a bad taste. He glared at the giant man beside him. Raoul had his hands behind his head and looked like he might start whistling any moment. He was clearly in high spirits, pleased with how the negotiations had gone. What the hell were you thinking? Well, you know, I'm getting old. Figured it was time for some stability, settle down with my feet on solid ground and all that. Yeah, that's fine. But don't drag me down with you. Musica snapped, but Raoul wasn't taking the bait. Save the sass for when you're my age, he said, snorting. As they walked away from the captain's office, Musica looked back. The deal, the employment contract between the Raoul Mercenary Corps and the floating island Serios, was actually quite straightforward. The contract was with Raoul alone. The job involved being on call for emergencies as a mercenary, and also acting as an external advisor to both the combat division and the aerial defense force. Occasionally, he'd provide instruction to students. The combat division was one of the departments at Serios. Others included alchemy, medicine, and agriculture, but the combat division was different. It was the department for those who operated noblesse frames. In other words, for nobles. Next, the perimeter aerial guard, true to its name, is the general term for those tasked with maintaining security in the airspace around the floating isles. Their main threats are metals and sky pirates, which also fall under the nobles' jurisdiction. Normally, such responsibilities would fall to adults, but on this particular floating isle, the students of the combat department are in charge. In other words, Raoul's job is mostly to look after the noblesse students. And the compensation for that? A salary, residency rights in Serios, and admission for Musica and Rim to Academy City Serios. This was part of Raoul's compensation, but at the same time it was also a shackle. Basically, if you want the sweet rewards, you'd better work for them. Well, that part's fine. Not exactly agreeable, but whatever. But the rest of it. That's where Musica had serious issues. Could you not move things forward without a single word to me? Post-approval is the worst kind of deal. Why the hell am I getting forced into becoming a student? Rim alone should have been more than enough as a hostage. This is nothing but a dressed-up sale. That's what they wanted. Nobody hands out residency rights to mercenaries out of kindness. I'm the mercenary/instructor, and you and Rim are my guarantee, hostages and students rolled into one. It's a bundled deal. Not a bad trade, right? Screw that. Why the hell should I have to play student now? Musica growled, clearly irritated. Raoul just sighed, muttering, "Still, you say that," while gesturing behind him with his thumb. Following his thumb with just his eyes, Musica saw Rim there, toddling along behind them. School, a student life, huh? Her eyes sparkled, unfocused, as she gazed upward, higher than usual. More accurately, she probably wasn't looking at anything at all. Musica knew exactly what to call that state. Dreamlike days. Raoul glanced over at the girl who hadn't even noticed they were watching her. You really feel nothing seeing this poor girl, raised in the skies since she was a kid, getting starry-eyed over going to school. Isn't that sky life about 80% your fault? 10%'s on her, but the other 10's on you. In other words, Musica bore part of the blame too. Incidentally, Academy City Serios follows a 7-year system. Students range in age from 15 to 22. Rim was only 12, far too young to enroll under normal circumstances. But apparently, as a special scholarship student, exceptions could be made. That part was fine. Transferring this time of year, no, calling it an enrollment, is just. Serios uses a semester-based system. The academic year is split into 2 parts, spring and fall. Apparently, this was right at the start of the fall semester. Under normal circumstances, admissions happen in spring, fall admissions are practically unheard of. That's why they were being treated as transfer students. But showing up this time of year, they'd stand out, like it or not. Especially when the newcomers were a mercenary brat and a girl who wasn't even of age. A bad feeling crawled up the back of Musica's neck. He scowled at the dread settling in, and just then, Rim finally realized she was being watched. What? Were you talking about something? See that? She's completely gone soft. Total daydream mode. You really think you can just let her go off to school alone like this? I didn't raise you to be so irresponsible, you know. I swear to God, I could punch you right now. Musica growled, his voice low and dangerous. Before he could bolt, Raoul quickly slung an arm around his shoulder and leaned in to whisper. Come on, I'm asking you seriously here. You can't stay a merc forever. I want Rim to have a future, too. Maybe it's not the best choice, but it's better than most, right? I won't deny that. Right, so let's just do it. For Rim, please, be her protector, Sir Knight of our household. I'd feel better with you there too, you know. Please, huh? Huh? Don't call me Sir Knight. Doesn't suit me at all. Musica gave him a half-lidded glare and shoved him off. Still, even Musica had to accept it. Thinking about Rim, Raoul wasn't wrong. And even if it was after the fact, it was a request from someone he owed a lot to. He couldn't exactly say no. Fine, but at least let me choose my department. I'm not setting foot in the combat division, even if it kills me. If that's okay, I'll give in. Of course, I wouldn't put Rim in the combat division either. I'll make sure you both get into alchemy instead. That okay with you? Raoul asked with a smirk. The alchemy department, like the combat department, handled matters related to the noblesse frames, but for development, design, and maintenance, not battle. It was a department for training mechanics. They also studied magical tools used in infrastructure and daily life, like flight buses, hence the broad umbrella term, alchemy. For Rim, whose skills as a mechanic leaned heavily on raw experience, and for Musica, who'd likely need those skills going forward, alchemy was a perfectly reasonable choice. Seeing Musica reluctantly accept, Raoul suddenly came to a halt. Well then, you two head back to the flight ship first. Huh, what about you, Dad? I forgot to say something to Lady Letitia. I'll catch up afterward and we'll enter the city. Gotta decide where we'll live too. With a casual "I'm leaving the rest to you," Raoul turned and hurried off. After being left behind for a short while, Musica and Rim exchanged puzzled looks. Well, I guess we should head back. Yeah, not like we've got anything else to do. Musica gave a wry smile at the return of her subordinate tone, then started walking again. Even as the guard cadets shot them wary or curious glances, the two of them strolled leisurely out of the guard station. It was still early afternoon. Sunlight poured down from above, dazzlingly bright. As Musica squinted into the light, "Don't want to go to school with me, Aniki?" Rim asked out of nowhere. Her eyes were downcast, like she was scared to hear the answer. Musica took a moment to think it over, wondering if he could come up with something clever, but then simply gave an honest response. "It's not that I don't want to, I'm just thrown off, that's all. I never imagined anything like this." Thrown off. Rim repeated the phrase, blinking, and Musica let out a sigh and nodded. What he said next wasn't quite a complaint, but it came close. "Got exiled from Grendel, spent 3 years living the mercenary life with you guys. I never thought this would last forever, but still, being told you're a student starting today. Out of the blue, that's a bit much. What about you?" "Now that you mention it, I'm not really sure. I thought it sounded fun, but now that I'm thinking clearly, I've barely even talked to kids my own age." That, Musica figured, was probably the reason Raoul wanted Rim to become a student in the first place. They said Rim and Musica's enrollment was part of the requested conditions, but Musica suspected that was only half true. More likely, Raoul had requested it himself. Letting a kid be a kid, that's what this girl had been missing. Even with a bit of an age gap, if she was a student, she'd have that chance. That was probably Raoul's line of thinking. Guess that's what they call parental instincts. Well, whatever. I'll play along. Can't deny Rim's been through a lot because of me. Compared to their unstable day-to-day life, this was undoubtedly better, at least for her. As they made their way toward the flight ship, Musica observed their surroundings. The number of students around the airfront had thinned out somewhat, but there were still a few lingering. Most seemed to be heading toward the checkpoint after finishing their prep and paperwork. And then, both Musica and Rim made similar noises of confusion as something caught their eye. In the distance was their flight ship, the Bombing, parked and waiting. Since Raoul, the pilot, wasn't around, that much was expected, but that wasn't the issue. In front of the ship stood 3 students. Female, male. The one in front was a red-headed girl with a ponytail, arms crossed and lips jutting out in a clear pout. Behind her stood a long-haired brunette who looked a bit uneasy, and a boy with a youthful face who seemed to have already given up. The brunette noticed them first. She called out to the redhead, who'd been looking in a completely different direction. The redhead snapped her head around and glared at them, then, without warning, stormed over, shoulders puffed in indignation. Rim, sensing trouble, slipped behind Musica for cover. As Musica returned his gaze to the oncoming girl, he could hear the others trying to stop her. "Wait, Asha. No fighting, don't start stuff." "Shut up." Ignoring their protests, the redhead marched right up to Musica. She wasn't very tall. From below, she glared up at him with wide, fiery eyes. The way she tried to intimidate with sheer glare brought to mind a tiny, yappy dog that barked at anything and everything. With her lips twisted into a perfect angry pout, the very first words out of her mouth were, "Are you the one from that ship?" "Yeah, that's me." "And the one piloting the night class noblesse?" "That's me too." Musica answered honestly, a little thrown by the sheer intensity of her stare. It wasn't just words. Her eyes radiated heat that left no room for denial. Glancing past her to the 2 standing behind, he saw them clasping their hands together with apologetic expressions. Their meaning was clear, sorry about her. And then, the girl in question. After a solid 10 seconds of silence, she suddenly broke into a bright smile. "Let me thank you first." The sudden shift caught him off guard, and his voice squeaked. Still smiling, the girl gave a polite bow. "Thank you for earlier. Because of you, that bus and all of us made it out safely." "Oh, sure." Given her earlier fury, the content of her words was unexpected. Musica had instinctively braced for a fight. Being in the mercenary business, that kind of confrontation wasn't rare. Just like how the bus had tried to flee earlier, people often had a poor impression of mercenaries. Then again, most mercs were pretty rough characters, so he couldn't exactly argue. Thinking back on it, the girl's attitude wasn't entirely unreasonable. Or so he thought. That was where the calm ended. But what the hell was that about calling me a nuisance, an idiot, and saying I was playing hero? Why? I did what I had to do to survive, and instead of being thanked, I got yelled at. Do you have any idea how that feels? Huh. Can you even imagine? I'm seriously pissed off right now. I risked my life to save everyone, you know. And what did I get in return? Insults. Have you ever once stopped to think about how I felt? Hold on. What the hell are you even talking about? Oh, so now you're playing dumb, even now. Thrown into confusion by her sheer anger, Musica found himself faltering. He glanced behind her, silently pleading for help from the other two, but they were past that point. They had their hands together in a desperate gesture and were now bowing deeply in apology. No, don't do that, Musica thought, but before he could stop them, her rage had already boiled over. Ugh, I've had it. If that's how you're gonna be, then I've got an idea too. An idea. A duel, that's what. And at that moment, Musica finally realized why her voice sounded so familiar. I'm challenging you to a duel, so you better prepare yourself. I won't stop until you apologize. I'm gonna punch you into next week. It was the voice of that idiot servant from earlier. Interlude 1. At the same time, in the perimeter aerial guard station near Serios. Good grief, I'd hoped to avoid this move if I could. Turning his back on the two children, Raoul let out a quiet sigh. He'd anticipated this outcome and had made preparations, steeled himself for it. From the outside, the situation had seemingly improved, so perhaps it wasn't all bad. Even so, he couldn't help but feel something about it. It had already been 3 years since Musica caused that incident, 3 years spent forsaking his homeland and living as a mercenary. 3 years since he left behind Grendel, cast off his identity and pride as a noble, and lived on the edge. For Raoul, thinking about his own life, 3 years wasn't all that long, but for the children, it must have felt like an eternity. Compared to the uncertainty of day-to-day survival, the kids' new lives would be far more stable. That brought Raoul a sense of relief, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel, so this is it. There's nowhere left to run now. It wasn't sarcasm. He meant it. This decision came at the cost of freedom. Call it fate or whatever else, he had half a mind to curse it all, but his face didn't so much as twitch. That was a habit etched into him during his days as a noble. Never let your emotions show. Living as an adult and as a noble was a past Raoul despised. But it was also something he couldn't separate from himself. He'd let go of so many things that mattered, and yet, he'd grown proficient only in things like this. If I was going to get good at something, I wish it had been showing the kids a better future. That thought was tinged with sarcasm, but again, his face betrayed nothing. Suppressing the bitter smirk bubbling up beneath the surface, Raoul knocked on the door to the captain's office, the room he'd just left. Come in, it's open. To say she was waiting for him might have been an exaggeration, but Letitia Serios had certainly been expecting this. Raoul stepped into the room. There, at her desk as before, sat Letitia Serios, ruler of this floating isle. The only difference was that this time, she wasn't sitting on the chair, but on the desk. Her previously composed demeanor had softened into something with a playful edge. In other words, she was showing him her friend face. Raoul responded in kind with a light smile of his own. Sorry about this, Lady Letitia. I appreciate you agreeing to my request. Not at all. I didn't accept out of pure goodwill. More like a stroke of luck for me, really. I was honestly grateful for the offer. I'm glad to hear that. Still, it was selfish of me. Please accept my thanks. I really do mean it. Then I'll gladly accept it. She covered her mouth with her hand as she smiled back. An elegant and girlish smile that blended nobility and warmth. That kind of smile, guess she's finally gotten used to being a noble. Whether she truly felt friendly toward him or not. Raoul doubted it truthfully. They had only met a handful of times, he could count them on both hands, and it had been 4 years since their last meeting. Acquaintances or not, by normal standards, they were practically strangers now. He gave a wry smile, not just in response to her, but to the burden she now bore. Still, you're the Serios now. Hard to believe the little lady I once knew has grown up like this. How's your father doing? He left, probably flying around the skies somewhere right now. Half of it was my wish, the other half was forced on me. Something about throwing out his back or whatever. I see, sounds like you've got your hands full too. His back, though. What about it? Oh, nothing. I've been dabbling in the mercenary business myself, but I've pushed most of the work onto Mobuseka. Thinking back, I used the same excuse, my back. My, faking an injury, are we? It's a convenient excuse. Makes it easier to play the aging man, and to be fair, I am tired. Older folks like me should just bark orders from behind the lines. That's how it ought to be. I finally understand that now. Calling yourself old is a bit much, isn't it? You're still young, surely. If someone has to say still, then I've already lost the right to claim youth. He threw in a playful grin, and Letitia covered her mouth with another small laugh. Raoul didn't ask what she really thought. That would have been tactless. Anyway, Raoul took a breath once to reset himself. That was enough small talk. He cleared his throat with a quiet mutter and got to the point. Let me ask plainly. That flight bus that took off earlier, was that your doing? He asked her directly. Raoul noticed Letitia narrow her eyes slightly. Her smile hadn't changed, but he could tell her mindset had shifted. He hadn't expected much, but he'd run through a few possibilities. She might admit it, play dumb, or most likely, feign ignorance. After all, there wasn't a shred of evidence. But she did none of those things. I waited 3 years, you know. If anything, what she offered was a confession. Or maybe, yes, just a personal grievance. 4 years ago, I cried, thinking we'd never see each other again. But then you left just enough hope dangling in front of me to make me believe we might. And in the end, you were the one who betrayed that, weren't you, Ajisama? I never meant to give you hope, and I certainly didn't mean to betray it. No, you gave me hope, and you did betray me. If you had taken that money from the bus and fled the island, I honestly don't know what would have happened to me. So I took the liberty of snipping even the faintest possibility. She said it with a smile. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, her eyes brimming with barely held back emotion. What she had just said was likely her motive, plain and simple. Then Letitia turned her gaze toward the window. The airfront could be seen in full from here. Raoul didn't bother looking, but perhaps she had already spotted a certain boy out there. What a sinful little thing, Raoul sighed inwardly. And then Letitia, wearing an expression more fitting for her age, a child's, not a noble's, asked him, "You were supposed to arrive 6 months ago. That's what you and Father discussed 3 years ago, wasn't it?" "That's right, that was the plan, but fate wasn't kind. That's why I'm here now." "But you were planning to run away, weren't you?" She cut in, sounding pouty. Raoul raised his hands in surrender. She'd seen right through him. He had known lying would be pointless, especially between two people raised in families like theirs. Honesty was the only option here. Even if he couldn't lie, adults knew how to dodge. He deflected with a question of his own. "I'm still struggling to understand. Why such obsession? You've only met him face to face twice, haven't you?" "It's because that first time left such a strong impression." Letitia closed her eyes, like she was reliving a cherished memory, hugging her arms around herself as if embracing something precious. She was probably remembering their first meeting, 4 years ago, when she had visited Raoul and Mobuseka's homeland, Grendel. It had been during the annual All-Island Federation Conference, where the overseers of each floating isle gathered. She'd come along with her father to Grendel for the occasion. He had likely brought her for a rare chance to travel. And to think it led to this feverish obsession, he never could have seen it coming. Raoul could only smile bitterly, especially as someone with a daughter who suffered from a similar illness. Around the time he had that thought, Letitia let out a small sigh. "Though, it seems he doesn't even remember me. Cut him some slack. He's been through a lot." It wasn't much of a defense, really. Even so, Letitia dropped her gaze slightly. "You mean the incident 3 years ago? The noble killer?" "If we're being accurate, it goes back to the tragedy of Siegfried 7 years ago. That was when Raoul lost his best friend, and Mobuseka lost his father. The moment their entire fate had been derailed. Compared to that, the incident 3 years ago was little more than an aftershock, or perhaps just the final reckoning. He didn't seem to like me very much." "Do you think he hates nobles?" "Hard to say. I think he just hates everything. Nobles, commoners, he's learned that no one is truly on his side. That's all there is to it." "Are you the exception?" "My daughter, too. Since then, we're the only ones who have stood by him. If I'd been there, I would have stood by him too." Letitia's envy was sincere, and Raoul simply offered her a faint smile in return. Well, in any case, looks like we'll be able to get him enrolled. Just don't put him in the combat division. That's probably where he'll draw the line. Understood. I don't want to torment him either. But still, I don't think it's nobles he wants to avoid. He still wants to pilot a noblesse, doesn't he? Most likely. It'd be a waste to let that talent rot. If he could do as he pleased, away from all the obligations, I'd have no complaints. If it's the alchemy department, then yes, he'll still be able to do something close. Understood. I'll make sure to create an environment where he can be comfortable. Thank you. Raoul offered a sincere apology. His gratitude and regret were genuine. Whether she sensed that or not, Letitia followed up with an unexpected question. If you truly feel indebted, would you consider helping me get closer to him? I'm afraid I'll have to refuse. I'd rather not have my daughter hold a grudge against me. That said, I'll stay neutral. If you want to win him over, you're free to try. Huh, why you mean it? Letitia asked, surprised. Raoul simply shrugged in response. How would it really play out? Would Musica fall under her sway if she came at him with genuine charm? If Raoul's old friend were still alive, he would have found this an entertaining bet to place. Still, not letting even a trace of his thoughts show on his face, Raoul shifted gears. Well then, more importantly, let's finalize the details of the contract. First off, Chapter 2, so this is what they call arrival, huh? From the airfront, the scene shifts to the flight ship Bameng. Since the commotion outside wasn't ideal, they reluctantly relocated to the kitchen/dining area. Wait, what? You're not a noble. The one shouting while leaning over the table was the red-haired girl with the ponytail. It was already a cramped dining area on the not-so-large flight ship. The table was small, and there were only 3 chairs. Apart from the redhead across from Musica, 2 others seemed to be accompanying her, one of whom, as expected, was a frail-looking boy left standing. Meanwhile, the long-haired brown girl had already seated herself like it was nothing, clearly indicating the power dynamic. Musica gave the noisy redhead a half-lidded glance and answered wearily. That's right. So, call off the duel. I mean, challenging someone to a duel just because they called you an idiot? That's a bit much, don't you think? Even a fool wouldn't go that far. Ah, you called me a fool again. No, this is the first time I called you a fool. Earlier I said idiot. He realized immediately after saying it that this was exactly the kind of thing he shouldn't be doing. As he averted his gaze from the redhead puffing her cheeks, he caught the girl beside her looking exasperated, and the boy letting out a strained chuckle. They were probably seeing them as being on the same level, and Musica sighed under the warmth of their half-pitying stares. Well, anyway, that's that. We're done talking. Go home already. Wyatt. Then, what am I supposed to do with all these unresolved feelings? Not my problem. Besides, trying to settle a grudge with a duel, that way of thinking is messed up. GRR, NNGH, and GH. She grit her teeth and groaned. So people really do say GRRR and NGH, huh? Musica couldn't help but be a little impressed. There was a reason he was looking at the girl in front of him with thinly veiled contempt, namely, because of the duel she had declared. Duels had existed since the time humanity fled to the skies. A traditional rite and institution of the nobles, as the name implied, it was a one-on-one battle fought for one's beliefs, pride, or to protect something valuable. But the reason duels were exclusive to nobles was because they were fought using noblesse frames. By definition, a duel meant combat between noblesse. Thus, it was understood, an unspoken rule or matter of common sense, that duels should only be challenged between nobles. This was because commoners, or even aristocrats who weren't combatants, in other words, those who weren't nobles, could not handle a noblesse frame. The best a commoner could hope for in the old days was a servant. In modern times, mass-produced knights were an additional option. But either way, it was unrealistic to expect a commoner to be trained in combat. In short, for a noble to challenge a commoner to a duel was seen as a disgraceful act, forcing a contest while holding an overwhelming advantage. Well, whether challenging a mercenary to a duel counts as out of bounds or not is a gray area. Mercenaries were not non-combatants. They could handle noblesse frames, but technically, they weren't nobles, those with the duty of protecting floating isles and their people. Since duels were meant to be fought between nobles, opinions were split on whether it was acceptable to challenge a mercenary. Musica let out a sigh. The whole mercenary or not debate aside, if this had been between two nobles, even something as petty as apologize for that insult, or you're taking my shift tomorrow, would be enough to establish a duel. That's probably why this girl mistakenly assumed Musica was a noble and brought it up. Apparently sensing the situation, the boy behind her stepped forward and apologized apologetically. I'm sorry, Asha is causing you trouble. No, we're not exactly saints over here either. Before Musica could reply, someone else beat him to it. Annoyed, he turned around to see Rim approaching from the kitchen. She was carrying a tray with 4 freshly poured cups of tea, presumably for the 3 guests and Musica himself. Setting them down on the table, she offered the guests a polite smile. From what I heard, it all started because our guy here shot his mouth off again. Come on, Aniki, just apologize and be done with it. Why me? That dimwit tried to take on a medal in a servant. That's practically suicide. No matter how you spin it, she's an id. Nai Kai. With a sweet smile, accompanied by her foot gently stepping over his, Rim cut him off. The twitch at her temple told Musica he was already on the edge. If he said one more word, she'd stomp down for sure. The redhead across the table stared wide-eyed at the scene. Oh my, isn't she a sweet one? You could learn a thing or two, Asha. That came from the brown-haired girl beside her, snapping sharply with an exasperated look. Asha, the redhead, groaned again with a soft ugh, while the girl sighed and continued. Well, I'm really sorry for causing such a scene, even though you helped us. I truly just wanted to thank you. But Asha was desperate to protect us too. In that situation, if Asha hadn't stepped up, we might have been in real danger. There wasn't a single escort on that bus, and the servant was the only thing that could buy us any time until rescue arrived. The boy gave a wry smile, as if to say they kind of deserved to be called fools. Following his gaze, Asha muttered sulkily, Well, I am a noble, you know. Ugh. So that's her way of saying she acted to protect everyone? There was a lot Musica could have said in response, but he stayed silent. Rim's sullen glare was one reason for that silence. Still, there weren't many options available either way. Reluctantly, Musica gave in. I get it. I'm not going to bow or anything, but I guess I went too far. My bad. You're oddly honest about it. Asha murmured, taken aback. I came here ready to fight. I thought you might turn violent or something, and there's even a little girl here. Are you guys really sky pirates? Sky pirates? Musica repeated the words sharply, clearly not letting them slide. Asha blinked in confusion. Huh, aren't you? The bus company said you were sky pirates and that they were running away because you demanded an outrageous rescue fee. I told you from the start, we're a mercenary group. We didn't ask for anything outrageous. After all that, calling us pirates? Unbelievable. Well, it can't be helped, Aniki. Half of sky pirates these days are just mercs who couldn't make a living anymore. That doesn't mean it's okay to make us work for free. Rim offered no real comfort, but she wasn't wrong either. Usually, nobles are bound to a floating isle. It's only natural, given that the aristocrats who gave the nobles their name originated from those islands. And aristocracy is generally hereditary. Noblesse frames are passed down to the legitimate heirs of noble families. The illegitimate children, they'd live their whole lives as backup, at least, that used to be the norm. That all changed when they managed to replicate and mass-produce the noblesse, even if only the lowest class models. The discovery of these mass-produced units, known as knights, gave the previously spare-born children the chance to act as nobles in their own right. Some of them left home, seeking better opportunities. That was the beginning of the mercenaries, and that flow hasn't changed even now. People who yearned for a better life left their homes and became mercenaries. In other words, many mercenaries today can trace their origins back to noble blood. Though that dream's a thing of the past now, that might have held true during the dawn of the mercenary era. But in modern times, mercenaries are often derided with terms like noble rejects or noble wannabes. The word noble doesn't just mean someone who can operate a noblesse. It also refers to someone who bears the duty of protecting the floating isles. So mercenaries, who abandon that duty, are often viewed as traitors. The public tends to judge harshly those driven by such ambition that they abandon their homes. And since there are still nobles formally attached to households, The treatment of outsiders is bound to be harsh. No one's going to hire someone shady unless they have to. That's why the mercenary world is so cutthroat. If they can't make a living, they eventually turn their fangs on society and become sky pirates. That's why sky pirates are despised, and mercenaries, seen as their precursors, are treated with suspicion. I'm not trying to earn your gratitude, but in the end, we bet everything and lost. I think I'm entitled to vent a little. Still, it's not fair to take it out on these people. They could end up being your classmates, you know? Better to squash the beef now. At that moment, classmates, Asha blinked and repeated the word, and then her eyes began to sparkle. As if that wasn't bad enough, she leaned forward with a triumphant grin. Wait, what? You're enrolling at Serios? That means you'll be my junior starting next year. No, it's not enrollment, it's a transfer. And not next year, this year. He tried to deny everything in a rush, but then suddenly realized. Wait, what year are you guys in anyway? You don't seem that much older. Huh. We're first years. So we'll be in the same year. A quiet sigh of relief escaped him. If they hadn't been first years, he really would have ended up as her junior. He had a bad feeling that letting this girl act like a senior would lead to nothing good. Still, the idea of transferring must have sounded strange. The brown-haired girl beside Asha, whom Musica was starting to get a sense of, asked calmly, "Transfer? What do you mean by that? I've never heard of such a system before. I don't know much about it either, but apparently our commander is acquainted with this place's administrator. While the commander is employed here as a mercenary, he ordered the two of us to be students. So that means you were scouted." That question came from the boy. Maybe because they now knew they were in the same year, his tone had gotten a bit more casual. Musica, still not thrilled about the whole situation, groaned bitterly, still stewing over how things had gone down. Is that what you'd call it? Feels more like we were sold off. That's not a nice way to put it. Life here's way better than being a merc. We don't have to live poor anymore. Not so bad, right? Can't really deny that. He knew he sounded hung up, but still ended up grumbling. That was when he suddenly felt a weight on his foot and decided to shut up. And then, "Is a rival? Huh? A rival has appeared, right?" Asha suddenly blurted something weird, and Musica gave her a flat stare. Judging from their reactions, the others shared his sentiments. The brown-haired girl, the boy, even Rim tilted their heads and stared at Asha, but Asha couldn't care less. She seemed to be hyping herself up. A rude, cocky transfer student. And on our first meeting, he shows off his nobly skills. I know this trope. He's a rival, right? No, I'm not. That's not what this is, and I don't remember showing off anything either. I'm Asha Esteban, from Variant. Just enrolled at Serios this year in the combat department, first year. My dream is to become the strongest noble, and I won't lose to you. She wasn't even listening anymore. With a bright smile and a pointed finger, she declared it boldly. Musica stared back at her with genuine disgust. Then, as if following a pattern, Asha turned her gaze to the brown-haired girl beside her, prompting an odd little round of introductions. I'm Chloe Rivariant. General Education Department, aiming for the Performing Arts track, I guess. Saji Rivariant, same hometown as these two Variant. I'm in the Alchemy Department. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, my ass, after all that. Musica groaned. Rim tried to calm him down with a breezy, "Come on, it's fine, isn't it?" By the way, in modern times, most commoners don't have unique family names. It's customary for them to use the name of their home island with the particle "rai" to indicate origin. As for nobles, their surnames are usually inherited from their family's nobles. There are some high-ranking families who own separate nobles just for heirs, so sometimes a person's surname and their active nobles name may differ. In this case, Asha having a unique surname marked her as a noble, while Chloe and Saji, whose names included Rivariant, were clearly commoners from the Floating Isle Variant. At last, all eyes turned to Musica, and he resigned himself to a reluctant introduction. I'm Musica. She's Rim. We're from Grendel, but since we're mercenaries, we go by Remercenary. We haven't been officially assigned yet, but probably to the Alchemy Department. That's it. Nice to meet you, Rim said softly beside the sullen Musica. Asha tilted her head. Why alchemy? Shouldn't you be in the combat department? What about being my rival? I don't know, go bother someone else. Why? Asha's shriek was promptly ignored, and that wrapped up their first day at Academy City Serios. Section. The floating isle known as Academy City was originally founded as a kind of isolated institution meant to consolidate the educational functions of all floating isles. Its residents were almost entirely students, children by status. Adults existed only as educators, administrators, or closely affiliated personnel. The island, operated nearly entirely by students, was an undeniably warped construct when viewed as a social organization. Still, the creation of this mostly children's society was deliberately pursued, because the benefits to each island were clearly greater than the alternative. The centralization of educational facilities allowed for more advanced and standardized training of the next generation. It also enabled the instilling of universal values, helping to form a shared understanding across humanity. Young people acting as cultural ambassadors between islands helped cultivate flexibility in thought and customs. The absence of political interference fostered innovation and technological exchange. And, if one were to include reasons better left unsaid, there were plenty more. In the pursuit of such broad, bird's-eye view benefits for human coexistence, Academy City continues its mission of nurturing students to this day. Section. At the center of Academy City Serios, the core campus buildings, arguably the heart of the entire floating isle, were bustling again today with the clamor of students eager to learn. In most floating isles, the central zone is typically reserved for governmental buildings, administrator residences, and noble districts. But true to its name, Serios placed an academic institution at its very core in place of those conventional features. From the combat and alchemy departments to the medical, agricultural, architectural, and commercial departments, the scope of disciplines offered was practically endless. And with so many departments, it was only natural that the student population would be equally vast. So many, are there really this many people, and all of them just kids? Yawenha. Oh yeah, guess so. Rim, clearly uneasy, clung to Musica's sleeve with wide eyes. Musica replied while letting out a lazy yawn. The weather was clear and sunny. They were strolling leisurely along the path from the residential area to the academy. As they casually observed their surroundings, all they could see was the broad street connecting the residential district to the school, filled with students walking just like them. With the second semester beginning today, many looked excited, nervous, or just plain fidgety. That line of students stretched all the way to the school gates, visible far ahead. Though this was already their third day since arriving at Serios, the sight still hadn't grown familiar. There really are nothing but brats around here. That was the most jarring thing, no adults anywhere. Wherever you looked, right, left, it was all young faces. Of course, this made perfect sense for a facility like Academy City, but for Musica, who was used to regular floating isles, it was a surreal experience. Still, that was about all there was to it. As he stifled another yawn, Rim spoke up with a trace of frustration. "It's our first day at the academy, and you're acting like it's just another morning. How can you be so calm about this?" She pouted with a tinge of exasperation, though some nervousness peeked through her expression. It was her first time in a new environment, first time in a school, and her first time living alongside strangers. It was no surprise she was on edge. Musica, still groggy, answered bluntly between yawns. "Because I'm not motivated." "Don't talk like it's someone else's problem. And seriously, why are you already wearing your uniform all sloppy? You look like a mess." "Wait, since when were you the type to care about that stuff?" Musica groaned and glanced down at himself with irritation. Not that there was anything particularly strange about what he wore. It was the standard uniform, prepared, somehow in perfect size, by Letitia within the past 3 days. It fit almost too well, leaving him feeling stiff. Even the wristwatch-style information terminal they'd been issued rubbed him the wrong way. He hated the feeling of tight things around his neck or arms. "Stuff like this just makes me feel like I'm wearing a collar. Being all neat and proper just drags my mood down. It's not like I'm bothering anyone, so what's the big deal?" "Maybe so, but it's still the first day, right? You could at least take it seriously just this once. I'm way past the point of playing well-behaved student." He shrugged, as if to say, "I used to be a mercenary, remember?" Just putting on the uniform at all already felt like more than enough compromise. Maybe in the old days he'd have cared, but now, Appearances didn't even register as a priority. Rim stayed grumpy, but Musica muttered on, unfazed. You, on the other hand, look like you're actually excited. You looking forward to this? My appearance. Don't glare at me, so. Are you? HMPH, well, I'll let it slide for today. Let's see, I'm nervous, yeah, but I am looking forward to it. When it comes to noblesse maintenance, all my knowledge is pretty much hands-on, right? I always thought it'd be nice to learn things properly somewhere, so this is a good opportunity for that. Good for you then, knock yourself out. You better work hard too, Aniki. You're in the alchemy department with me, so no slacking off. And you better realize just how blasphemous it is to treat a gun rod like a blunt weapon. You really hold a grudge, don't you? Musica groaned in disbelief. It had been 3 days since that incident, and Rim was still fuming about it. Judging by this, she'd probably keep bringing it up at every opportunity. He figured he might as well start emotionally preparing for it now. And then, what is that exactly? As they neared the academy, the two of them suddenly stopped and tilted their heads in confusion. A strange crowd had gathered at the front gates. What they heard were mostly high-pitched cheers. The crowd seemed to be made up primarily of girls, though quite a few boys were hanging back and watching from a distance. It wasn't that the group was huge, but having any sort of crowd loitering in front of the gates was a bit unusual. Since it was along their path, they had no choice but to get closer, at which point they finally got a glimpse of what was at the center of it all. At the center of the crowd was a single woman, surrounded on all sides. Judging by the scene, she was being enthusiastically flirted with by a group of younger girls. She wore a serene smile as she chatted with them pleasantly. Oh, is her? By chance or maybe not, their eyes met. It was Letitia Serios. She blinked in surprise at first, looking their way, but only for about half a second. Then, she quickly returned to her usual smile and politely addressed the girls she had been speaking with. My apologies. It seems the people I've been waiting for have arrived. Would you please let me through? She's totally walking over here, isn't she? Just as Rim said, Letitia was approaching without breaking eye contact. Naturally, that meant everyone's attention shifted toward Musica and Rim as well. Feeling the unavoidable barrage of stares, Musica reluctantly came to a halt. He thought, should have just run, especially as Letitia greeted them with a dazzling smile. Perhaps she was used to being in the spotlight, because she seemed completely unfazed by the attention. Standing before them, Letitia spoke in a cheerful tone. Musica-san, Rim-san, it's been 3 days, I've been expecting you. First, let me say, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, I guess. Oh dear, are you nervous? There's no need to be so formal, just speak casually like you did last time. If you say so, then yeah, I'll do that. Letitia giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Musica responded with a vaguely conflicted expression. What really bugged him was, of course, all the attention, though not hostile, yet the who the hell are these two being all buddy-buddy with Letitia-sama. Kind of atmosphere pierced like needles against his skin. Musica instinctively stepped slightly in front of Rim and asked with a furrowed brow, So, you needed something? I don't remember us arranging to meet. True, we didn't. But I'm not so heartless as to just throw transfer students out into their first day with no support. Yeah, but still. If anything, he'd have preferred she at least picked a quieter place to call them out. Then again, he realized, I guess it'd be bad optics for the daughter of a floating isle administrator to be seen meeting secretly with some random mercenary. Letting out a sigh, Musica spoke as though nursing a headache. Can we move away from here first? I'd really rather not draw any more attention. That may be difficult. After all, I am the student council president. No matter where I go, I tend to stand out. So you're popular. Well, somewhat. And then with a subtle smile, she added, though there are other reasons too. Musica gave her a sideways glance at the implication and sighed again. Even so, it's better than standing at the damn school gates. Fair enough, shall we walk and talk? Without argument, Letitia took the lead, and Musica and Rim followed behind. He glanced around, almost as if that was a cue. The surrounding crowd began to disperse. Still, a few people seemed to be trailing them at a distance. By the way, how are you two adjusting to your new life? Hard to say, I mean, it's comfortable enough. Compared to living on a flight ship, it's not bad. The house we're currently renting was recommended by you, wasn't it, Letitia-sama? It's the perfect size for the three of us, thank you. Compared to their days as mercenaries, anywhere within a floating isle felt like paradise. Of course, Musica didn't say that out loud. Normally, mercenaries might be granted permission to enter a floating isle, but not to live there. That was simply because the islands didn't want to harbor rough types or drifters. While they could be allowed to buy supplies or food, they'd be kicked out by sundown. Even if docked, Musica and company had always lived cramped in their flight ship. But now, while technically renting, they had been given a spacious house more than sufficient for 3 people. At this off-season time of year, it should have been impossible to find such a good property. That they did was thanks entirely to Letitia. So when they thanked her sincerely, Letitia smiled warmly. If there's anything troubling you, don't hesitate to contact me, all right. I plan to rely on Raoul Ajasama from here on out, and since that makes you two my hostages, I'd like you to be as comfortable as possible. Raoul himself had already left earlier that morning. He was newly employed as an external advisor to both the combat department and the Serio's airspace guard. Apparently, he was out making preparations, though Musica hadn't asked for the details. He figured Raoul could handle his own affairs, and it wasn't worth worrying about. Hostages, huh. Hearing that word, Musica and Rim both made uneasy faces. It was hard to tell whether Letitia was joking or not from the way she smiled. So, instead of probing that further, Musica muttered quietly. It's not exactly a problem, but can I ask you something? Of course, go ahead. It's about enrollment. Enrollment? Letitia tilted her head curiously, and Musica asked, his tone unusually serious. I still don't really understand how Academy City works, but most people, before enrolling, have to take some kind of assessment or exam, right? Are we just allowed to skip all that? Musica wasn't sure how Serio's operated specifically, but he remembered hearing that kind of thing about Academy City in general. The city was originally created to foster exceptional individuals for the next generation. So naturally, the sending isles carefully selected worthy candidates, and the receiving academy would demand nothing less in return. Applicants would then prove their ability and dedication as part of the admissions process. Compared to someone like Rim, who had a clear goal and motivation, Musica, who had ended up here more by circumstance, couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't belong. He was starting to wonder whether he even deserved to be here. Yes, that's fine, Letitia replied casually. After all, your enrollment was arranged primarily as a condition of being Raoul Ajasama's hostages. It would be terribly inconvenient if either of you failed the test and just said, well, guess I'm out. Ah yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Of course, poor academic performance going forward would be problematic. So do your best, okay? She added with a sweet smile that somehow felt more like pressure. Musica frowned. That smile didn't help, but the deeper discomfort came from the fact that the whole situation felt like cheating. Backdoor admissions, political deals, that kind of thing, it didn't sit right with him. It wasn't something he could just brush off and forget. Swallowing that unease, Musica fell quiet, but Letitia seemed to see right through him. She chuckled softly, then teased with a gently mocking tone. Musica-san, are you secretly a serious person, even though you can't be bothered to wear your uniform properly? I'm not serious. I just don't like when things feel unfair. Most people would call that being serious. That's what I've been saying, fix your appearance, Rim added, still peeved. Letitia laughed, clearly enjoying herself. Rim, on the other hand, glared again about the uniform. Musica could only purse his lips in irritation. Then, but still, actually, this might be a good opportunity. Letitia muttered something a little ominous, and Musica looked at her suspiciously. She was pressing her finger to her lips, clearly deep in thought, but soon arrived at a conclusion, and with a cheerful tone, she said, it won't be anything like an official exam, but would you mind showing me a sample of your skills? Section. Letitia's destination, commonly known as the First Training Ground Stadium, was a massive circular arena located adjacent to Academy Serio's. As the name suggested, it was used primarily for noblesse combat training, mock battles, and public exhibitions. The spectator stands were usually open to anyone who wanted to observe. These stands also had protective barriers built in, allowing for safe viewing of noblesse battles even with large audiences. The barrier doesn't activate with a small number of people. Right, it lacks the mana to function in that case. The first training grounds are mainly for events and larger training sessions. They weren't designed with small groups of spectators in mind. They followed Letitia up the staircase leading from the outer ring to the stands, and were greeted with a vast field. Given that the arena was built for airborne noblesse combat, the scale made perfect sense, but it still felt unnecessarily huge. And at the center of the field, knights, and a ton of them. What the hell is this? From way up high to just above the field's airspace, everywhere Mubuseka looked, pairs of noblesse were floating at various altitudes, trading magical projectiles. There must have been around 40 units by rough count, most likely a live fire exercise. The movements were too slow and clumsy to be a real dogfight, but still, they were shooting at each other. As Mubuseka observed the slow pace and unrefined maneuvers, Letitia offered an explanation from the side. Those are first years from the combat and alchemy departments. This is their introductory noblesse combat training class. I see. That was about all he could say. From Mubuseka's perspective, the training looked embarrassingly soft. The speeds were low, positioning sloppy, and their aim with the gun rods was off. He almost rolled his eyes just watching it. Then Rim asked curiously, I get why the combat department is doing this, but even the alchemy department takes noblesse combat training. Aren't they kind of scared of you? They're probably just nervous. You see, I am the student council president, after all. Letitia replied with playful charm, prompting Mubuseka to give her a tired, half-lidded stare. Whether she caught his exasperation or not was unclear from her expression. Was she waiting for a cue or something? A suspicious laugh echoed out of nowhere, and Mubuseka did his best to ignore it. Fu. Aniki, I get how you feel, but ignoring her is a little harsh now. I think I'm the one who deserves pity here, for having to deal with this. Rim tugged on his sleeve as Mubuseka sighed in defeat. Turning toward the voice, he saw one of the night class units slowly approach from midair. When it noticed the attention, it lifted its visor to reveal a familiar face. Of course, it was a Sha. Her eyes were brimming with tears, yet she still pointed at him with fiery bravado. We meet again, my rival. Hey, I really don't want people thinking I'm associated with someone like this. Can you go over there for a bit? Stop saying stuff like that. My heart's kind of fragile right now. Then stop calling me your rival. As he shot back coldly, she clutched her chest dramatically, clearly struggling. Will you be nice to me if I stop? Take a good look, Rim. This is what the world calls shameless. Yeah, even I'm kinda taken aback. Hey, you're supposed to be nice to someone when they're hurt. Saji, why are you siding with them? Ignoring Asha's whiplash of expressions, Mubuseka glanced around. Naturally, Asha's antics had drawn attention. It wasn't surprising that the other students in the middle of training were now watching her antics instead. And when they noticed that Letitia, the administrator of the floating aisle, was observing, their training came to a halt altogether. Which, of course, meant the instructor had noticed as well. The supervising instructor and his count assistant finally spotted Letitia, then fired up their boosters and flew over. Asha and Saji quickly moved aside, and Letitia stepped closer to the field's edge. The one to speak first, presumably the instructor in the night unit, opened with a formal greeting. Well, Letitia-sama, what a surprise to see you here. I don't recall any appointment being made of what brings you here today. If you had to label it, polite disrespect might be the right term. Judging by his voice, he was an older man, but his tone was syrupy and unpleasant. His expression was hidden behind a visor, but it was easy to sense he was looking down on her. Clearly, the two didn't get along. Behind him stood a pristine white count unit, silent, but its gun rod was subtly aimed at the instructor's back. That action alone gave away more than words could. Letitia surely noticed, but her reply remained cool and composed. My apologies, Instructor Adden. This was rather a spontaneous visit. As for my reason, let's say it's a bit of an inspection. An inspection, is it? That's troublesome. You really ought to consult us before making such decisions. We have our own schedules and pride to consider, you know. We don't want to embarrass ourselves in front of you. There's no need for training to look impressive. Polished appearances don't make for interesting viewing. Besides, from a management standpoint, wouldn't you agree it's exactly that rawness I should be observing? As she said this, Letitia subtly glanced toward the Count behind Adin. In response to her unspoken cue, the Count looked away, not in embarrassment, but with something like a sigh. It seemed the Count didn't have a bad relationship with Letitia. That, in turn, made Musica all the more convinced. This instructor's attitude was definitely strange. Isn't the administrator of a floating isle normally treated with more respect? Administrators weren't just figureheads. Floating isles were artificial cradles suspended in the sky, and their management and control were duties only those born into the right bloodline could handle. From the moment the floating isles were created, administrators had been entrusted with their stewardship. Even in this age, where nobles had become more role than class, administrators were still supposed to command respect. So it made no sense for her to be looked down on like this. And who are they? The instructor turned his visor toward Musica and Rim. There wasn't a shred of friendliness in his voice. If anything, it felt like he was on the verge of spitting at them. Musica was used to it. Some nobles had this thing about treating anyone outside their family or rank with automatic disdain. He instinctively moved to shield Rim and glared back, but Letitia answered first. "Oh, I suppose you've only heard about them secondhand, Instructor Adin. These are the ones from that group I mentioned." Letitia spoke in that tone, but this is troubling. He clearly didn't like it. No, it was more like he'd been looking for a reason to complain about this from the start. Though he refrained from something as overtly rude as clicking his tongue, Adin made no attempt to hide his irritation. With a sneer, he opened his mouth to ridicule Letitia. "This is quite troubling, Lady Letitia. To think you actually brought mercenaries onto the island, and even hired them on your own accord, no less. Just what were you thinking? Even if we grant that you acted independently, surely there's a limit, don't you think?" "Oh, I merely brought 3 people onto my island, that's all, isn't it? Or are you saying, Instructor Adin, that I don't even have that authority?" "Oh no, I wouldn't go that far. Certainly, you are the administrator of this island. However, this island is also an academy city, one supported by aid from the other floating isles. And within such a framework, giving away valuable slots and admitting them without so much as a proper exam. Are you trying to disgrace the academy's name?" He paused there, glanced this way, and spat the words out, letting in a bunch of noble wannabe thugs, no less. Musica noticed the contempt laced in that remark, but he felt nothing in particular and simply let it pass with a calm expression. The reason he didn't react was because he'd long become used to that kind of malice. No matter which floating isle you went to, mercenaries were considered outlaws. Most mercenaries were those who had turned their backs on their floating isles, on their homelands, and the people living there. Acceptance was rare, and mistreatment was the norm. After 3 years of living like that, being looked down on by someone else hardly stirred anything in him anymore. Except for one person who was clearly offended. "I see. So, Instructor Adin, you're saying you doubt my judgment, and their abilities, is that it?" "Hey, wait." Letitia smiled sweetly, and then said something unmistakably dangerous. Musica instinctively raised his voice. What he felt was an ominous chill running down his neck. He'd realized it far too late. As expected, Letitia didn't pay his protest any mind. Like someone picking a fight they were eager to accept, she declared. "Then why don't we put this noble wannabe to the test? I'll state this clearly, none of the first years present here could even hope to match him. Section, the noblesse frame, commonly referred to as noblesse, was, like the floating isles, the final legacy left by the ancient magicians to the remaining survivors of humanity. It was also the last power humankind had seized in order to fight against the metal. These weapons activated by using humans born with the rare talent of magical energy as their power source. Destined to continue fighting in order to protect the people, these individuals eventually came to coexist with nobles and were referred to as nobles. The components of a noblesse frame were relatively simple in its base configuration. The Saria internal combustion arcane engine extracted magic from the noble and distributed it to each module. The Maxwell gravity brake system, which disrupted gravitational anchors using magic, enabling high-speed aerial maneuvers. the vital guard, and various life support modules that protected the core-mounted torso piloted by the noble, along with the system that kept them running. The visor-type helm that doubled as an information terminal, relaying the status of the unit and life support systems back to the noble. The gun rod, an oversized arcane staff gun designed for anti-metal combat and too large for unaided human use, along with the power assist manipulator arms and gauntlets used to handle it. The flight greaves that enabled floating, and the high-speed maneuvering boost stabilizer mounted on the back. All of these were packaged into a magical combat enhancement exoskeleton. This was the aerial anti-metal combat weapon known as the Noblesse Frame. Section: all units assemble. Aden's order rang out, and Mubuseka listened to it with half-hearted annoyance. The students had already halted their training the moment they noticed Letitia's arrival at the training grounds. While they had been chatting casually with those nearby, the moment the command was given, their knights began gathering. Roughly 40 in total, by the look of it. From what Mubuseka had heard beforehand, each grade had about 20 to 30 nobles. That meant the remaining numbers were likely hopefuls from the alchemy department. Aden stood before the stands, with the gathered students forming up in front of him. That's Lady Letitia. Is that really her? Why is she here? Is she observing, or maybe? Could be she's scouting for promising talent. It didn't seem like the kind of class where idle chatter was strictly forbidden. Even from the stands, their murmured conversations could be heard. Judging by the atmosphere, the students didn't seem to harbor the same dislike for Letitia as Aden did. In fact, their overall reaction seemed largely positive. She's pretty popular, huh? Well, she is the student council president. Letitia repeated that line she'd heard several times today with a smug little grin. Then suddenly, as if struck by a mischievous idea, she glanced off in a random direction, quickly returned her gaze, and asked, "Have I improved in your eyes?" Huh, improved how? Mubuseka tilted his head, honestly confused. That clearly wasn't the reaction she'd been hoping for. Letitia visibly frowned in displeasure. HMPH. I had a feeling it would go like this, but to dismiss it so completely. What? She muttered to herself, but Mubuseka didn't understand what she meant and looked to Rim. But Rim also had a puzzled expression. Apparently, she hadn't followed the exchange either. And then, "You there, you've been nothing but disrespectful." What? The sudden shout made Mubuseka furrow his brow and turn toward the voice. One of the gathered knights, meaning a first year, pushed through the group and stepped forward. Whether he was just reading the mood or not, Aden moved aside without resistance. It was vague, but even with his face hidden behind a fully equipped noblesse frame, you could still tell, by his presence, his posture, whether someone was a noble. And this one was clearly a noble. The kind who put special weight on being one. That much was obvious from the next thing out of his mouth. "Do you even know who you're speaking to?" "That woman is the administrator of this floating isle, Serios, the sole bearer of the true azure bloodline, the noblest of all living beings. And you, some lowborn wretch, dare to." "It's fine." Huh. The one who interrupted him was none other than the noblest of all living beings. "I said it's fine. Honestly, I'm not really into all that talk about noble bloodlines or lowborn this or that. Maybe that mattered ages ago, but this isn't that kind of era anymore." She even added casually, "It's against school regulations anyway," completely cutting him off without mercy. The school rule Letitia referenced concerned the treatment of nobles and non-nobles on this floating isle. Unlike in the old days when humanity still lived on the surface, in the modern age, noble didn't mean a status. It meant a role. That role was to pilot noblesse frames and protect the floating isles and the people who lived there. But because that role was so demanding, nobles did enjoy certain privileges compared to non-combatants. How much privilege they received varied depending on the isle. Some isles had taken it too far, and the concept of nobles as a status had been effectively reborn. On those isles, some nobles had begun to exploit non-combatants, treating them like peasants, growing arrogant and entitled. The kind of nobles in the worst sense of the word. Letitia clearly wanted no part of that. Her blunt dismissal left the knight completely humiliated. Unbothered, Letitia calmly shifted her gaze from him to Aden. She wore a bright smile, though unmistakably the kind you'd expect from a predator spotting prey, and then turned her gaze back to the students. "Thank you for gathering here during your class. I've called you all together today to introduce two transfer students who will be studying alongside you from now on. Transfer students, not new students, at this time of year. Lady Letitia herself is doing the introductions. Naturally, the students began to murmur at those words. A few of them removed their visors, revealing expressions of suspicion and confusion. A transfer student was already an unusual event, but for Letitia, ruler of this floating isle, to come in person and introduce them. That was unprecedented, hence the confusion. Silence. The one who quelled the noise was their instructor, Adin. Drawing everyone's attention to himself, he sneered at Letitia, then cast a look of contempt toward Musica and the others before speaking to the students with exaggerated pride. They're former mercenaries, handpicked by Lady Letitia for transfer. They seem confident in their skills. According to Lady Letitia, they're stronger than any of you here. Can't even compare, supposedly, but how does that sit with you, as nobles who are meant to protect this isle? Just some pretenders, washed-up mock nobles, and yet they look down on you. That's a disgrace to your honor, wouldn't you agree? What a joke. As the students bristled at Adin's provocation, Musica looked down at them with disinterest. Picking fights for no reason, trying to stir up trouble, what was the point? It was tiresome, but every now and then you came across nobles like this. The kind who flaunted their status and were drunk on their own warped elitism. Just then, though Adin's grand speech continued, Letitia, seemingly bored of it, casually stepped closer and whispered teasingly, "You're not very popular, are you? I'm used to being disliked. Besides, I didn't come here to make friends. Doesn't bother me." "Oh my, you're quite cold, aren't you?" "Maybe. I just do what I'm told, like always." All he needed to do was get the job done. That was all it meant, work. It wasn't fun, but it wasn't the kind of assignment that would ruin his mood either. No need for overthinking, no complicated conditions. In other words, an easy job. He shrugged and looked back just as Adin's speech wrapped up. His ears caught the last of it. "And so, one of you will face him in a mock battle. As first years of Serios's combat department, show your pride. Any volunteers?" "Happy." With a pointed snort, one of the knights stepped forward. It was likely the same guy who had confronted Musica earlier. In a theatrical tone, clearly meant to intimidate the others, he shouted, "If no one else will step up, then this duel shall be mine. I, Dan's folklore, shall." "Yes, yes, me." But a loud, clueless voice ruined his moment. The sudden shout made the pompous knight flinch. Floating into the air was the girl who just shouted. No, it was a sha. Hey, you can't just. "I'll take the fight. I owe that guy one. Musica, no complaints now, right? This time, it's a real match." "Anarchy, your brow. That wrinkle in your brow is getting serious." "That damn brat." Protests were utterly ignored. The completely oblivious and out-of-control girl had Musica squinting in exasperation. He couldn't help but feel a little pity for poor Dan's, who'd had his chance stolen. But either way, the challenger was decided. It was likely a mutter to himself, but Adin's voice still carried. "Asha Esteban, 4th ranked, not bad. Even if she loses." He didn't finish the thought, but looked at Letitia and grinned. Letitia nodded back, accepting the match, and that sealed it, which meant the next step was preparing Musica's unit. "Saji, lend Musica your knight." "Hi." "Wait, he's using mine. You're not getting one ready just for him. No time to prep a new knight. Yours is a loaner for lectures, right? Come on, chop chop." "Eh." Yelled at by a Sha midair, Saji could only raise a panicked voice. Musica had already figured the guy was used to being bossed around, but clearly this was a daily ordeal. With a slight smirk, Musica spoke. "I don't care either way." "Hi." Removing his jacket and handing it to Rim, Musica jumped down from the observation area. After landing from a moderate height, he strode over to Saji on the field. "If it moves properly, any unit will do. It's not busted, right? Then let me borrow it." "No, but the internal parameters on this thing are all tuned for me, you know. And Musica still needs to go put on a noble suit." "Don't need that crap. Can't stand how tight it is. I'll adjust to the unit myself, so just leave it as is." "Oh, okay." Pushing back with confidence, Musica got Saji to grudgingly agree. The knight was set to standby mode. Once the unit locked into an upright position, the vital guard opened and Saji emerged, though not in his usual uniform. Instead, he wore something like a full-body, skin-tight suit. That was what they called a noble suit. It was a type of arcane apparatus, part of the noblesse's magical system, that served as a conduit between the user's body and their magical power source, improving mana transmission efficiency to the unit. That said, the benefit was minimal, barely better than nothing. For those without much magic power, like non-nobles, it could be a lifeline, but for others, it was largely unnecessary. Wearing it was recommended, but Mubuseka had rarely worn one, mostly out of personal preference. Taking the visor from the dismounted Sagi, he put it on and slid himself into the night. Disengaging standby mode and initiating startup, Mubuseka launched the unit into the air, a gun rod in one hand. As the propulsion modules kicked in, he coolly assessed the machine's condition. Not bad at all. Actually, it was quite good. At least, much better than that piece of junk he'd been using up until now. The gun rod, too, to test it, he fired once straight upward. No lag in mana transmission, no failure in connection. The only thing of note was that, likely because it was for training, it had a built-in limiter. A proper gun rod was designed to destroy enemies, firing magical projectiles with falsified heat, mass, and velocity data. This one, though, had its output heavily capped. The impact force was real, but it wasn't powerful enough to blow through armor or pierce a body. That was the only annoying part. Other than that, no complaints. The machine was in excellent condition, so much so that it actually felt a little off. As he hovered in the air opposite Asha, she finally spoke up, her voice brimming with anticipation. Hey, at last the time has come, my rival. You're still going on about that. He said it, exasperated, but Asha didn't even flinch. Clenching her fists so tight they trembled, she began some overly dramatic speech. From the moment we met, I've never forgotten that day of humiliation. I've spent sleepless nights, burning with rage. I've soaked my pillow with tears again and again, but no more. The time for revenge has come, prepare yourself. Revenge. It was just 3 days ago. Details, schmeddles. Now you'll feel my wrath, you better be ready to apologize. All right, that's it. I'm gonna beat her up. He never planned on holding back, but now Mubuseka had made up his mind. Not fun to beat someone up? Yeah, maybe this time it would be. And then, the referee, presumably. The Count-class unit from earlier ascended into the air after Mubuseka and Asha. It stopped at the midpoint between them. From within, a hard-edged female voice declared, "The format is a one-on-one duel. However, since the gun rods are limited, the match won't be decided by unit damage. The match ends when one side forfeits or I determine a victor. Any objections?" None. None. Then both of you fight in a way that honors expectations. With that, the Count raised its own gun rod toward the sky. Begin. A torrent of magical energy burst forth from the raised barrel, and both contestants moved immediately. In noblesse combat, the most intense moment is always the opening. Both sides start at 0 speed, a moment when you're easiest to aim and be aimed at. Each side targets the other with their gun rods, leaves afterimages in place, and from there, it tumbles into a fierce mobile battle. That's the standard flow. Some even claim you can gauge everything about your opponent in that one instant. Which is exactly why, in that brief opening, Mubuseka narrowed his eyes, firing a shot while simultaneously dodging to the side. Let's see what you've got. Wait, huh? But then, Ikkaira. Huh. Asha's movements and timing were both sloppy. Mubuseka's shot landed squarely, sending her flying, and all he could do was gape in silence. Section. Well, I suppose even if she's ranked high or in the top 10, she's still a first year. Yeah. That was all Rim could say. Letitia's muttered explanation didn't help much. Her eyes remained fixed on the aerial battlefield. The two knights, supposedly still in combat, hovered overhead. The referee had taken position at a safe distance, and the other students watched from the ground. What to say, it was a battle between two completely different approaches. One unit floated calmly in the sky, moving so leisurely you'd forget noblesse suits were built for aerial combat. It barely dodged, instead prioritizing endless gun rod fire. The other flitted around frantically, struggling to dodge the barrage. And yet, several shots still hit their mark, each one earning a shriek. Asha tried to fire back, but her aim was inconsistent, thrown off by her erratic movement. Worse yet, every time she made a poor shot, it was answered with punishing return fire. And to make it worse, her opponent taunted her over the external speaker. Come on, aim better. Shots that don't hit aren't a threat, you know. I'm trying, okay. That flustered voice came from the night zipping around Asha. Still, her shots didn't land. She wasn't even aiming accurately. Mubuseka, piloting the other knight, didn't have to budge. In return, he unleashed another wave of magic rounds. Cruel as it was, there was a pattern to his targeting. He scattered shots to herd Asha's movements, forcing her into a predictable flight path, then nailed her with a precise strike the moment she let her guard down, and another, Kaya, rang out. This is no longer a match. It's practically a training session. Letitia commented with a dry smile, and Rim had no choice but to agree. It seemed Mubuseka had originally intended to fight properly. But once he realized how underwhelming Asha's skills were, his motivation had visibly evaporated. A proper noblesse battle was typically a struggle for positioning, both sides probing, maneuvering, and trying to gain an aerial advantage. While all the zipping around looked flashy, the real fight was in subtle movements and spatial control. You pressured your opponent with magic rounds to limit their movement, then slowly tilted the situation in your favor by claiming superior positioning. Holding the high ground wasn't just due to human physiology, it gave you more maneuvering room. From above, you could flee in any direction, while those below had fewer escape options. It was, in essence, a game of aerial territory control. With that in mind, Mubuseka was consistently attacking from above, while Asha remained pinned below. She flew wildly, but couldn't escape. Just as Letitia said, it was hardly even a match. Unable to find a nicer way to say it, Rim asked plainly, "How strong is Miss Asha supposed to be? I've heard she's relatively capable. Being chosen for a match means her grades aren't too bad, I'd imagine." Letitia tapped on her wristwatch-style device. A hollow screen unfolded in the air. She tapped it and navigated some kind of directory. It appeared to be a student performance list. Finding Asha's profile, Letitia read it aloud. Asha Esteban, ranked 4th among first years in the combat department. Her strengths are listed as quick reactions and bold decision-making. On the other hand, her tendency to rush into her next move without thinking is flagged as a weakness. It says here she had no combat training before enrollment. Apparently, she's gotten decently capable in just 6 months, so I suppose she's considered above average. That qualifies as above average. Rim hadn't meant to be insulting, but the words came out that way. She couldn't help her skepticism. But then again, her baseline for combat skill was her father and Mubuseka. Her father needed no explanation, and Mubuseka was incredibly talented, a noblesse pilot of rare caliber, especially for his age. Rim knew it was a bad habit to hold others to such a high standard, but she couldn't help it. Letitia seemed to sense that, responding with a wry smile and a nod. Yes. Well, just for context, nobles usually begin training at age 15. It's believed that starting earlier might hinder physical and magical development. In that sense, someone like Mr. Mubuseka is outside the norm. There aren't many his age who can fight at that level. Rim offered no reply. She simply accepted it. It made perfect sense. She knew why he was so strong, and she didn't want anyone else knowing about that painful past. High above, Asha had snapped and was now wildly firing her gun rod. Ugh, come on. Why won't anything hit? You should maybe land a shot before yelling that kind of thing. Whoa. Mubuseka made a subtle movement. Just as Asha fired, he shifted his knight a step to the side, like a casual sidestep. He'd sensed that, for once, Asha's aim had actually been good. He dodged early, recognizing in the moment her shot would have landed. Simple as that. The blast passed cleanly by him. He retaliated immediately, and Asha screamed once again. Truly outside the norm, isn't he? Letitia murmured, narrowing her eyes at the display. For his age, he's remarkably composed in combat. I can tell he's holding back, but his reactions are still sharp, never reckless. I heard he used to fight as a mercenary, but this is beyond what I imagined. Well, he's been on the battlefield a long time. Rim, on the other hand, didn't seem emotionally moved by Mubuseka's display. Her voice was flat. He's always had sharp eyes. At least at this distance, if all we're doing is exchanging fire with gun rods, nobody's going to land a hit on him. Even my father had trouble catching him. Even Raoul Ajasama. Letitia's whisper was tinged with awe as she watched Mubuseka's knight in action. Rim, casting a glance her way, held her breath. This woman, she knows how strong Dad is. That was fine. She was the overseer of this isle. She likely met him a few times. Once a year, all the island overseers gathered for the Grand Alliance Summit. Blood relatives sometimes attended. That wasn't important. What was important was the way Letitia looked at Musica and what she whispered just now. That's how it should be. When did she meet my brother? Musica had always been like an older brother to her. Rim believed no one understood his past better than she did, and yet this part she didn't know. When did he meet her? Where? She had no clue, not even a hunch. There was something about her gaze, fevered, distant, that left Rim uneasy. And then, ugh, fine, then take this. The battle suddenly shifted. Fed up with her repeated misses, Asha finally snapped. Again, but this time she changed tactics. She squared up to face Musica directly. At the same time, her flight greaves and booster stabilizers roared to life. A soundless whoosh and a flash of light launched her forward like a rocket. If she can't land a shot at range, she's going for close combat. That's really the only tactic available to someone like her. And well, it's not exactly wrong. Bring it on. Asha abandoned dodging and dove straight at him. Musica, however, wasn't fazed. He'd clearly expected this and moved smoothly to counter it. He released one hand from his gun rod and reached toward his waist rack. And then he froze awkwardly. Ah. Oh no. Rim alone understood what that ah meant. It was a reflex, one of his bad habits. Because he was being rushed in close, he instinctively reached for the dagger that would normally be mounted on his waist rack. But this night was Saji's loner, and it didn't have one. He'd completely forgotten. That little slip-up became Asha's opening to close the gap. I saw an opening. Rim could already see how this would play out. Asha's goal in closing the distance was short-range combat, or more precisely, close-range shooting. She wasn't planning on engaging in actual melee. She'd simply wanted to get close enough that dodging would be impossible in a gun-rod shootout. Given that noblesse frames barely had melee options, if any at all, and weren't designed for close-quarters combat, that was the logical choice. But Musica didn't care about any of that. He advanced, weaving past her fired magic rounds, and pushed in even further than close range, right into point blank. Their knights came face to face in the blink of an eye. Zero distance. Asha muttered in disbelief as Musica drew much closer than expected. Then, without hesitation, Musica brought his gun rod down on her. There you go. Even Asha couldn't scream this time. She clearly hadn't anticipated a physical strike. Unable to resist the impact, she was sent tumbling out of the sky. She barely regained control in time, halting just above the ground and yelling up in outrage. What the hell? What was that for? You're the one who came in close. Be thankful I held back. That was holding back. Maybe because he didn't snap the gun rod in half. Realizing that, Rim shot Musica a cold look. If he'd actually hit her with full force, the gun rod probably would have bent, and Asha would have been slammed into the field. It was training, so he must have gone easy. Since this was nothing new, Rim just sighed, but now even the observing students had caught on that something strange had just happened. Murmurs reached her ears. What kind of savage hits someone with a gun rod? But isn't it effective when they get that close? If you can keep distance even then. Isn't that like throwing yourself into a magic round? Is he insane? Wait a sec, more importantly, why didn't he get blasted back too? Exactly, that was the real mystery here. The aerial combat weapons known as noblesse frames had one fatal flaw. Extreme vulnerability to melee and physical impacts. It was obvious when you thought about it, noblesse were solid masses of steel. In other words, incredibly heavy. On their own, they shouldn't be capable of flight, let alone high-speed combat maneuvers. And yet, they flew because of the Maxwell Gravity Brake System, MGBS. Through magical means, this system canceled the force of gravity, reducing the unit's effective weight to near zero. The effect was simple. Freed from gravity's pull, the unit gained the ability to soar. Thanks to this module, noblesse became viable for aerial combat. But there was a price. By making the unit near weightless, even artificially, it became dangerously fragile against impacts. Basic physics, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Which meant that the blow Musica just dealt with his gun rod shouldn't have been possible. If Asha was sent flying, then Musica should have been thrown just as far in the opposite direction. Rim knew the answer to that contradiction, and then someone voiced it, softly, from behind her and Letitia. He manually shut off the Maxwell gravity brake system, didn't he? Startled by the unexpected voice, Rim turned around and blinked in confusion, because the one who appeared was someone entirely unexpected. Who is that? She wasn't familiar. The girl looked like a student, but unusually small, even for this academy. Maybe the same height as Rim or even shorter. She had slightly curly blonde hair tied loosely behind her head, and a childish face made even younger looking by her round glasses. On top of that, she wore an oversized white lab coat over her uniform. To anyone watching, she looked more like a kid playing scientist than an actual one. But her voice, despite her appearance, carried a sharp and analytical tone. If he really did that, then I guess he could manage melee combat. But if you mess up restarting the Maxwell gravity brake system, you'll fall out of the sky like a rock. Being able to do that reflexively is just, something's definitely not right here, don't you think? Though her face was scrunched with clear exasperation, her logic was sound. As evidenced by the existence of the MGBS, the core design of the Noblesse didn't account for hand-to-hand combat. There were some older, Noble line models that incorporated it. But really, even before the Noblesse existed, melee combat had been considered obsolete. The reason why, even now, the name gun rod carries traces of that past is because the original basis for the Noblesse frame as a weapon was the mage class. When it came to anti-metal combat, which class demonstrated the most effective offensive power? The answer was the mage. They could conjure fire, summon lightning, heal the wounded, and even control the weather. It was said that back then, there was nothing a mage couldn't do. The desire to amplify that incredible destructive power is what led to the birth of the Noblesse frame. What was demanded of the mages at the time was simple: the power to destroy any enemy. And the first thing they sought to enhance was the staff, a catalyst that once granted their wishes. As their pursuit of firepower intensified, those versatile staves had their auxiliary functions stripped away and refined. Eventually, they evolved into simple aiming devices for destructive magic bullets. Even then, humanity wasn't satisfied. Seeking even greater firepower, they kept scaling up the size of these staves. That resulted in the prototype of the gun rod, and the very first Noblesse frame was created just to wield it. What a bizarre Noblesse you've brought here. Where'd you dig up that one? With a somewhat sardonic smile, the girl remarked to Letitia. Letitia, for her part, smiled back and gave a light clap. Oh my, Alma-chan, you came after all. What do you mean, came? You're the one who called me. Because of that, I lost precious research time. How do you plan to make it up to me? Oh, come now. I only called you because I thought it'd benefit your research too. This is about that case, huh? You know, in the real world, people call that manipulation. With a clear look of suspicion, Alma sighed. Were they on bad terms? Not really. It didn't feel like that. Watching the two of them, Rim sensed it was more a casual, unfiltered dynamic. Letitia wasn't putting on any formal airs either, so they were likely close. Who are you? Rim asked softly. The girl, Alma, blinked once in surprise, then glared at Letitia. You haven't told this girl anything yet. No, I was thinking I'd handle the groundwork first. I've been rather busy. And part of the reason I called Alma-chan here is because I wanted her to take over for the rest. So in short, you're dumping the hassle on me. She'll be your first direct junior, you know. Isn't that worth some effort? Good grief, I haven't even agreed to take her on yet. But instructor Raoul already has, hasn't he? Besides, she passed your test, didn't she? HMPH. I'll admit she shows promise. Rim furrowed her brows at Alma's long sigh, unusually heavy for someone so small. With a dry chuckle, Alma added, sorry. But would you mind if we left the explanation for later? I'd rather avoid repeating myself. We'll have to tell him the same thing anyway. She looked up toward the battlefield where Mubuseka was, continuing his pointless bout with the recovered Asha, seemingly oblivious to anything happening below. Rim suddenly looked away from them, a strange feeling prickling at the back of her eyes. It was a familiar sensation, something unpleasant stirring inside. She knew what this was, a hunch, a premonition. She had never been wrong about it. She scanned the observation field where the students were still watching the match. That's when she noticed instructor Adin talking to two students. The conversation ended quickly, and Adin walked away. But then the two students raised their gun rods toward the sky. And Rim shouted in reflex, "Anarchy." A moment later, the two students fired their deadly blasts. Section, wait, Musica. Ashaz's scream, sharp and panicked. Even before she called out, Musica was already in motion. Though he couldn't see it coming from below, his senses had already picked up on the threat. His skin felt the pressure of the incoming magic bullets, not his eyes. Feeling the two rounds rushing up from below, Musica twisted his body midair. He spun into a tight aerial somersault, sliding cleanly between the two incoming blasts. In the middle of the spin, he glanced down at the ground. There they were, two knights, gun rods still aimed in his direction. "Don't underestimate me, amateurs." He spat the words coldly, and without hesitation, fired back. Two full-powered shots. They struck dead on, exploding against the heads of the idiots who were so sure their ambush would be a clean kill, slamming both knights into the artificial turf. What, you thought you could shoot someone in the back and just stand there like nothing happened? If you want to play war games, do it somewhere else. Ignoring the distant screams, Musica bellowed like any seasoned mercenary. But no reply came. The two knights lay crumpled on the ground, unmoving, likely still stunned by the impact. They were combat-grade noblesse, so the pilots were probably unharmed, but still. And then Asha, completely stunned, asked hesitantly, "Hey, how did you dodge that? You didn't see it coming, right?" "How? I dunno. You can just tell when someone's about to shoot at you." Wait, hold on." Asha didn't seem convinced, but Musica ignored her and descended to the field. Despite this being a sanctioned match, the sudden ambush and retaliatory strike had thrown the students into a stunned uproar. Musica paid them no mind. He approached the nearest of the downed attackers and looked down on him. From pain, or maybe fear, the student was still shaking as he looked up from where he lay. Musica roughly tore the visor off his helmet. "Hick. Not you, the other one." He wasn't the ringleader. There was no hostility in those frightened eyes. Musica tossed the visor aside and walked toward the next one. The second attacker was still reeling from the impact, but as he slowly pushed himself upright and saw Musica approaching, he shouted, "Why, you damned mercenary, what do you think you're doing?" The voice was familiar. Musica let out a sharp whistle. It was that guy, the one who'd called him lowborn and hurled insults earlier. He'd been irritating, sure, but now that he was an enemy, there was no need for restraint. Musica leveled his gun rod at the knight and spoke. "You fired first, didn't you?" Shot a man in the back. "What the hell were you thinking?" Then he poured mana into the gun rod. Power surged to its limit, and the weapon let out an ominous hum. Light spilled from the barrel as it charged. With the limiter in place, it couldn't kill, but it could do plenty of damage. It was enough for threats and a bit of payback. That was reason enough to aim at point blank. And then the student said something unexpected. "W, what are you doing?" I'm a noble, you know. You're a commoner. You think you can do this to me and get away with it." Musica pulled the trigger immediately. Someone screamed in the distance. That was all. The noble boy wasn't hit. Not even grazed, because Musica had aimed right beside his face. The blast had kicked up a storm of wind, but not even a hair on his head had been touched. He hadn't missed because he was soft. He'd wanted to test how strong the shot would be, and more importantly, he wanted to show this brat just how dangerous the weapon aimed at his head really was. Then, Musica spoke. "Getting away with it. That's not the point." You don't get it. If some punk talks down to me, I kill him. That's how it works. You pick the fight. You were ready to die for it, right? So go ahead, die." He began charging the gun rod again. He already knew from the earlier shot how far he could push it safely. This time, he wouldn't miss. Then, "W8, hold it right there." The sudden voice made Musica glance sideways. Adin had stepped in. Apparently watching from the crowd, he now rushed forward in a panic. His voice trembled, not just from the chaos, but from something else entirely. Musica realized that the moment Adin opened his mouth again. It was just a stray shot. They didn't mean to attack you, right, you two?" "A stray shot." "Yes, mercenary. You and Asha Esteban's match was, well, boring. So uneventful, we thought training could resume. That stray shot just happened to come your way, is all. A simple misfire. You mustn't jump to conclusions." Musica said nothing. He just stared back at Adin, knowing from experience it was pointless to argue. This kind of two-faced favoritism was standard fare for nobles like him. Nothing new. which was why the next voice came as a surprise even to Musica. Huh. A stunned voice, but one tinged with clear anger. Turning around, Musica saw a single knight, Asha. She tore off her visor, rage plain on her face, and confronted Adin. What part of that was a stray shot? They were aiming straight at Musica, both of them. And those two weren't even in training. That was just a sneak attack, and you. That voice. Asha Esteban. Adin cut her off with an overt sneer and a quiet, taunting tone. A student daring to argue with an instructor. It was an open threat, wielding authority as a weapon. Even Asha was momentarily silenced, but her eyes stayed sharp, burning with anger. She didn't back down. That was just how she was, Musica remembered now. She'd been like that the first time they met too. But then... What's so funny? It took Adin's question for Musica to realize the faint, breathless laugh was his own. He wasn't howling or doubled over, but something darkly amusing had risen in him, enough to make his breath hitch in a dry chuckle. It didn't last long. The humor faded. With a cynical smile, Musica muttered, "Of course. Noblesse. Why? No matter where you go, people like you don't change." He murmured his scorn with open disdain and said no more. He ordered his knight into standby mode. Once the vital guard unlocked, he leapt out, removed the visor, and scanned the area, looking for Saji. Spotting him in the crowd, Musica casually tossed the visor his way. "Here, I'm done." "Hi. Why, whoa." Saji fumbled to catch it, juggling it like a hot potato, but Musica didn't wait around. "Hey, what was that supposed to mean, boy? If that was an insult, hey." Ignoring the shouts from behind, Musica climbed the stairs at the edge of the field and returned to the spectator seats. Adin didn't follow and quickly slipped from Musica's thoughts. As a mercenary, contempt and malice had long since become background noise. None of it rattled him anymore. It passed quickly, like a gust of wind. Returning to the seats, he was met with a desperate voice. "Anarchy." Rim rushed to him the moment she saw his face, grabbing his hand as if to check for wounds. Her expression, more than anxious, almost pained. Musica gave a small, wry smile and gently ruffled her hair. He knew what she'd feared. He didn't need to say anything. The second person who had been waiting, Letitia, followed a step behind Rim, smiling as she approached. "Welcome back, thank you for your efforts." "Yeah, what a trip." Musica didn't mean it sarcastically, but the words came out that way. He glanced toward the field, where the knights had resumed training. The students, still visibly confused, reluctantly returned to the air. Some kept sneaking glances toward him. Adin, now pretending Musica didn't exist, had clearly decided to ignore him altogether, but Musica could still feel the hostility in the air. "I did what I was told. Was that good enough?" He had no lingering interest in the job. So he asked offhandedly, and Letitia, with a dazzling smile, replied, "More than enough. I'm quite satisfied, especially since you so easily deflected that cowardly ambush. At the very least, no one will question your strength anymore, not that it should have mattered. I mean, you're from the alchemy department. The whole mercenary thing is kind of a weird flex anyway. Just to check, those two punks weren't your doing, right?" He was talking about the ambush. The thought had crossed his mind that she might have orchestrated the whole thing just to showcase his abilities. He didn't really think she'd go that far, and she seemed to know she was being suspected, but instead of looking offended, Letitia just furrowed her brows. Of course not. Pulling something like that, both the ones who'd do it and the ones who'd allow it are absolute trash. Even if the outcome worked in our favor, there's no way I'd let that slide. You planning something. Don't you think they deserve a little slap on the wrist? Try not to overdo it." Letitia smiled sweetly and gave a confident nod. Musica responded with a conflicted expression. Calling her a politician might be a bit much, but watching someone in action like that was enough to make Musica feel thoroughly drained. As the administrator of the floating aisle and the student council president, Letitia probably didn't find any of this burdensome. It was part of her duty, sure, but still. While slipping on his jacket, which Rim had handed back to him, Musica asked, "So, is that everything I needed to do here for now? If so, I'd like to get a better look at the alchemy department." Being allowed to participate in combat department training as a member of the alchemy department was good news for someone like Musica, who wanted to pilot a noblesse. But on the other hand, if that guy was the instructor, it was probably best to stay far away. Which meant the real thing Musica needed to understand was the situation on the alchemy side. He had hands-on experience with noblesse maintenance, sure, but attending actual lectures was a whole different matter. He wanted to see how big the gap was between his field knowledge and what they taught here. About that, Letitia's tone turned unusually awkward as she spoke, wearing an expression of deep apology. I'm really sorry, something's come up. A small matter, or rather, something urgent that I need to handle right away. Which means this is where I come in. The voice that cut into the conversation so suddenly made Musica blink in confusion. Apparently, the speaker had been there all along, but hidden behind Letitia, so Musica hadn't noticed her. Stepping out from behind Letitia was, well, what else could he call her but a tiny kid? She was about the same height as Rim, wearing an oversized lab coat and round glasses that were a bit too big for her face. Her shaggy blonde hair was lazily tied back. She didn't look like an upperclassman, honestly, not even a fellow student. The girl wore a cocky grin that didn't match her childlike appearance and spoke in an arrogant, overblown tone. Hey there, nice to meet you. I'm Elma, third year in the alchemy department and the unparalleled genius of Serios. That cold-blooded woman over there asked me to look after you guys for a while. Well, seems like we'll be spending a lot of time together. So, along with instructor Raoul, I'll be in your care. Interlude 2. If only we could have spent just a little more time together. Letitia let out a deep sigh as she sat alone in the spectator seats of the first training ground. The students were still in the middle of their drills, but Musica and the others had already left. Led away by Alma, they were gone now, leaving Letitia by herself. Which meant, at the very least, she could sigh freely. What she wanted was time. She felt that desire keenly. A bit more free time, just that. It wasn't something she could wish for easily, not with her position as an administrator. But more than that, it was because Serios was an academy city. The academy was a treasure trove of problems. From the careless students, to interference from other floating isles, to what Letitia personally couldn't care less about, factional disputes, school event coordination, and all manner of conflicts among students. Her workload only increased, never decreased. What exhausted her the most were the fools who kept interfering and dragging things down when all she wanted was to solve the issues. This won't do, I'm getting irritable. And I was in such a good mood too. What a waste. She would have liked to bask in the moment a little longer. But with a weary sigh, worn down by the rational sense of duty that compelled her forward, Letitia began to walk. There was no reason for her to stay here. Nothing left to see. And the idea of dealing with someone like Adin, an insignificant little man, was out of the question. She might get criticized later for leaving without saying goodbye, but Adin always seemed to misunderstand his position as a lecturer and look down on her. Spending any more time on him would be a waste. Then, Lady Letitia. Oh. Just as she was about to exit the training ground, a voice called out behind her. Letitia blinked in surprise. It was a familiar voice. Turning around, she saw a beautiful woman with black hair and black eyes, cold of expression, rushing toward her. She was the pilot of the silver noblesse frame, Wezin, a count class from earlier, and also Letitia's cousin. Whether it should be called diligence or excessive concern for rank, her cousin was always insistent that she be treated as a subordinate while on school grounds. Letitia offered her a gentle smile. She softened her tone just a bit. Yakuto was one of the rare few she could do that with. Yakuto, good work. Are you done with your lecture? Yes, I was summoned under the pretense of being a supervisor, which I had no obligation to be in the first place. I had no reason to stick around, so I excused myself at a convenient point. Adin was not only a combat instructor, but also a commander in the aerial defense forces. Yakuto, in turn, was a captain of one of the units within that force. Technically, she was under Adin's supervision. Most likely, he had exploited that hierarchy to force her into assisting him. To be blunt, the two of them didn't get along, and it was easy to see why. There was nothing likable about Adin. He was tyrannical, heavily biased in his instruction, and as a noble, had no redeeming qualities. Frankly, he had no business teaching at Serios, and yet he was here, well, it could only be chalked up to politics. As an academy city, Serios had to bring in instructors from the outside. Instructor appointments rotated between the floating isles. While students came from all isles, the system was intended to prevent favoritism from teachers of the same origin. That's how Adin ended up being appointed this year as a combat instructor. Svalterelf really is something else. If he were just incompetent, that would be one thing. But to send someone willing to openly oppose me, unbelievable. Letitia let out a small sigh. Still, she understood their intent. It was a matter of appearances versus reality. The instructor rotation was meant to avoid favoritism, but each island still had free reign for an entire year. Historically, nobles from the Svalteralf Isles were rated poorly. The students they sent often lacked both ability and motivation, which naturally led to low grades. Apparently, Svalteralf took that as an act of discrimination or mistreatment. Grades were ultimately a personal matter. A floating isle's worth didn't rise or fall based on them. Even so, the isles cared about how their students performed for appearances. Rankings didn't exist, but if all they produced were underachievers, they'd be ridiculed. So, Svalteralf sent Adin, someone who would unflinchingly favor his own, hoping to improve their results. Letitia sighed again when she noticed Yakuto watching her with concern. She couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. She opened her mouth to say something, but Yakuto beat her to it. With that stern expression, she asked, "Was that really all right, to smear mud on his face like that? You'll just give him another excuse to complain. He complains even when I do nothing. That man seems to look down on me as some naive little girl. I'm sorry, Yakuto. Because of him, you've had to put up with a lot. Just a little longer, could you bear with it? I think it won't be long before he's no longer a bother." "Oh, and why's that?" "Because everything's in place for him to be kicked out." Letitia said it casually, and Yakuto seemed to get the implication. Even so, her expression didn't change much. If anything, the crease between her brows deepened. With that look, Yakuto muttered plainly, "Them, is it?" "Yes, the Raoul Mercenary Corps. Finally, a set of pieces I can move freely." They were a valuable asset. For the past 6 months, Letitia had felt increasingly restricted ever since Adin was appointed commander of the Aerial Defense Forces. Under normal circumstances, his incompetence and tyranny wouldn't matter, trivial things at best. But in a time of looming crisis, the situation changed. Then he became a liability. Hiring outside mercenaries just to pit them against that instructor, that's quite the drastic measure. Was that really necessary? Letitia gave a soft laugh as Yakuto asked, with a troubled look on her face, "Are you dissatisfied?" "To be frank, yes. You doubt their ability." That, and whether it was necessary at all. What Yakuto was really asking was whether they truly needed to hire mercenaries in the first place. Letitia found it a relief, times like these especially, how Yakuto always voiced her doubts so directly. There was no need to dress up words, no point in lying. She wasn't someone Letitia had to second-guess. Compared to the political manipulators constantly scheming how to use her for their own floating isle's benefit, Yakuto was a breath of fresh air. "I've ended up in quite the troublesome position, haven't I not, that it's one worth clinging to so desperately?" After all, what she had truly wanted was already complete. To be able to welcome him, when the day finally came, with no one standing in her way. The position of student council president was worth no more than that to Letitia, not that she would ever say so aloud. "My little knight." She quietly murmured the name she'd called him just once, long ago. Today, he hadn't shown even a glimpse of his true strength. That likely fed into Yakuto's doubts. She'd made it seem like a practical exam, but Letitia had never questioned his ability, not even slightly. She couldn't doubt him, not after the day fate brought them together 4 years ago. That's why she had worked so hard. So she wouldn't be left behind by the ever-growing boy she admired. Even if they never met again, she wanted to be someone worthy of that memory. And now, they were in the same place again. That fact alone was a joy beyond words. Keeping her cousin unaware of those feelings, Letitia answered her doubts with gentle misdirection. "If you're asking whether it had to be them, then no. It didn't have to be the Raoul mercenaries in particular, but out of those I could realistically reach, I'm confident they were the best option. And their capabilities are more than sufficient." I wouldn't say we saw much of those capabilities. He seemed to be playing around most of the time. I was referring to Raoul Ajisama. When she said Ajisama, Yakuto slightly frowned. Clearly, she didn't like how familiar it sounded. She, too, seemed to have her reservations about mercenaries. The fact she kept it off her face was admirable in its own way, though. Letitia chuckled softly and decided to share just a bit of the secret. Yakuto, do you know Raoul Ajisama's true identity? His true identity? You've at least heard the story, haven't you? About the former administrator of Floating Isle Grendel, vanished without a trace 3 years ago. What surfaced in her memory was that line she heard earlier today. The most noble bloodline in the world. The family entrusted with managing this miniature world ever since the floating isles first rose into the sky. The only ones capable of piloting the highest class noblesse, the Duke Frames. He was like her. That was the hidden truth Raoul kept. Yakuto furrowed her brows at first, but her eyes soon widened with realization. I've heard the rumors, don't tell me it's him. Yes, Raoul Grendel himself. He's handed off the family estate to his brother and now goes by the name Mercenary as a hired blade, but knowing how he feels, I can understand why he chose to leave his homeland. When you say Grendel, the most famous story is probably the Siegfried tragedy. It referred to a certain incident that happened 7 years ago. That accident caused Grendel to lose one of its finest nobles, someone who could have been called the best. Letitia had met that person once, long ago. He had been Raoul's close friend. If that were all, Raoul might still be head of Grendel to this day. But that certainly played a part, but the real trigger was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. It's been kept from the public, but there was an incident on Grendel. That's why he abandoned his homeland. You don't need to know the details, and frankly, it's not an entertaining story. It's already over. I see. Yakuto gave a non-committal reply, her own way of respecting boundaries. Since Letitia said she didn't need to know, she decided not to pry. Instead, she brought the conversation back on track. Is purging him such an urgent matter? If possible, yes, but so far he's made no missteps. Unless he does something reckless, it'll be difficult to remove him. Leaving the aerial defense forces under shared authority with the combat instructor was a mistake. I don't have the same achievements as my father, so being underestimated is inevitable. But if his complacency is left unchecked, it could lead this isle to ruin. This sense of urgency, Letitia doubted anyone could truly understand it. Certainly not Aden, who was supposed to be a veteran noble. Raoul was the only adult she could rely on, someone who had once faced the same dilemma and barely scraped through. Even so, Letitia doubted Raoul had ever found peace with the outcome. Everything had already ended before he could even intervene. Letitia sighed quietly and murmured on, "Well, right now, we lack the materials. Even if I wanted to provoke a misstep, it'll have to wait a bit longer. So in the meantime, I'm thinking of giving him a different job." "A different job? The same one you're doing." Letitia said it plainly. Yakuto nodded in understanding, though her expression clouded slightly with guilt. She was probably thinking of herself. Letitia had burdened her with so much already, and it shouldn't have been necessary. If only Aden weren't interfering, things could have gone far more efficiently. Instead of sighing, Letitia asked, "Yakuto, any luck finding it?" "No, not yet. But during a patrol, Cross's unit encountered 3 metals. It's clear that sightings have been increasing lately. There's less and less reason to doubt the possibility." "I see, understood. I'm sorry, Yakuto, I'll have to ask for your help just a little longer." Letitia spoke in a small voice, and Yakuto nodded solemnly. "Understood. With increased metal sightings in the northeast, I'll head out to investigate the cause." And with that, they parted ways. Yakuto headed to the airfront for her mission. Letitia, meanwhile, returned to the academy to deal with student council paperwork. The work of a student council president was almost entirely nonsense, but it wasn't something she could just ignore. Even trivial matters, left unattended, could lead to a catastrophic future. So she couldn't allow herself to stop thinking, even if she were already staring down much more serious problems. The recent metal sightings, especially in the northeast, are too frequent to ignore. Something that shouldn't be happening is happening, something is coming, I know it. Aden had brushed it off. Said there was no real problem, and that it was being handled. The aerial defense forces were under his jurisdiction. Unless Letitia invoked her executive authority, she couldn't intervene freely. But if she did, she'd be accused of using the Academy City for personal ends. Technically, floating isles belong to their administrators. Under normal circumstances, there would be no grounds for complaint, but this isle was different. Her available options were few, even as its administrator. Contrary to what others believed, her role wasn't as free as it seemed. If she wanted true freedom, she would have to give everything up, just like Raoul did. Letitia sighed again, and then something made her chuckle. Come to think of it, they did arrive from the north, didn't they? A completely trivial thought, but the fact she could still laugh about it meant she still had room to breathe. With one last sigh, Letitia began walking toward the academy. Chapter 3, You are rushing through life too damn fast, you idiot. Well, basically, it's just me being considerate so you guys don't get dragged into anything messy. That was the first thing the tiny upperclassman said as she led the way. After leaving the first training ground, they walked through the academy grounds, led by the girl who had introduced herself as Alma, though she hardly looked like an upperclassman. It seemed she had some destination in mind. Looking around, it seemed lecture hours had just ended. Students were scattered all over the place, but among them, not one wore a lab coat like Alma, making her stand out conspicuously. Not that she seemed to care in the slightest. First off, do you two know what the alchemy department is all about? Completely unfazed by the curious or bewildered stares she drew, Alma looked over her shoulder and asked. Rim answered her. It's the department where they mainly study and research noblesse, along with magical tools, right? Exactly. Most of them focus on noblesse, so it's practically a noblesse research department in everything but name. Now then, how much do you know about the research groups? Research groups. Rim tilted her head and looked up at Musica, who could only shrug. Of course he didn't know anything about that. I see, so we're starting there, Alma murmured and began explaining. A research group is basically a gathering of alchemy department students who do noblesse research or development however they want. These groups also work with the combat department. Starting in the second semester, all first-year combat students get their own night unit, and maintenance is handled by the research groups. Students in both departments are required to join a group. First years choose their group starting this semester. As she spoke, Alma tapped on the wristwatch-like information terminal on her arm. A moment later, notification alerts pinged on both Musica and Rim's terminals. When Alma gave a nod, they checked the data. What had been sent was a list. This is a list of research groups. Correct, I think there are about 30. Each one's working on different things, so it's worth skimming through. Hi. Following her suggestion, they looked through the entries. Aaron Group, Tarka's Group, and so on. There really were about 30 groups listed. The group names were probably surnames. Each entry included freeform descriptions of their goals, achievements, and member introductions. Scrolling further, they eventually found the Alma group listed too, though the entry was small. The only listed member was Alma herself, and the group name had a new tag beside it. Apparently, it had just been formed. Even Musica furrowed his brow at the group's one-line description. Purpose, hobby. That be my research group. Musica glanced at her, suspecting it was way too sloppy, but Alma wore an expression that practically said that's exactly right. Just like it says, my group was freshly approved. I hate being told what to do and having every little thing nitpicked. The surveillance was annoying, and I just wanted to do things my way, so I submitted a proposal, and it actually went through. Surveillance. Musica repeated the ominous word cautiously, but Alma just waved it off with an don't worry about it. She shrugged with a wry smile and continued. Well, in exchange, I was asked to look after you mercs. If I stuck you with some other group that works with combat nobles, it could stir up trouble, right? And you'd probably end up walking on eggshells. To avoid all that nonsense, they decided it was better to lump all the troublemakers together. Did you just call yourself a troublemaker? Doesn't that sound way more believable than calling myself a harmless genius? The second you start calling yourself a genius, I stop trusting you. Musica muttered under his breath, but she didn't even respond. Pretending not to hear, Alma continued walking ahead at her own pace. She had nerve, he had to give her that. Even knowing they were mercenaries, she stayed perfectly relaxed. She didn't act distant or wary in the slightest. Just as Musica was beginning to feel vaguely uneasy about how comfortable she was, Rim tugged on his sleeve and whispered. She seems pretty capable, starting a research group as a third year and all. Can't say for sure. I don't know what the standards for forming a group are. Still, she didn't seem average. Looking back at the list of research groups, most of the leaders were 6th or 7th years. Alma was the only third year among them. Given that, she was probably a pretty competent person, though her small frame didn't exactly give off that impression. Her height was just about the same as Rim's. Honestly, she looked more like a kid than I just sensed some impure thoughts. Were you thinking something weird? Not at all. Musica casually retorted. For some reason, Rim gave him a suspicious look too. In any case, they kept walking and eventually arrived at the Alchemy Department building. Due to also serving as a hangar for noblesse units, the Alchemy Department building was much larger than any of the other school facilities. Traces of repeated expansion and renovation could be seen all over. According to the list they'd reviewed earlier, there were exactly 30 research groups. Perhaps the building had been modified to accommodate them all. Oh, and all the patchwork you see. That's thanks to the number of students who have caused accidents in their experiments. You two better be careful too. Walls break surprisingly easily. So you're one of the people who broke a wall, huh? Musica figured as much, but decided not to say it out loud. At any rate, now that they'd arrived, the destination wasn't far. Alma's lab was tucked all the way into a corner of the building, as if it had been deliberately set aside. The room looked more like a storage space than a proper lab, its door hanging open like a yawning mouth. Alma stepped inside first. Phew phew foo foo. With an overly dramatic laugh, she turned to Musica and Rim as they followed in behind her and declared, "Young men, welcome to the lab of this magnificent genius." Throwing her arms wide open in theatrical fashion, she shouted her welcome. That moment at least made her feel appropriately childlike for how she looked. Whoa. Rim let out a small gasp of admiration, while Musica quietly scanned the room. They were first greeted by a desk space that resembled a classroom. A kitchenette in the corner hinted that the space was livable, too. At the center of the room sat a reception table for guests. On the right side, a large Mecha computer and a personal desk were set up. Most likely, this was where she did her designs for noblesse units and various modules. A bookshelf nearby held research documents, and her desk was piled with paperwork. The back wall of the room was partitioned off with glass, revealing a garage/workshop on the other side. Even from a distance, they could spot a pile of discarded gun rods and module parts, plus stacks of unused materials in one corner. On the opposite side were a craft printer, ready to output components from loaded design data and other general-purpose fabrication equipment. Altogether, it was a fairly standard workshop for noblesse research. On the back wall of the garage hung a frame for housing noblesse units. Suspended there were one servant and the old, beat-up knight belonging to the Raoul Mercenary Corps. And then, "Is that a damsel class?" Rim murmured as she stared at a noblesse unit that still only had its base skeleton. Alma let out an impressed-sounding hum. "Oh, you recognize it?" "Yes, it's the type of noblesse used in tech trials, right? I heard that units still in the prototype phase, before they've taken proper form, are called that." As Rim explained, Musica gazed at the frame as well. He had heard of it too. Just like Rim said, the damsel class wasn't a proper designation within the noblesse hierarchy. The name, meaning knight apprentice, was given to test units, experimental models, proof-of-concept machines. In other words, prototypes, which meant this one. Alma senpai. Call me however you like. In that case, I'll go with this. So, did you start your own lab to develop new modular components? With permission given, he asked more casually. Rim nudged him, wondering if that was too informal for an upperclassman, but Musica pressed on. The damsel in front of them was the focus. Up until now, most research had been centered on rediscovering the lost manufacturing methods of ancient noblesse units. Chief among those rediscoveries was the modern reproduction of knight-class noblesse. Contemporary engineers were working toward recreating the next tier, baron class, through continued study of arcane engine systems. But noblesse research wasn't limited to that. Modules like gun rods and flight greaves were also under development, aimed at improving performance. Judging by her lab's layout, Alma didn't seem especially interested in arcane engines. Musica had assumed she was more focused on modular component research, but her answer was a surprisingly dismissive denial. Nope, I've got zero interest in that sort of minor progress stuff. Hi. Alma looked toward the incomplete noblesse frame as she continued. Oh, it flies a bit faster now. Wow, the output's slightly stronger. Gimme a break. A bit. It's like watching snails crawl. Nothing's really changed. And they cheer over it, please, it's so boring I could cry. I've got no interest in that. Then, what kind of noblesse research are you doing? You really want to know, isn't it obvious? Musica asked on a whim, just out of curiosity. And Alma, as if she had been waiting for that very question, broke into a wide grin and flung her arms out again as she shouted. There's only one thing I aim for, the strongest noblesse. The strongest? Noblesse. They repeated her words without thinking. The meaning was clear, blatantly so. And maybe because of that, their minds briefly froze at what she had just declared. But Alma, for whatever reason, took their confused responses as agreement, or maybe even approval, and her energy shot through the roof. That's right, the king, the messiah, the braver, the legendary Three Musketeers. I'm talking about creating machines that surpass the strongest humanity ever lost on its way to the skies. That's my research goal, in other words, my romance. The noblesse that will make it all real. Wait, you're not getting it, are you? Then I'll show you. The concept is already complete, behold. With that, Alma whipped out a design pad from somewhere and held it up. The display showed a noblesse still in its early design phase. It appeared to be synced with the Magi computer against the wall, since the same image popped up on the wall display as well. Musica and Rim both leaned in, staring intently at the so-called concept. Wait, what is this wow? Musica couldn't stop a groan from escaping. Rim said nothing at all, probably because she was too stunned for words. Musica understood how she felt. Anyone would be speechless after being shown that. What was on display could only be described as my very own ultimate noblesse, the kind a child might draw in a notebook and call their magnum opus. Anarchy this is. Rim's voice was dry as she called out to him, but Musica remained silent, because honestly it was that bad. The concept was simple, maximize everything. That's it. First up, the flight Greaves, the key to mobility. She designed brand new ones, supersized, pushing the limits of both speed and payload. Then, the boost stabilizers, which supported high-speed combat. Seeking peak acceleration, turn rate, and emergency dodge performance, she had added 8 rear-mounted wings, plus so many vernier thrusters that the thing looked like it had barnacles stuck to it. Next, the armor. To enhance pilot safety and stability, she'd bulked it up all around. The Vital Guard was layered multiple times for increased durability. While it was common for armor to harden using magic-sensing materials, this one was likely thick enough to defend the pilot even without magic. And the piece de resistance, the gun rod. Not a standard model, but a custom-made one, except its specs were absurd. Efficiency, handling, fire rate, recoil, she'd thrown all that out the window in favor of raw firepower. A one-trick pony meant for sheer destruction. Speed, defense, firepower, she wanted it all, and in trying to have everything, she'd created a machine that demanded way too much from its arcane engine. You seriously plan to build this? Even a Marcus glass can't output that much. If we used a Duke, it might barely function, but... Rim added, face tight with concern. The Duke class was the highest tier of existing noblesse. They were sacred treasures, passed down within the bloodlines of the floating Isle Lords, the most powerful people in the sky. To dismantle one just to build this monstrosity? Well, the answer was obvious. Then again, maybe all Duke units really are this extreme. They should have a ton of spare output. Even if you managed to find a suitable arcane engine, the next problem was whether anyone could actually pilot the thing. With speed, armor, and firepower maxed out, the machine's balance was completely broken. Specialized performance sounded nice on paper, but if no one could use it, then it was pointless. That's exactly what this machine was. Musica looked at Alma with a pained expression. She blushed furiously and snapped back. That's what the research is for. Our research means you start by aiming for the summit and then figure out how to make it real, step by step. Got a problem with that. Well, I guess that makes sense. Rim replied from a more grounded perspective. I get aiming high, but don't you think it's a bit off to start at the peak? Shouldn't we take it one step at a time? Like improve just the gun rod, or the flight greaves, or the booster's anarchy. What do you think about this boost stabilizer thing? Seems like it'd make the unit way more agile. If you can even mount it on a knight. Sure, agility and turning speed would go up, but the power output's nowhere near enough. Even if you stripped the armor, it still wouldn't fly, and it couldn't carry a gun rod either. Taken individually, the specs weren't all bad. Once you got over the initial shock of the bizarre design, some of the component data seemed surprisingly sound, at least in isolation. But power output, the arcane engine, was a fatal issue. Noblesse units with noble titles were inherited assets, practically equivalent to noble houses themselves. They weren't just lying around, and anything like a Marcus or Duke was flat-out untouchable. Musica didn't think Alma was that clueless. But then she said, I tried submitting a build request for this, and they totally flipped out. Wanna guess why? Gee, I wonder. Alma looked genuinely puzzled, and Musica gave her a half-lidded glare before steering the conversation elsewhere. You got anything else? Something a bit more grounded? Well, not nothing. I mean, I do have something, but... At his prompt, Alma hesitated. I came up with a design to see how much performance I could squeeze out of the limited resources in a night. Personally, I think it came out great, but when I showed it to the instructors and nobles, they hated it. Still want to see it. Sure, I mean, it's gotta be better than that thing, right? Don't call my ultimate noblesse that thing. Shaya, Alma hissed at him like an angry cat. Musica raised his hands in surrender. Alma huffed and puffed like a spoiled brat, then tapped on her Magi computer. And what appeared on screen? What is this? This time, even Musica was stunned into genuine silence. Just going by unit performance, it wasn't a bad design. That was his honest assessment. The concept was simple, ultra-high-speed, light-armored combat, an extreme mobility-focused build that prioritized speed above all else. It used a Knight-class arcane engine. Flight greaves and boost stabilizers were sized up to the maximum limit the unit could carry. It had a similar layout to the previous design, but unlike the all-rounder monstrosity, this one leaned fully into the don't get hit philosophy of mobility-first combat. In contrast, everything else was brutally stripped down. It used the lightest available gauntlets, and the vital guard was shaved down to its absolute minimum. The armor plating was basically non-existent, but the reason for that was the weak arcane engine. In order to prioritize speed, there was no spare output to allocate elsewhere. The most glaring issue was the armament. This build couldn't equip a gun rod. It didn't have the power required to fire magic projectiles. Wait, no, it's the other way around. It wasn't that it couldn't carry a gun rod. It was that she had deliberately designed it not to, in order to reallocate the output toward mobility. Purely in terms of specs, it wasn't bad at all. In fact, it was almost exactly the kind of unit Musica preferred. Don't get hit. Take them out before they can hit you. That kind of machine. Which is exactly why its biggest issue was its method of attack. You seriously plan to build this? It's a melee unit, right? Rim's voice trembled as she spoke. Melee-oriented noblesse just aren't accepted anymore. Senpai, you know about the Siegfried tragedy, right? And yet you. As she said it, Rim glanced briefly, nervously, at Musica. The Siegfried tragedy was a major incident from 7 years ago. It had cemented the idea that noblesse-based melee and close-quarters combat posed unacceptable risks as battlefield tactics. The story was simple and grim. A noble from a certain floating isle piloted a noblesse named Siegfried, a rare frontliner built for close-range melee. He was brave, known for charging into enemies and cutting them down up close. Many admired his courage and hailed him and his machine as heroes. One day, that floating isle was swarmed by a horde of metal. It was such a large-scale attack that the entire local noble force was mobilized. Later investigation revealed the metal had formed a nest in the surrounding airspace. Siegfried deployed that day as well, but never returned. He died. The nobles had devised a strategy. Siegfried would hold the line alone while the rest wiped out the swarm. Once the enemy was eliminated, they would go to his aid. And he held out. He bought them the time they needed. When his allies finally arrived, they attempted to cover him with suppressive fire, only for one of their shots to hit Siegfried in the chaos. The hero who had fought alone was killed by friendly fire. Since then, melee-type noblesse units began to disappear. Friendly fire and misfires had always been a concern, but that incident brought it to the forefront. Even old-line noble models, which had historically focused on close combat, began seeing revisions to avoid melee altogether. What made the story a tragedy was that a celebrated noble, a hero, had died at the hands of his allies. It wasn't just a misfire. It was betrayal by the very comrades he had fought to protect. Rim's hesitation in bringing it up likely stemmed from more than just the historical event, and to that concern, Alma replied with a weary sigh. "Yeah, about that, I didn't know about the incident. I was given this assignment, to see how far I could push the performance of a knight class with limited resources. Since gun rods are the biggest power hogs in noblesse design, I figured just don't use one. So I submitted this. And then they chewed me out. I mean, come on, it was 7 years ago. Ancient history." She stared into the distance as she recalled it. From the way her eyes welled up a little, it seemed the scolding had been pretty intense. What's wrong with melee units anyway? The one who messed up and caused friendly fire is the one at fault. It's not the fault of the unit. I still don't get why they yelled at me. Seriously, who the hell is Siegfried? Never heard of the guy GRRR. Ah, well, yeah, I get it now. Mubuseka kind of understood. Not about the Siegfried thing, but about what kind of person this senpai really was. Basically, this tiny madwoman just wanted to do whatever she pleased. Her noblesse designs might have been catastrophically unbalanced, but the fact that she called it her hobby suggested she knew full well how much of an outlier she was. That made her easier to deal with. Once Mubuseka got a feel for her preferences, he moved on to the main topic. "So anyway, you're our leader, right? Are there any rules or what?" "Not really. I just do what I want, so you guys should too. Oh, and our research group's also in charge of maintaining instructor Raoul's noblesse. I'd like to get in on that myself. I'm interested in field-tested maintenance techniques. In that case, let us ask questions when we're not sure about something. A lot of our work's just been quick fixes and emergency patch jobs. We probably need to fill in some knowledge gaps. Mutual support, huh? Fair enough. That's what a research group's for. Not a bad vibe overall." Mubuseka glanced at Rim, who was smiling too. Weird upperclassmen or not, it didn't seem like they'd have trouble finding their place here. Oh, and one more thing. They turned to Alma, confused. She grinned and said, "The damsel, that's for testing new modules. If I make something, you're on testing duty. Don't worry, though. I'll be as careful with the design as possible. I promise I won't make anything half-baked. As long as it's not some freakish monstrosity, fine." Mubuseka sighed as he replied to the mad engineer he still wasn't quite sure he could trust. And sure enough, his hopes were betrayed almost immediately. Section. It had been 3 days since Mubuseka became a student at Serio's, and those 3 days, they had gone something like this. Day 1. "All right then, young man, we're going to conduct a practical skills test. First up is your aerial combat ability. To the training ground." "What about the unit?" "I've outfitted a damsel with a custom flight greave I designed. This doubles as a test run for that, so go all out. Don't worry, I guarantee the specs. Although, there's no armor, so if you crash, it'll be bad." "I want to go home." "Nope." Day 2. Yesterday's aerial combat test went well, which means you've got more room to push yourself. So let's do that. There's a limiter on the top speed and acceleration. Today, we remove it and see what happens. Senpai, can I say something?" "Hear this part. Could we tweak the shape a bit? Aerodynamically speaking, during turns, it creates unnecessary drag." That's actually a solid idea, Rimkun. All right, give me a minute to tinker." "Can I go home now?" "Nope." Day 3. Senpai, can we revise this section of the internal structure? I get that you've left a safety buffer, but honestly it just feels like dead weight. HRM, but without that margin, things could go bad, you know. We need to account for fail-safes. If you take a stray hit and the thing explodes, that's no good, right? But isn't this design already one where if you do take a hit, you're dead anyway? So what's the point? All right, approved. Wait, did you just say it'd explode if hit? If you don't get hit, it's not a problem, right? Please, just let me go home. Nope. And now day 4. This is so fun, module design is seriously fun. You're starting to look like a demon to me. It was early afternoon. After finishing up their alchemy department lectures, they were heading to the lab. Rim, in unusually high spirits, couldn't stop herself from gushing, while Musica let out a deep, exhausted sigh. Apparently, his little sister Figure had a latent gift for madness, and over the past few days, he'd been dragged along for the ride. The new flight Grieve they were testing, being a prototype, was built for ludicrous acceleration and top speed. It felt like it had been made to kill its pilot. With Rim's reckless input added in, Musica's exhaustion had hit its peak. And yet, here he was, still tagging along to the lab with her. He couldn't help but be a little disgusted with his own sense of duty. Either way, they arrived quickly at Alma's lab. Peeking in, they found her sitting at her desk in the corner. She was typing away on her Magi computer with a serious expression. Hi, it's you two. Good morning. Good morning, Alma-senpai. What are you working on? Musica skipped the greeting and earned a light jab from Rim's elbow. Since Alma wasn't using the wall display this time, Musica leaned over to look at her terminal, despite the lingering sting in his side. On the screen was blueprints for a melee weapon. Would you kindly not peek? How indecent. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I honestly don't understand your sensibilities. Alma looked over her shoulder with her cheeks slightly pink, but Musica could only respond with sincere confusion. As she minimized the schematics, she murmured in a half-hearted excuse. Well, you see, I got to take a look at Instructor Raoul's knight yesterday. You know the dagger he's got on his hip rack? Hi. Oh yeah, that thing. He hadn't registered what she meant at first by Raoul's knight. But yes, that machine did have a dagger equipped, or rather, that was Musica's weapon. Gun rods were unwieldy in close quarters, so he often relied on the dagger in tight spots. Normally, noblesse combat doctrine emphasized avoiding close proximity entirely. Raoul, in particular, never let it get that far. Musica was the only one who really made use of it. So what? He thought, glancing at Alma. And she replied with perfect nonchalance. Seeing it in person piqued my interest. I started wondering, if a noblesse were to use a melee weapon, what would be the optimal design? Next thing I knew, I was drawing up concepts. Weren't you already designing a male-oriented knight? You hadn't thought about weapons yet. I had to an extent. Vibration blades, plasma cutters, torsion impact arms, things like that. But I lost interest partway through. Noblesse aren't really suited to impact-based weapons, so if you can't destroy the target in one strike, it's useless. Now that I'm revisiting the design challenge, though, it's kind of fun, and this one's my top pick. Apparently not embarrassed about this design, she brought it up on the wall display. What appeared was a longsword type. A resonance blade tuned for erase ray. Are you insane? Both Rim and Musica groaned. Erase ray was a catastrophic magic that caused total information collapse. Anything it touched would be broken down into its most basic molecular components, leaving nothing behind. No defense could stop it. Everything turned to dust. There had even been attempts to mount it into gun rods instead of standard magic blasts. But the project was scrapped quickly. The spell consumed too much mana, and a stray shot could annihilate not just an ally's noblesse, but potentially an entire floating isle. Worse, if the gun rod lost control, the user might obliterate themselves. That said, using it as a melee weapon eliminated most of those flaws. Without needing to launch it as a projectile, its mana usage dropped dramatically, and the risk of a wide-area meltdown was negligible. Most of the energy cost of gun rods came from projecting complex mana constructs over distance. Used as a blade, it was surprisingly mana-efficient, hence why Alma had designed it. As they stared in disbelief, Alma sighed. Yeah, I've heard it all already. Melee units crazy enough, now you want to swing that around too. But as a countermeasure-resistant cutting weapon, nothing beats this. You'd probably end up cutting yourself in half by accident. Whatever happened to fail-safe design? Isn't it kind of weird to apply idiot-proofing to a weapon intended for experts? If it's a weapon that could kill its user just by slipping up, it's already disqualified. Gun rods can kill a noblesse user too, you know, Alma argued. But Musica immediately told her to not even think about trying. Still, Musica let out a quiet sigh. Truth was, he did recall a noblesse that had once used such a weapon. That machine had racked up a remarkable combat record. It charged fearlessly into the heart of enemy formations, cutting down opponents with each strike. People called both it and its pilot a hero. By the way, did you guys have class this morning? How was it? Alma asked suddenly. Rim answered. Today was about the history of noblesse. The lecture covered the emergence of the metal, humanity's migration to the floating isles, and how noblesse evolved in that timeline. Even just glancing over the material, there were so many things I didn't know. I was thinking of reviewing it later. Well, they're covering it in class anyway. You don't really need to prep ahead. Alma glanced at Musica with a faintly skeptical look. She didn't say anything, but her eyes seemed to be asking, "You keeping up with this?" Musica shrugged. "I've been a mercenary since I was a kid, so yeah, there's plenty I don't know. Not like I had much time for lessons, or books, for that matter. With how you're saying it, sounds like you didn't study much at all." Probably not, but even so, I've still got a bit of a head start. I've been alive 3 years longer than Rim here. Emu. Rim let out a sulky puff, as if it were a jab at her. But with a 3-year age gap, she didn't press the issue. Musica, for his part, had already studied the basics of general knowledge before even becoming a mercenary. And during his mercenary days, whenever they made supply stops at the floating isles, he always tried to dig through whatever materials he could access. Rim did the same, of course, but being the one responsible for menial tasks versus the one fighting meant they had very different amounts of free time. The result was a slight difference in knowledge, mostly about trivial things, though. Then Alma, as if something had just occurred to her, smirked and said, "Before the aerial calendar, when humanity ascended to the skies, what were the circumstances behind the birth of the metal?" Richard Xii, known as the last king of the pre-sky era, and the reckless actions of the royal court magician. The metal was promoted as a magical device to lead humanity to happiness, and was developed as a statewide initiative. But right after completion, it ran out of control. This incident led to the monarchy being stripped of its authority, which in turn is what set the stage for the absence of a ruling king in modern times, and how nobles shifted from a class to a functional role. Though that last part's more of a side note. Then let's see, how about this? In the 35th year of the aerial calendar, after humanity had fled to the skies, what was the name of the first conflict between floating isles? The Crow-Gasman conflict. It started as a succession dispute within a noble family on the Isle of Gasman. One of them murdered the family head, stole their noblesse, and left Gasman to become the first sky pirate in aerial history. But it was still early in the floating isle era, so inter-island exchange was nearly non-existent. Hosting travelers was out of the question. That pirate group quickly ran out of supplies and eventually raided the nearby Isle of Crow. They stole resources and destroyed Crow's food plant as they withdrew. It was a stalling tactic to slow pursuit, but it plunged Crow into a food crisis and caused mass starvation. The survivors blamed the attack on Gasman, citing the noblesse used in the raid as proof. Fueled by hatred, they launched a campaign of revenge, starting the first ever Interal war in sky history. A historical stain, you could say. He answered smoothly and then looked at her as if to say, "What about it?" Alma's reply, wow. What? Well, I used to think mercenaries were just brutes or their cousins. I see now that was a biased assumption. Just so you know, most mercenaries are illegitimate children of nobles. Sure, you've got a few commoners with magical aptitude, but still. I won't deny it's a gathering of dropouts, but that doesn't mean they're all uneducated. Of course, some of them would fall so far as to become sky pirates, but even then, they had once been part of the noble class. Falling from grace didn't mean they lost the knowledge they'd gained. Musica only realized he'd said too much when Alma followed up with, "Are you one of them?" Who knows? It wasn't exactly a slip of the tongue. Even if he was, so what? So he didn't try too hard to dodge the question. In any case, that seemed to be a natural stopping point for the conversation. "Well, all right, I'll get back to my designs, so don't bother me." "Got it. And don't peek, all right." Saying that with a blush makes it worse, you know. Alma shot him a glare, and Musica tilted his head in confusion as he backed away. She immediately returned to her work. Rim borrowed the reception desk for a bit of textbook brawling in preparation for class. Musica, with nothing in particular to do, let time drift by aimlessly. That quiet was broken after about 5 minutes. Hey, are you sure this is the place? It's like super out of the way. This is the spot, probably. Just be quiet, they might be in the middle of something. Okay then, Yuhu Musica. You here? Wait, Asha. At the sudden burst of noise, Musica blinked and looked toward the entrance. The girl waving in front of the door, well, he'd already heard her name, was Asha. Her red ponytail wagged like a happy dog's tail as she peeked around curiously and walked in. Wow, amazing. So this is another team's lab. It looks so different. Oh, is that a damsel? You guys do noblesse design here. Asha, this is someone else's lab. Could you please tone it down? She wasn't alone, of course. Musica had expected as much. There was Saji too. Their eyes had met first, and Saji raised a hand in a half apology, half greeting, wearing a sheepish smile. Then Asha finally spotted him. Ah, my rival, Yuhu. Hope you don't mind we're common in. You're supposed to say that before barging in. Wait, are you sure it's okay? Are they in the middle of something? Stop calling me your rival, and hold on, I'll check. Or that was the plan, but Musica noticed a twitch in Alma's temple and gave up. Yeah, guess it's not okay. Hi. Seriously. Shut up already. Why? Apparently, Alma's patience wasn't as deep as one might think. As expected, she exploded. Rim flinched and looked up in alarm at the outburst. Alma slammed her console, spun her chair, and screamed. Finger pointed straight ahead in full-on fury, at Asha, of course. I lost my focus. I might have just brought to life the greatest invention in noblesse history, and now it's gone. This is a loss for all humanity, you little gremlin. What are you going to do about it? I'm sorry. Like sorry's gonna cut it, you airhead. Yep. Asha squealed as Alma doubled down despite the apology. Saji looked stunned too, while Musica was just tired. With that outburst spent, Alma seemed to regain some of her calm. Brow still furrowed viciously, she tilted her head and asked, Boy, some strange life forms have wandered in. Who are these munchkins? They're my classmates, I think. So what's this about? Right, he hadn't actually asked why they came. He didn't recall making any plans with them, so their visit was kind of a mystery. The one who finally answered was Asha, though her energy had clearly been dampened after getting scolded by Alma. Ah yeah, it's nothing big really. We were just bored and thought we'd stop by to check things out. And maybe grab a meal together, Saji added. There's a place I've been meaning to try. I figured, since we're at it, Musica and Rim could come too. I also had a few things I wanted to ask you too. His words carried a subtle undertone, and he looked a little shaken by Alma's outburst. Understandable, really, getting yelled at like that would do it. Musica sighed and turned to Rim. She'd clearly lost her focus too and was frowning with a slight wrinkle between her brows. So, yeah, what do you think? You haven't eaten yet, right? Well, yeah, that's true. What about you, Aniki? If you're going, I'll go. Then, are you sure I wouldn't be a bother? She switched into her public mode, the polite tone she used when dealing with others. Musica thought the shift was fast, but that was just Rim's way of navigating the world, so he didn't comment. Asha and Saji, only knowing this side of her, seemed to interpret it as her simply being shy. Smiling, they encouraged her. Come on, let's go. No need to be all stiff, time to relax. It's fine. I wanted to talk anyway, since we're in the same alchemy department. Okay then, thanks for having me. I'll pass, Alma muttered. But bring me something back, something sweet. She said it so casually, like it was obvious. And just like that, they set off. Section. The core of Academy City's functions was, as its name implied, the academy. But that didn't mean the city part was false. Serios had a proper urban area, too. At the center of the floating isle, along with the academy, were entertainment and residential districts all packed together. The group's destination was one such commercial zone, just a short walk from the school. Restaurants, clothing stores, music shops, department stores, you name it. Naturally, all these businesses were run by students. Most of them were upperclassmen from the general education track, applying their specialties. Culinary students ran the eateries, fashion students ran boutiques, and so on. Their destination, Plume Café, was one of these student-run restaurants. It was known for its chic and calming atmosphere, great food, and loyal regulars. The owner was a sixth-year male student from the general education track, apparently from the same floating isle variant as Asha and the others. They seemed to know each other. The owner wasn't the only staff member. When the group arrived, one of the waitresses came to greet them. The manager was apparently busy. The girls spotted Asha and Saji and immediately pouted, clearly displeased. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Ahaha surprised, "Tadia. Don't tat on me. And you too, Saji, why'd you go along with Asha's prank? You should have stopped her, she's a runaway train." "You think I could stop her?" Asha just grinned mischievously, totally unbothered by the scolding. If anything, she seemed to be enjoying the waitress's irritation. Saji only offered a sheepish smile, while the waitress's scowl deepened. Apparently, they were acquaintances. Mubuseka hadn't realized at first, the last time he'd seen her, she'd been in her school uniform. Now she wore a maid-style waitress outfit. Her name was Chloe, right? Also from Variant, like Asha and Saji. She now looked grumpy, shifting the tray in her hands to lower it, perhaps self-conscious about the short skirt. "Geez. I'm still getting used to the job, you know? I wanted a little more time to settle in. This outfit's still kind of embarrassing." But it's cute. What's the problem?" "That's not the issue." Chloe sulked, then paused. Their eyes met. Mubuseka thought she might be about to say something, but she didn't. He tilted his head in confusion. Then it occurred to him. "Oh, sorry, we just showed up out of nowhere. Was this a bad time?" "It's not that. It's just, I'm not used to this yet, and I didn't want anyone I know to see me." "Is that so? I don't think there's anything weird about it. You look fine." Sorry, my partner lacks a bit of delicacy." Rim suddenly apologized. Mubuseka turned to her, confused. Why was she apologizing? In response, she gave him a silent elbow jab. Still confused, he looked back to Chloe, who was now glaring at him like he'd done something wrong. Okay, something had gone wrong. That much was clear, but before he could figure it out. Seriously. I've told you before, acting all cold and prickly when you're embarrassed is just going to send the wrong message, you know." "Asha." Chloe's face went red as she barked back at her friend. Asha squealed playfully and ducked behind Saji like a human shield, laughing the whole time. She was clearly just teasing her for fun. Eventually, their little squabble ended and they were finally seated. They placed their orders with Chloe, who quickly disappeared into the kitchen. "4 lunch sets coming right up," she called out in a flat voice. A lazy yup came back from the kitchen. While Mubuseka was watching them work, a quiet murmur came from Rim. "It's got a nice vibe. I like cozy places like this." "Really, it's too clean for me. Makes me feel out of place." "A delicacy." She gave him a half-lidded glare, clearly not the answer she was hoping for. But hey, personal preferences are personal. Asha, curious now, asked, "Then what kind of place does feel comfortable to you, Mubuseka?" "Hate to say it, but somewhere a bit more rundown. Like a shabby old bar with creaky swing doors." "Yeah, you totally seem like someone who'd hang out in a place like that. But why?" "Because I don't have to put on airs. No one else there gives a damn either. No one lectures you about table manners or gives you the stink eye." He hadn't always been like that, but after becoming a mercenary, those kinds of places felt more like home. At a clean and polished place like Plume Cafe, the feeling of being an outsider just wouldn't go away. Guess he'd become a brute to the core. Then Saji asked something that had apparently been on his mind. "Hey, I've been wondering. Are you two actually siblings?" "Nope. You're not. There's a bit of a story there. When we left Grendel, our hometown, some stuff went down. We ended up traveling together, and she's been calling me Anarchy ever since. I already called him Big Brother back then, but we figured if we're gonna be mercenaries, might as well sound the part, so I switched to Anarchy." Hearing that honestly, Big Brother would have worked just fine. Saji had a point, and Mubuseka responded with a shrug. They'd kept the explanation short, but truthfully, it was more complicated than that. The past wasn't something they liked to revisit. For both Mubuseka and Rim, that nickname marked a chapter and a kind of closure. And then, what this? A thunderous roar of cheers rang out, startling Mubuseka into raising his voice. Looking around, he spotted the source. A monitor by the wall had turned on. It was showing the first training arena, packed with spectators. The audio had picked up the roar of the crowd. Apparently, some kind of event had started. "What the hell is that?" "Oh, that again," said a voice beside him. It was Chloe, who'd come over during her break. Her expression was one of mild bafflement, like an adult trying to understand why kids found something fun. Her gaze was directed squarely at Asha and Saji, who both looked starry-eyed watching the screen. Wait, what? The next season started today. I should have gone to watch it. Oh right, I completely forgot. I've been so caught up in everything else. Can someone please tell me what's going on? Mubuseka gave them a half-lidded stare. Asha blinked, realizing something. Oh right, this is your first time seeing it, huh? That's a ranking match. A ranking match? Yup, basically. It's a battle to decide the strength rankings among the nobles in the combat department. Who's the strongest, who's second, and so on. Some participants are even from our own floating isle. People root for their favorites, and it gets broadcast like this, kind of like a sport, you know. Fighting with noblesse is a sport now. Oh, and if you rank high enough, you get all sorts of perks. Perks? Mubuseka asked, and Asha tilted her head. Beats me. Chloe gave her a disappointed stare that screamed, how do you not know this? But Asha just whistled poorly and pretended not to notice, which only made the stare intensify. Trying to smooth things over, Saji offered an explanation. It's not that surprising Asha doesn't know, ranked matches are only open to second years and above. As for the perks, there's prize money, exemptions from certain lectures and service duties, stuff like that. But for nobles, there are really two main benefits. One is getting priority in new module development and tuning requests, and the other is being granted permission to join the Perimeter Air Defense Corps. And that means, well, the first one means you get priority when proposing new module designs for noblesse. Not just within your own research group, either, you can influence the entire alchemy department's development direction. As for the second one, it's basically permission to formally join the Defense Corps. I guess it's considered an honorary title or something. Isn't the Perimeter Air Defense Corps a dangerous job? Why would that be a reward? Chloe's question sounded genuine, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had a point. On any floating isle, that job was grueling. Regular patrols through the skies, escorting visitors, searching for threats like metal or sky pirates, anything that endangered humanity. And if they found something, it was their job to eliminate it. If the enemy was big enough, they could call for backup, but naturally, anything dangerous would fight back. It was a job where death was always close. Of course, on other floating isles, this was a job for adults. In Serios, where there were no adult nobles, students took the role instead. The only reason these inexperienced students could manage it was thanks to the other isles, who usually swept ahead of the academy city. The students in Serios were left to deal with whatever slipped through. Still, that didn't make it safe. Chloe seemed confused as to why getting permission to join such a dangerous job could be considered a reward. Mubuseka gave a dry, quiet answer. It's all about pride, isn't it? Pride? The whole point of a noble's existence is to fight to protect people and the floating isles. They're raised to believe that's their duty, their calling. So for people like that, being told, you're someone who stands to protect this island, I guess that's a badge of honor. Exactly that kind of thing, Saji added with a nod. Who? Asham murmured, visibly impressed. Mubuseka shot her a glare. You're a noble yourself, how do you not know this? But as usual, it didn't register. Chloe, meanwhile, looked slightly impressed. You're pretty well informed, Mubuseka-san. Nah, I don't really know. I mean, I've never had anything to do with the combat department or those guys. No, not that. Mubuseka blinked, confused. Chloe clarified. I meant about nobles. The way you talked about pride, or what it means to exist as one. I've only ever interacted with Asha and her family, so hearing that made me think, wow, you really know your stuff. Well, I've been to a lot of floating isles in my time. He gave a bitter smile and glanced at Rim beside him. She had the same expression. They'd been through a lot during their travels, sure, but that knowledge went back even further. Back to before their journey had begun. It wasn't something he wanted to remember, so he cleared his throat and forcibly shifted the topic. Anyway, forget the rank match talk for now. Didn't you say you had something you wanted to show me? Oh right, that thing. Asha perked up, suddenly remembering. She started fiddling with her wrist-mounted device, probably pulling something up to show. But just as she did, Ladies, and gentlemen, are you ready to ruwumble? This monitor's too damn loud. Oh sorry, I'll turn it down. The shout came from the monitor, where a blonde guy in sunglasses was hyping up the crowd. He seemed to be the MC for the rank match, but Chloe unceremoniously muted him without hesitation. Just as the noise cut out, Asha finished her setup. Here, look. Huh. Explain this. What were you doing here? She activated the holoscreen, projecting a video. This is from the other day, isn't it? It was the training match between Mubuseka and Asha that Letitia had suddenly forced on them. Their duel using their knights. The footage wasn't from either participant's perspective, but shot from a distance, probably reconstructed from the battle logs. Chloe, who hadn't been there, peered at the screen in confusion. Wait, this wrecked one is Asha. She's getting pummeled, and none of her counterattacks are landing. Was this a total loss? Chloe, come on. Words, mind your words. Admitting defeat takes courage, you know. Wouldn't it take more courage not to admit defeat after getting beat this badly? Gah. Asha groaned in agony at Chloe's brutally honest remark. Mubuseka had thought she was the quiet type among the three of them, but apparently Chloe was the kind to speak her mind with people she was close to. Asha ended up slumped over the table, while Chloe tilted her head in confusion. Mubuseka gave them both a weary look before speaking with a sigh. Even if you ask, I didn't do anything special. What exactly are you trying to ask about? If anything, he'd been holding back during that match. He really hadn't done anything. Besides, even if he had, he was using Saji's knight during the match, which meant the battle log would be on Saji's end. They should have been able to analyze it easily enough. As if following Mubuseka's train of thought, Saji, who was also watching with a slightly puzzled look, picked up the question. He slowed down the playback and zoomed in on Mubuseka's knight. Asha was firing off magical shots in rapid succession, but not a single one hit Mubuseka. It's not just this part, but Mubuseka, your movements, or more specifically, your reaction timing, it's definitely weird. Weird how? You're too fast. By the time the gun rod fires the magic bullets, you're already dodging. You've already stepped out of the firing line before she even pulls the trigger. I could understand it if you were reacting to the weapon's motion, but you ignore every shot that was never going to hit from the beginning, and it's impossible to tell how you make those calls. So basically, you want to know how I was dodging. I thought maybe it was a trick or something, Asha added quietly. She slowly raised her head from the table and stared at him with surprising seriousness, despite her limp posture. A trick, huh? Mubuseka turned to glance at Rim beside him. He had told her this once before. Back then, she just frowned, clearly having a hard time understanding it. Even now, she looked doubtful. Still, there was no reason to keep it to himself. With a sigh, Mubuseka answered honestly. It's not really much of a trick. I'm just doing what I was taught at the very beginning. The beginning. Watch and sense. It was an old memory, faded yet fundamental, his original foundation. He gave a bitter, slightly sarcastic smile as he spoke. Watch everything. Your enemy's movements, intentions, their gaze, their posture, where their weapons are aimed. Figure out what they're planning, what they're trying to do, what they're in the middle of doing, and what's coming next. If you do that, your own movements should come naturally. Asha furrowed her brow and folded her arms as she took it in. Then she muttered, That doesn't sound natural at all. It is natural, or at least make it natural. If you can't even narrow down your options, then that's not indecisiveness. It's just inexperience. What about the sense part? You do the same thing, but with something other than your eyes. Simple, right? In reality, it was far more complex. Even Mubuseka didn't fully grasp the method behind it yet. The original teaching had said, control the space. Expand your senses outward. From inside yourself to outside the noblesse frame to the sky itself, perceive everything on the battlefield as if you could swallow it whole. That was the dream, the fantasy he had been taught. It could have been nothing but nonsense. It wasn't even idealism, it was something less coherent than that. Asha seemed to have reached a similar conclusion. Frowning, she said, You say it's simple, but none of that sounds simple at all. Is that really a trick? Who knows? Maybe it's the essence of noblesse tech itself. I wouldn't say I've mastered it, and I can't even tell you if it's right. Still, he had learned something close to it, through sheer desperation. If you don't get this, you'll die. Learn it. Those were the words told to him then, and just as promised, every failure came with a brush with death. He'd pounded it into his body through literal blood and bile. He had no intention of putting this girl through the same thing. GRR us. She groaned, trying to digest what he'd just said. Mubuseka watched her blankly. That conversation had stirred something in his memory. You said you were going to become the strongest noble, didn't you? It was something she declared the day they first met. Maybe his tone had been a little sarcastic. Asha puffed her cheeks in a pout. So what? Got a problem with that? I'll have you know I'm serious. I might be like a little chick now, but still. Like a chick, you are a chick. Don't glare at me, I wasn't mocking you. There's always something in the way you say things. Sorry, all right, but I wasn't implying anything about you. What's that supposed to mean? She looked confused. There was no way she could understand. Musica only gave a shrug in response. It really wasn't about her. And it didn't matter. Whatever dream this girl had, it had nothing to do with him. There was no need to say anything more. The strongest noble, huh? He once knew someone who believed in that too. A childhood idol. A person everyone praised and revered as a hero. Someone who fought to protect everyone with power worthy of the title. And who was ultimately betrayed by everyone and died without fanfare. Anarchy. Rim's voice snapped him out of it. He looked over and saw her watching him, a bit worried. Huh. Before he could say anything, his wrist device buzzed. Someone was calling. Excusing himself from the table, Musica accepted the call. Raoul, what's up? Hey Musica, I've got a little favor to ask. Are you free right now? Right now, I'm out having lunch. This favor is at work. Nothing that serious. Just lend me a hand after you're done eating. Let's meet in front of the alchemy department building. Oh, and don't bring Rim. Send her home or something. Later. Huh. Wait, hey, damn it, he hung up. Say what he wanted and then cut the call. That was Raoul for you. Musica couldn't even be mad anymore. With a small sigh, he headed back to where Asha and the others were watching the rank match, now buzzing with excitement. Section. After finishing lunch, Musica left early, leaving Rim in Asha and Saji's care. His destination was the alchemy department building. When he arrived, he saw a small trailer parked out front, one used for transporting noblesse frames. Raoul was sitting in the driver's seat, looking bored. The unfamiliar middle-aged man puffed on a cigarette with terrible manners, drawing suspicious looks from passing students. When Raoul spotted Musica, he leaned out the window and called to him. Yo, Musica, you're late. Come on, we're short on time, get in. You call me out here and won't even tell me what for. At least let me know what we're doing first. No time to waste. I'll explain on the way, so get in already. Fine, whatever. Musica sighed as he climbed into the passenger seat, knowing full well Raoul never listened to anyone in times like this. The man was always going his own way. Raoul glanced over to confirm something. So, what happened with Rim? Just like you said, I left her behind. Had someone I know look after her. Oh, so she's already made some friends. It's not like that, I told you before, right? After I helped out that flight ship, some guys came complaining. It's them. Ah, those guys. Raoul gave a knowing grin. He hadn't met Asha and the others personally, but he'd heard about them. The part where Musica got chewed out after helping them, and even got challenged to a duel, had made Raoul burst out laughing when he first heard it. With that, the trailer rolled out. After they passed the edge of the academy, Musica finally asked with a groan, So, what do you need me for? Oh, actually, Lady Letitia asked me for a favor. Said we needed our knight fixed up for it, so I had Alma do the repairs. A favor, huh? Whatever it is, I'm the one handling it, right? Nope, I'm the one going out. Huh. That was rare. Recently, Musica had been the one doing all the mercenary work, while Raoul took a support role in the back. When Musica glanced over in surprise, Raoul just grinned. First off, you're a student now. You're on break from the mercenary business. I still haven't agreed to that, but if you're the one heading out, why call me? Well, our knight got repaired, sure, but the final tuning's not done yet. So, you're doing it. What? Why'd you bring it out if it wasn't fully adjusted? And why not tell Rim to do it? No time. Plus, her work's precise, which is great and all, but it takes forever. Girls too rigid can't adapt. You, on the other hand, know how to get it done efficiently. I'm counting on you. Counting on me, he says. Musica grumbled, but Raoul paid no attention. He kept his eyes on the road, clearly never even considering that Musica might say no. Drive safe, all right. Relax, I don't crash. Letting out an exhausted sigh, Musica got up from the passenger seat and moved to the trailer's rear hangar container. He glared up at the suspended night frame. It was the same battered unit he always rode. Though it had been touched up a bit, The cracks and scratches across its body were still prominent, far from anything he wanted to call his beloved partner. At least the gun rod had been replaced. A brand new one lay nearby. Musica grabbed just the visor portion of the knight and slipped it on to start the system. Boot-up sequences flickered across the monitor inside the visor, automatically checking each module of the frame. "How's it looking?" Raoul's voice crackled through the hangar speaker. There was no camera feed, so there was no point in glaring, but Musica still gave the speaker a half-lidded look and muttered, "You're too eager." "It's still booting up. Module conditions are mostly green across the board. Huh, I'm actually surprised it's not bad." "Good to hear, then I'll leave the tuning to you." Yes. Musica gave a half-hearted reply as he began working through the visor monitor's controls. Opening the config settings, he checked everything from the life support system and pilot body size adjustments to reaction sensitivity and feedback calibration. All current parameters were set to his own specs, which made sense, given he'd been the one using it recently. Raoul's configuration was saved too, though. He pulled up Raoul's settings and started verifying for any abnormal behavior across the systems. After a while, Raoul spoke again, almost casually. "You getting used to academy life yet?" "Not really, feels like I don't belong, can't relax at all." He paused briefly to answer. It was just like when he was still a mercenary, stopping by various floating isles to resupply. It always felt temporary, a place to stay for a while before moving on. Besides food and daily necessities, he also needed to maintain his night. Every time he stopped on an isle after a job, he'd end up staying about a week without moving. It had been about a week since he'd arrived at Serios, so it was about time for the next journey. At least, that's how it felt. The thing that unsettled him now was how unprepared he was to leave. He wasn't antsy exactly, but something didn't sit right. How would he describe this feeling? Before he could figure it out, Raoul supplied the answer. "Feels unreal, huh? Yeah, I get that. We've always been wanderers. Settling down just isn't in our blood. I mean, thinking about Rim, I'd say this life isn't half bad. No life or death danger, regular meals every day, she's growing fast too. Kinda wish we'd gotten to this lifestyle a little sooner. A girl her age, isolated from society and living with just two others, that had never been a great environment. There were reasons for it, necessity, really, but even so, he couldn't help but have regrets. With that in mind, academy life now felt like the best possible outcome. If she studies at the academy, she could carve out a different path for herself. Being assigned to the alchemy department means it's nearly impossible to live a life that doesn't involve the noblesse. But if she learns as a developer or designer of the noblesse, she can at least distance herself from the fighting. That's not necessarily a bad future. "And what about you?" "For me?" When asked, Musica fell silent. He had expected the question to come his way eventually. After all, that's what they had been talking about. But surprisingly, he couldn't find the words. He couldn't even come up with something to deflect. Looking out the container window as if to escape, the scenery of the passing city came into view. It was mealtime, perhaps, because the streets were filled with students. All young, some boys, some girls. Many of them were smiling. Maybe it was because this place was peaceful. Do I feel distant from that because I've already given up on those kinds of things? It's hard to say. Choosing his words carefully, Musica gave a strained smile. Even if someone told me this is my world now, I just don't feel like I could ever belong. Fighting feels easier. It suits me. It's hard to explain. I just have this strong sense that this isn't my place. You're no longer a noble. Or a mercenary. You don't have that obligation anymore. You're allowed to choose a path where you don't fight. Isn't that what the academy is for? But there's nothing else I can do. Not anything I want to do, or even should do. That's where he differed from Rim. She could live for the future. She had the right to wish for that. Unlike me, who clung to the past and committed sins, he wasn't exactly seeking punishment. But Musica no longer had the will to look toward the future. He lost it once 7 years ago, and 3 years ago he discarded it himself. Twice, the future had slipped through his fingers. It was then that he realized. He'd never live a proper life again, never the way his father had wished for him. And so, he sought out battles in the empty sky. With no reason to fight, he simply waited for the day it would all end. Or perhaps, I'm just looking for some convenient ending out there in the sky. no matter what it is. He didn't put those thoughts into words, but even without seeing his face, Raoul seemed to see through him. You really have no intention of choosing a path without fighting. You're rushing through life too damn fast, you idiot. Mubuseka didn't argue back. He couldn't even think of a response. So instead, he silently immersed himself in tuning the night. Eventually, just as he finished the adjustments, the trailer reached Raoul's destination. The trailer came to a halt, and the container hatch opened. Mubuseka removed his visor and scanned the surroundings. The air front. The trailer was parked alone at the edge of a vast plaza. In the distance, he could see a guard station for the surrounding airspace security unit, along with some noblesse in training nearby. Yo, got it all tuned up. Raoul stepped out of the driver's seat and called out, rotating his arms like he was loosening his shoulders. I'm done, more or less, but make sure you check the movement yourself. I know. I trust you, but I'm still staking my life on this thing. I'll run my own checks, of course. So, what were you asked to do in the end? When Mubuseka finally circled back to the main question, Raoul gave a casual answer. After a little fly-round, I'm supposed to go smear some mud on the guard unit's face. See, I'm technically employed as an external advisor for the combat department and the airspace security unit, right? But from the outside, I'm still just a shady mercenary. Who's going to listen to someone like that? That's the issue. So they told me to show up, beat some guys up, and prove my strength. That's the assignment. I almost feel sorry for the poor bastards you're about to thrash. The explanation was absurd, but now that he'd heard it all, Mubuseka couldn't help but pity the guard unit. Because despite any time off he might have taken, Raoul was still, as far as Mubuseka knew, one of the most elite noblesse pilots. Mubuseka had never once beaten him in actual combat. In fact, he'd never even seen Raoul lose before. As for Letitia's orders, Mubuseka had no strong opinion. If she thought it necessary, then that was that. And besides, Raoul never failed. There was nothing to worry about. Tossing his visor aside and hopping down from the container, Mubuseka watched Raoul clamber up in turn. Thanks for your help. I'm done with what I needed you for, so you're free to go. You want me to walk back? Buses run from here, take one of those. The trailer's my ride home, so hands off. Yeah. Give me some spending money later. Mubuseka threw the comment over his shoulder, and in response, Raoul gave him a thumbs up before donning the night. Once it activated, Raoul soared into the sky off toward some distant point. He even mixed in a side roll to check the maneuvering, playing around as he flew. Geez, acting like a kid, aren't we? Well, it had been a while since he last piloted a noblesse, so he was probably feeling great. Having lived with him, Mubuseka could tell instantly. Whatever he said about back pain was clearly a lie. His movements were just as sharp as ever. With a weary look that said the security team's really in for it, Mubuseka boarded the regular bus back to the city. Wonder where Rim is? The academy? Home? Guess I'll swing by the lab first. He hadn't asked Asha and the others what they planned to do after the departure, so he wasn't sure if they could meet up. Taking a shot in the dark, Mubuseka headed back to the alchemy department building. However, the moment he stepped inside, Mubuseka frowned. The air felt heavy, tainted almost. If he listened closely, he could even hear faint yelling in the distance. It was one of those bad feelings. The kind that made the nape of his neck prickle. Just a gut feeling, but strangely enough, Mubuseka's gut was never wrong. Raoul once told him, "Your bad hunches are somehow 100% accurate. What the hell?" What was worse was that this instinct had saved him more than once. As he neared Alma's lab, the shouting grew louder. How many times must I say it? Listen when someone speaks to you. I should be the one saying that. A research team without a single new model noblesse is worthless. That's why I'm offering my cooperation. And I'm telling you, it's nothing but a nuisance. That's the end of the conversation. Leave now. How dare you, you commoner from the alchemy department, to trample on my goodwill like this? Please stop, Lord Dans. You mustn't raise your hand against a lady. What the hell kind of argument is this? He could make out 4 voices, Alma's, a furious-sounding boy, and 2 others trying to hold back someone named Dans. Sounded like a 3 against 1, with Alma on the defensive. At least, it hadn't turned violent yet. No sign of Rim's voice, so she wasn't here. Not interested in the details in the slightest, Mubuseka deliberately made some noise as he entered the lab. I'm back. I could hear the shouting from the hallway. What's going on? The unexpected intruder drew everyone's eyes, but Musica ignored them, scanning the room for Rim. As expected, she wasn't there. He hid his relief and finally looked toward Alma. She and the others were gathered around the meeting table in the center of the room. Alma, clearly annoyed, looked relieved to see an ally. Ah, good. You're finally back. It's nothing, just some obnoxious, pushy salesman. Completely tiresome. I was wondering what to do with them. Salesman. Musica frowned and turned to face the guest. If this couldn't be resolved with words, he was prepared to kick them out. As expected, the visitors were 3 boys. 2 of them stood behind the guest sofa, looking timid, likely attendants. The one who'd been shouting was the remaining boy, seated smugly on the sofa. The moment he saw Musica's face, the boy's expression twisted in anger. You. This is your fault again, isn't it? Huh. He recognized him, the noble who had shot Musica in the back the other day. Section. In the end, after calming down the loudmouthed noble who called himself Dan's, Musica got the gist from the 2 lackeys, who explained the situation. You couldn't find a lab that would take you. Dan slouched arrogantly on the sofa and gave no answer. Looking instead to the other 2, Musica found them hanging their heads apologetically. One was a small-framed, meek-looking boy with glasses. The other was tall, narrow-eyed, and silent. If he wasn't mistaken, the glasses kid was the other one who had shot Musica in the back. He was the one doing all the talking now. Yes. In the combat department classes, we use noblesse. And in the alchemy department, first years choose a lab around this time. That's also when we, from the combat department, look for labs to collaborate with. So we've been trying to find one, but everywhere you went, they turned you away without even listening. Normally, maintenance for combat department noblesse falls to the alchemy department. By partnering with a lab, a symbiotic relationship is formed. Nobles who can't secure such partnerships can't maintain their units. Naturally, they wouldn't last in the combat department like that. And while the academy would eventually intervene, not being able to join a lab aligned with your goals was bad for both departments. That's why students were expected to be somewhat proactive in these arrangements. So if everyone turned you down, that means you said something dumb or pissed them off. You must have done something, and your attitude right now sure isn't helping, so how the hell is this my fault? Well, you spread bad rumors about me, didn't you? The sudden interjection came from Dan's, who had until then remained quiet. He still carried himself arrogantly, but his eyes showed anger, resentment, desperation, and a hint of fear. Altogether, it was clear hostility. Rumors. Musica frowned, having no idea what he meant. Frankly, he barely even remembered the guy. He had totally slipped from his mind until just now, which made the accusation even more baffling. Sensing his confusion, one of the attendants spoke up. These past few days, we've been visiting different labs, but every time they saw Lord Dan's face, we were immediately turned away. And when we finally asked why, they said it was because of that incident the other day. They said no lab wants a noble who shoots his teammate in the back. Clenching his fist, Dan's raised his voice. Admit it, you're the ones who spread the story to all the labs. Instructor Adden acknowledged it was an accident. So why am I being shunned like this? I only shot a commoner. It's absurd. You're the ones ruining my reputation. Then, oh, I get it now. So that's what this is about. Alma abruptly chimed in, drawing everyone's attention. She had grown so fed up, she had left the situation to Musica and glued herself to her desk. But now, having reached a good stopping point, she paused her magickin and turned slightly to speak over her shoulder. Happens every year. I forgot all about it. Yeah, a little while back, info went out to all the labs about some dumb noble. Said there was a dangerous idiot who fired a gun rod at his partner during an exercise, so don't accidentally sign a contract with him. So it was you after all. Dan's immediately flew into a rage, but the sender was the student council president. What? That anger instantly evaporated under Alma's merciless follow-up. Watching the color drain from his furious red face was a sight to behold. Still, Musica had to ask Alma, "Hey, what did you mean by happens every year?" "Oh, nothing special, just your typical cliché. Some noble who thinks they can do whatever they want eventually causes enough problems to get themselves blacklisted, usually right around this time. Maybe they were spoiled back home for being rich, but their family name means nothing in Serios. This is the season they get their rude awakening. And the part about the student council president being the sender. What about it? Isn't it obvious? Warnings like this are part of the student council's job. Yeah, I guess so. Couldn't really argue with that. Now that he thought about it, someone had mentioned giving the kid a good scare. So this must have been it. Honestly, they should have warned him directly, but this was an effective enough punishment. When Musica looked back at the boys, all of them had gone pale. Why would the student council president? Why do you think? She's the one running Serios. You screw up, she's gonna come down on you. And you pulled this stunt right in front of that cold-blooded woman. But I told you, it was an accident, so why? Are you seriously saying that? Alma replied with a pitiless tone. Even if it was an accident, do you think she'd ever have a use for a noble who tries to shoot their own teammate? No one would, obviously. Her eyes were filled with pure, unfiltered contempt. She whispered coldly. And with that, she clearly lost all interest. Without turning around, she resumed working on her magickin. Well, whatever that woman's thinking doesn't matter now, but at least now you know who's at fault. This conversation's over. Please leave. I don't have time to waste on mediocrity. Sigh, what a complete waste of time, she seemed to be thinking. She had clearly closed the matter. But really, this was a waste of time. A noble who had the administrator of the floating isles glaring at them was nothing but a liability, no matter how capable they might be. And a first year with no connections? No lab would take that risk. And that's exactly why Musica had hoped the conversation would end there. Mediocre. A brittle-sounding voice cracked through the silence, and Musica turned to look at Dan's. Head bowed, hands resting on his knees, the boy appeared utterly crushed. Given what Alma had just said, a virtual death sentence for any academy student, it wasn't hard to imagine him being devastated. But that wasn't it. Mediocre. Me, I'm me, and you're calling me mediocre. Lord Dan's. What Musica heard wasn't regret, it wasn't remorse, it was something else entirely. At first, it came out like a low growl, quiet. But the moment the boy's fists clenched atop his knees, it transformed instantly into pure fury. Take that back, you little brat. He kicked the reception table aside and leapt to his feet, shouting directly at Alma. She merely glanced back over her shoulder. I'm the second-ranked heir of House Svartalf, a direct descendant of folklore, third in rank among first-year combat students, and even instructor Adden acknowledges my talent. And you dare call me mediocre? Are you mocking me? I reviewed your piloting aptitude sheet. That was my assessment. It's precisely why I said you're not worth my time. I only concern myself with those I feel are worth building for. Which means this conversation was over before it even began. You keep mocking me, then I won't forgive this anymore. What Dan's declared next was something that no rational person would ever say, a declaration of ruin, a duel. I challenge you all to a duel. For a moment, no one could respond, because it was just that foolish. A normal person, and certainly a proper noble, would never make such a choice. If you were challenging another noble, that would be one thing, but this was different. Musica stared at Dan's, wondering if he'd lost his mind. Even Alma was speechless. The two lackeys behind Dan's had gone pale, but somehow, misreading the silence entirely, Dan's grinned smugly. Yes, a duel. A perfect chance to crush these insolent commoners and prove my legitimacy. I'll show them who's right and who's wrong, make the truth clear to all the fools. Are you serious? You can see we're from the alchemy department. We're not noblesse pilots, we're non-combatants. Forcing civilians onto the battlefield is usually considered disgraceful. Shut up already. Alma's words didn't even register. Dan simply exploded, venting his tantrum at the world. The only thing you're allowed to do is beg for my forgiveness. Get on your knees and beg for mercy. If I win this duel, you'll be my slaves for life. I can't even begin to respond to that. Alma sighed, deeply exasperated. Technically, dueling was a noble's right. It was meant to protect what they held dear. A means to stand against injustice with their convictions. That's why duels were almost always fought between nobles. For a noble to invoke that right against a civilian, someone unable to fight, was the most disgraceful abuse imaginable. Because non-combatants couldn't defend themselves. To force them into a duel was nothing short of sanctioned predation, a perversion of the privilege, a choice unworthy of the noble class. That was the official stance. But in reality, so this is how it is everywhere. With a detached sense of cynicism, Musica watched on. Alma, too, sighed as though the whole thing bored her. Well, whatever, a right is still a right. Do as you like. Just make sure you file your declaration with the Dual Oversight Committee yourself. I don't want to be bothered with this nonsense any longer. You won't be so smug for long, when you're on your knees crying. Don't say another word. If you're done talking, get lost. She cut him off with a snap, leaving Dan's momentarily dumbfounded. With a loud huff, he stormed out. You've trampled on my goodwill, you'll regret this. It's too late to beg for forgiveness now. Of course, he didn't forget to leave behind one last parting threat. Squaring his shoulders, he left in a huff, with his two attendants scrambling after him. They cast awkward glances Musica's way, but ultimately left without saying anything. Typical hangers-on. Musica had no strong feelings about them either way, but, seriously, enough already. A deep sigh, more like a long exhale, and then, what a massive pain in the ass. What the hell is that megaton idiot steal? After shouting out her frustration, she slumped weakly onto her desk. Do people like that even still exist these days? It's not the early days of the sky calendar anymore. Nobles aren't even all that impressive now. His parents must have spoiled him rotten. What kind of pampered brat is he? Just your typical entitled fool. If that type really were common, we'd all be in serious trouble. Muttering like she'd used up the last of her energy, Alma turned only her head to speak to Musica, who was lounging on the sofa. Is that megaton idiot seriously planning to file a dual request? Wouldn't be surprised. Given his situation, no research group will partner with him anymore. If things keep going like this, he's on a straight path to expulsion. In that case, forcing someone to cooperate via duel, it's not entirely unreasonable. Anyone with common sense would know that's an instant reputation killer. If this actually gets accepted, it could become a major diplomatic incident between the floating isles, you know. Maybe that's how detached Dan's homeland, Svartalf or whatever it was called, is from reality. A duel is a powerful right granted to nobles. Even if cultures vary between the isles, this right exists as a shared institution. The principle is straightforward: the loser obeys the winner. That's all there is to it. However, to prevent abuse of this powerful right, any dual request must include a public declaration of the cause, purpose, and the wager involved. This ensures the entire isle is aware of the legitimacy of the duel. If the cause or purpose is shady, public criticism is unavoidable. In more extreme cases, the request could even be dismissed altogether. Though if it's framed as a matter of honor or insult, it tends to get approved surprisingly easily. Nobles live and die by their pride. If they claim that pride's been wounded, well, that's how it is. Even if the opponent's a non-combatant, the claim still usually goes through, though the one who drags a non-combatant into battle ends up branded a coward. Resigning himself to the reality of the situation, Musica shifted his gaze toward the hangar. The only things there were a maintenance use servant and a test-type damsel. Whatever. If I've gotta fight, then I'll fight, sheesh. Gotta get Night back from Raoul, and reset its config too. Hopefully today's favor wouldn't end with the unit getting wrecked. He'd already done a full overhaul, so he had no worries about its performance. The gun rod had been newly installed as well. And if the opponent was just a fellow student, this shouldn't be too hard. Or so he thought. Then Alma said something strange, her expression puzzled. Huh, what are you talking about? That machine belongs to Instructor Raoul, doesn't it? Huh, that's Raoul the mercenary's noblesse, right? So it's mine too, basically. I haven't seen any record of such a registration, though. What? Thrown off by the unexpected comment, Musica snapped his gaze toward Alma. But she had a similarly baffled look on her face. Wait, hold on, what registration? Personal lock. Ages ago, some dumb noble stole someone else's noblesse, and it turned into a whole mess. Ever since then, noblesse units have to be formally linked to their designated noble. So, if a noblesse that's registered in Serio's core system takes off with an unlinked noble inside, it's a big deal. How big? You get chewed out from all sides. Officially, it's considered theft. The fully armed air patrol might even start chasing you down. Worst case, they're allowed to shoot you down. What? No, what? It was ridiculous to the point of wanting to scream. And then a realization struck him, making him shout again. Wait, hang on, I used Saji's knight the other day. What about that? Saji, who's that? Oh, you mean the unit from your practice match. That was one of the combat department's training mechs. For classes, alchemy students are granted temporary use. It's one of the few exceptions. Can't use it normally. Wait a damn second, then what? Am I supposed to use that damsel instead? That was a joke, a bad one. Musica's voice rose in protest. He looked back toward the hangar. Hanging beside the servant was the damsel, barely more than a bare frame at this point, honestly worse than the scrap heap of a knight he'd used in the past. Alma, following his gaze, spoke with a bored tone. Yeah, that thing's no good either. The flight greaves got tested recently, sure, but the vital guard doesn't even have armor plating. The gauntlet hasn't been designed yet. The boost stabilizers, layout's not even decided. Oh, and you don't even have a gun rod. All that thing can do right now is cruise lazily through the sky. You've gotta be kidding me, that's fatal. Musica was visibly panicking. With both knight and damsel out of the question, what was left? Then what am I supposed to do? You don't mean fight in a servant, do you? Come on, don't be ridiculous. You don't have to go that far. Just file a request with the Dual Oversight Committee. They take situations like non-combatants being challenged into account. They'll probably let you borrow a knight. So in other words, this could be dealt with. That was likely why Alma wasn't too worried about it. But that wasn't what Musica was concerned about. The Dual Oversight Committee? That different from the Dual Review Board or whatever. Dueling was a serious matter. And because the request and details were made public, administrative organizations existed to handle them. Most floating isles had an agency referred to as the Dual Review Board. It's the same thing. Here in Serios, it's mostly run by students and instructors. Over 70% of the committee members are commoners. That's a high ratio of commoners. Why? Well, nobles are the only ones who duel. To maintain neutrality, the committee is filled with people who have no ties to nobility. No entanglements or biases either. Well, this time it's a commoner versus a noble. They might even side with us. It's not something that should be allowed to begin with, so the objection might actually be upheld during review. Alma said this casually, yawned once, and turned back toward her desk like the matter was resolved. Anyway, nothing we can really do right now, so let's not stress about it. Who knows, maybe it'll all work out better than we expect. But of course, things never go so conveniently. The duel was approved and set to take place in just 2 days. Interlude 3, Dad Wait Dad. Whether it was luck or not that he managed to catch his father before he departed for the battlefield was hard to say. The underground hangar of the Siegfried estate. His father stood before the Azure noblesse, Siegfried, deep in discussion with the mechanics. His expression was more severe than usual, hard and grim. Musica knew that was the face his father wore when going into battle. But the moment his father noticed Musica, that expression softened. After giving the mechanics a few quick instructions, he stepped away and approached with a wry smile, speaking with a trace of exasperation. What is it, Musica? Why are you still here? You're supposed to evacuate, remember. This isn't the time for that. Are you serious, Dad? You're really going to try and hold off the northern metal swarm all by yourself? How'd you even hear about that? He seemed to realize he'd slipped up the moment he said it. His father let out a quiet ah, but Musica had already understood, and his eyes sharpened with anger. There was no point shouting at his father, he knew that in his head, but he couldn't just accept it. His voice rose. What the hell are you thinking? Fighting alone is suicide. I hear you, but we're short on manpower. We can't split our forces. Raoul's not even around for the Allied Isles Conference. And I'm not about to let some amateur handle this. That doesn't mean. Disaster had struck Grendel without warning. Whether it was a failure of the air defense network or a ground-level ambush, a massive swarm of metal had suddenly appeared and surrounded Grendel on all sides. There was no hope for reinforcements from the other floating isles. The nobles of Grendel had to handle this alone, and the plan they settled on was this idiotic one. One person would hold a sector alone while the other nobles intercepted the rest of the swarm. Once they had cleared their areas, they would rush to provide support. The unlucky one stuck with that stalling role was his father. It had been decided, without his consent, that he should prove he was worthy of the title hero. Well, it's already been decided, so there's no point whining. It's definitely the plan with the best shot at success. And besides, that idiot Doris went and told them I could handle it. I can't exactly back out now. That scumbag. Mubuseka swore before he could stop himself. Doris Siegfried, his father's younger brother. Mubuseka's uncle. A bastard who strutted around using the Siegfried name and its influence like a shield. As far as Mubuseka was concerned, there was no man less deserving of the word noble. The title and the noblesse Siegfried had gone to his father. Doris, while technically a noble, didn't possess any rank-bearing noblesse. Mubuseka had seen the malice in Doris' eyes whenever he looked at his father. He was sure this was part of it. If Doris had devised this plan, its stupidity made perfect sense. He had clearly used this opportunity to try something. Mubuseka was convinced. That's why he looked his father in the eye and declared, "I'm going too." He meant it. Every word. He had no intention of backing down, but his father didn't entertain the idea for a second. "Don't be ridiculous. You just turned 8. What good would sending you to a battlefield do? What's ridiculous is you people. This is suicide, you're just marching off to die." And the worst part was, even dying wasn't allowed. If his father fell, the northern flank would collapse, and the metal would flood into Grendel. The non-combatants, unable to flee, had all been gathered in the center of the island. Even if the rest of the swarm was dealt with, if the north fell, Grendel would fall with it. The non-combatants would be slaughtered. Nothing would be left. This was a battle where death and defeat alike were unacceptable, and his father would not retreat. His personality might be rough and wild, but Mubuseka knew his father's pride as a noble. He was someone who could die, for the sake of others, without hesitation. And that was exactly why Mubuseka couldn't let him go through with this madness. "I can pilot a knight now. It's been 3 years since I started training, if it's me." "Don't get cocky, kid." That voice, Mubuseka could swear it was the first time he'd ever heard it. It was cold, far too cold. His father was no longer smiling. He wasn't speaking as a parent, but as a warrior. It was a clear, unmistakable rejection. "You've got no business knowing what a battlefield is yet. From here on, it's grown-up business. Don't say crap like that, wah." He screamed because his vision suddenly spun and lurched. His father had roughly tousled his hair. Mubuseka felt the warmth of that large palm, so much bigger than his own. Why had he done that so suddenly? Mubuseka didn't know, but when he looked up, he saw his father smiling again. This time, it was probably a father's smile. "You've grown so damn fast, haven't you?" Dad, wish you could have stayed small a little longer. But I guess that's just me being selfish." As he spoke, he shoved Mubuseka backward just as roughly as he'd patted his head. Mubuseka nearly stumbled and fell. And when he looked up to ask what he was doing, his father was already out of reach. "When I get back, I'll train you again. So for now, get to safety, got it?" "Dad," Mubuseka called out to him, but all his father did was wave over his shoulder. He realized then there was no stopping his father anymore. After that, Mubuseka must have evacuated, but he remembered nothing of that day. His father never came back. Section. That idiot Raoul's pathetic little squire really caused a hell of a mess. "Thanks to you, my whole plan's ruined." The Blue Count-class noblesse, Siegfried, whispered with a sneer. The pilot's name, Doris Siegfried, the one who had filed this duel. In this so-called arena, which was more a public execution ground than a battlefield, he looked down at the child who dared defy him, grinning wickedly. Spectators packed the arena, eager to witness the duel. The pretext was something along the lines of, defeat the intruder who's getting in the way of unity between House Grendel and House Siegfried. Mubuseka, clad in the customized Knight-class unit Revenant, stood in that arena, the so-called interloper standing between Doris and Grendel's princess, Kriemhild. At least that was the narrative being pushed. Well, no matter. With that dumbass Raoul gone, the duel's already official. All I've gotta do now is kill you and it's all over. A count isn't gonna lose to a knight anyway. Doris spoke with the voice of conventional wisdom, of what was obvious. Raoul Grendel was gone, away from Grendel attending the Allied Isles Conference. With Raoul absent, Siegfried was indisputably the strongest noblesse on this floating isle. However, the machine's configuration had been changed 3 years ago. Siegfried, once a close combat machine, had been turned into a mere general-purpose unit. Originally, Siegfried was designed for a one-gun, one-sword fighting style. a gun rod paired with a greatsword-type erase ray resonator. It was a beastly unit, made to leap into the enemy's midst and unleash hell, reserved for the boldest of warriors. Now it was different. Close combat weapons discarded, it was bloated with excess armor. Its mobility modules for charging in had been replaced with ones for retreat. Bravery had been swapped out for so-called caution, that is, cowardice. It was just another average count. Still, Doris was confident in his victory. That strongest machine of his couldn't possibly lose, especially not to a 12-year-old commoner child. Mubuseka, the orphan Raoul had picked up on a whim. Just some nobody, a mere commoner who shouldn't even have the right to stand in a duel. And yet here he was, daring to mimic nobility. That's what Doris was laughing at, but Mubuseka didn't care about any of that. He ignored the scorn and asked a single question. I want to know just one thing. 4 years ago, when Beryl Siegfried died, that damn suicide mission, was that your doing? Doris clearly hadn't expected the question. His expression went blank for a moment. Oh, that. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? That's your final question? What a boring one. And then his voice switched to audio transmission mode. It came from Doris himself. Not spoken aloud, but through comms. He must have wanted to hide his words from the public. No, that wasn't it. He just wanted to taunt Mubuseka more. The smug tone of his voice made that clear. Yeah, it was me. I shoved that job on him. If he failed, I could say he wasn't fit to be the head of the house. Never thought he'd pull it off. Couldn't even pin the disgrace on him. Disgrace. The one who nearly got Grendel destroyed. That was supposed to be his label. But he survived. Screwed up the whole plan, so I had no choice but to shoot him. Died a damn hero to the end pisses me off. But hey, worked out in the end. I'll let him off for that much. Doris burst into coarse laughter. So you're asking me that now? What, you related to him or something? Did he save your life or what? Is that why you wanted this duel? For that? Not for Princess Kriemhild. Man, what a joke. Poor girl, totally left out. The comms cut, and then Doris shouted through the arena's external speakers, riling up the crowd, his voice soaked with twisted joy. Referee, let's get this started. It's time to purge the filthy intruder ruining this blessed Grendel occasion. Once I win this duel, I will formally wed Princess Kriemhild. Oh. The crowd roared, imagining the joyous union of the Floating Isles overseer's daughter and its new hero. They truly believed it was a celebration. They had no idea that Kriemhild, Mubuseka's liege, wanted none of this. This duel was forced upon them, the engagement staged to serve Doris's agenda in this public execution ground he so neatly arranged. Mubuseka muttered quietly, so this is what it means to be a noble. The illusion he had once believed in was dead. The father he had looked up to was gone, there were no allies left nowhere, and that was fine. Only one thought remained in his heart, this man dies here, that was all, and so began the tale of the noble killer. Chapter 4, What does noble even mean to you people? I can't accept this, I won't accept this. Inside the first training ground stadium, which they'd visited once before. In the waiting room, connected to the hangar where noblesse frames for the match were stored, Rim was venting her anger. Even with the thunderous cheers from the spectators echoing from outside, and even above their heads, her voice wasn't drowned out. She gripped the spanner in her hand with all her might, but fortunately, or unfortunately, it seemed she didn't have the strength to actually bend it. The waiting room was sealed with a hatch and lacked windows, giving it a slightly gloomy atmosphere. Sitting on a bench in the corner, Mubuseka spoke up with an exasperated sigh toward the fuming girl. Hey, Rim. No need to get so worked up. Once it's been approved, there's no changing it. How can you stay so calm about this? Those guys picked a fight with us, and now they've got us acting in some ridiculous spectacle like this. Anarchy, you should be angrier about this. If you're not gonna be mad, then I will be. That so? Well, all I can say is do your best. He muttered that, with the resignation of someone throwing in the towel. Thanks to that idiot noble named Dans, they'd been reluctantly dragged into this duel. Now, just a few minutes before the match was set to begin, Rim's rage was at its peak. Thankfully, she wasn't the type to break things when upset, but ever since the whole duel affair had come to light, dealing with her had been a hassle. As far as Rim was concerned, everything about this situation was unacceptable. The fact that it all stemmed from the other party's own arrogance. The fact that he showed no remorse. The fact that he shifted blame and then had the gall to challenge them to a duel. The fact that some dual oversight committee had actually approved such nonsense. And that was just the start. She could go on for days. Mubuseka gently placed his hand on her growling head. What is it? All of a sudden. Nah, nothing really, just calm down a little. Doesn't suit you, you know. How can I calm down in a situation like this? She slapped away the hand resting on her head and began operating the wristwatch-style terminal on her arm. Projected in midair was the recently published official notice about the duel. It included the background and rationale for the duel, counter-arguments, and the winner's rewards. There was even a picture of Dan's, the one who issued the challenge, but none for Mubuseka or Alma, the challenged. Since neither of them were nobles, they weren't considered valid targets for duels and thus were being treated with some delicacy. Mubuseka found the article almost impossible to take seriously, but he managed to read it aloud. The foolish Alma research group has openly insulted the esteemed Dans of the noble folklore family, scion of the floating Isle Svartalf. Therefore, I, Dan's folklore, deem this an affront to the honor of house folklore and have chosen to settle this matter in a duel. Upon my victory, the foolish Alma research group will be placed under the authority of house folklore and be properly educated so that commoners will never again dare defy a noble. Reading it again, wow. How does someone write something that drunk while sober? This isn't the time for jokes. We're being seriously mocked here. How can you laugh when we're being humiliated like this? Yeah, but still. With Rim glaring furiously as she stepped up to him, Mubuseka could only sigh. The notice also included a brief statement from Mubuseka in response to the challenge. Personally, he thought his comment made them look even dumber. The whole situation's too stupid to bother commenting on. And truly, it was a stupid situation. A noble challenging a commoner to a duel. And the reason? In short, so those filthy commoners never dare rise up again. Typical noble behavior, huh? Rim was boiling over with fury, but Mubuseka almost felt like laughing. At the same time, though, deep within, in the very core of his being, a cold fire burned. Let me fight already, he thought, as that icy heat pulsed beneath his skin. Still grumbling, Rim didn't seem to notice, as Mubuseka once again placed a hand on her head. What now? What's with the head pats, Aniki? You think petting me's gonna calm me down or something? If only you were that simple, you'd be a whole lot cuter and a lot less work. What's that supposed to mean? Who knows? Anyway, time's up. Get back to the stands. Emu. Rim puffed out her cheeks, visibly displeased. She wasn't even trying to hide it. Without bothering to conceal his amused smile, Mubuseka pulled his hand back and flicked her lightly on the forehead. Ah, Rim let out a yelp and finally seemed to give up. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Leaving those words behind, Rim quickly exited the waiting room. As she left, she glanced back once, just once. In her eyes was an unmistakable, barely hidden anxiety. Geez, she saw right through me, so much for hiding how I really feel. I thought I could conceal it better than this. When it doesn't matter, I can bluff just fine, but whenever I genuinely care, I always get seen through. The nightmare I had this morning probably didn't help. My emotions are all over the place. Man, this really isn't going well. Letting out a sigh, Mubuseka resigned himself and began walking toward the hangar. In front of the suspended knight, Alma was seated on the floor, tapping away at a laptop-like magician. Cables extended from the device into various modules of the knight, a routine inspection. Mubuseka called out from behind as she sat cross-legged on the floor. How's it looking? No issues. All modules are in perfect condition, green across the board. The internal systems are still in the default state, no modifications detected. Basically, it's a properly maintained, nearly brand new knight. Without turning around, Alma responded while still watching the magician and the knight. Mubuseka stepped up beside her and looked up at the knight. This unit had been provided by the Dual Oversight Committee, specifically for Mubuseka, since he didn't own a combat noblesse of his own. The inspection was something Mubuseka had asked for. Alma was making sure there were no faults in the knight, and indeed there weren't. She glanced up at him with a bored expression, clearly unimpressed with the whole task. Hey, assistant. I checked it like you asked, but what was the point of that? The knights they lend out are maintained under the committee's supervision, aren't they? Isn't this just redundant? Just being cautious, just in case. I don't really feel like trusting this so-called dual oversight committee. You worry too much. Alma blinked at him, not in surprise, but with thinly veiled disbelief. What she said next was basically textbook logic. The committee exists to ensure fair duels. That's why it's composed mostly of commoners who have little personal stake in duels. Naturally, the maintenance staff are also unrelated to the participants. There's no reason for them to be biased. But commoners bend easily to money and authority. Well, I won't deny there's a theory like that. She gave a small shrug. Judging from the lack of humor in her eyes, she wasn't joking. Something else occurred to Musica, and he asked, "What about the gun rod? Did you check that?" No, not yet. I'm short on time. I can extract the data, but going through it. Not enough time, huh? Well, no choice then. Just get the data at least. Yeah, just in case, right? You really run your seniors ragged, Alma sighed in disbelief. Musica wanted to say the same about her, but since she went ahead and did it anyway, he had no complaints. By the way, what's with the whole assistant thing you've been calling me? Oh, you're my tester, aren't you? So assistant fits best, no. Fine, whatever. The buzzer signaling the start of the match echoed 5 minutes later. Section. I wonder if Aniki's okay. On her way back to the spectator stands, Rim couldn't shake that worry from her mind. She was thinking about Musica, the older brother figure she adored. Looking around, she saw a huge crowd. But none of them had come to see Musica's duel in particular. They were just here for the usual ranking matches. The second half of the season had recently begun, and the fresh appeal was drawing big crowds. Musica's duel was more like a sideshow added to the main event, but it was still entertainment all the same. From the crowd's perspective, it was on the same level as the ranking matches. After all, the format was pretty much the same. And because there's something at stake for some people, it's life or death. That's what makes it entertainment. That's exactly why Rim hated duels. Just the fact that, under the pretense of risking their lives, people could wish for whatever they wanted and be allowed to. The very system itself, which accepted that premise. Suddenly, "Hey, Riem Chan." A voice from her destination made Rim let out a small sigh. Bouncing and waving was a girl from Variant, Asha. She was the one who'd initially picked a fight but had somehow grown attached to Musica. Her two attendants were with her, as always. Honestly, Rim had hoped to watch the duel quietly by herself today. But Musica had left her behind that morning, and her father was nowhere to be found. So she'd come alone to the training grounds, only to be spotted by them and roped into watching together. It wasn't that she disliked the trio. She did have feelings about Asha in particular, but not hostility. Rim simply avoided people because she couldn't trust them. Musica might be easygoing enough to get along with anyone who wasn't openly hostile, and her father knew how to keep a respectful distance as an adult should. But Rim, by default, accepted no one. If she didn't know how someone related to her father or Musica, she avoided them entirely. Even if there was a connection, she preferred to remain detached. Still, the girls from Variant were, at the very least, Musica's acquaintances. Not quite close friends, but friendly nonetheless, and despite knowing he was a mercenary, they bore him no ill will. Resigned, Rim forced a polite smile and approached the three. She returned their warm grins with formal speech. "I'm back." "Welcome back, Rim-chan. How was Musica? Was he nervous?" I don't think he was nervous. At the very least, he was relaxed enough to make small talk. Even with all these people watching, he's not nervous. Chloe murmured, glancing around. Most of the crowd wasn't here for the duel, but the turnout was still big. Chloe clearly had a bit of stage fright or social anxiety. Rim responded with a difficult-to-read expression. "Well, it's him. I doubt he cares about the audience. Still, that's kind of weird in its own way. But I get it. I can't really imagine Musica getting nervous." Saji chimed in after Chloe's remark. "I caught a glimpse of him during our combat lecture the other day. His skill level's way above the rest of the first years. With that kind of ability, I doubt any of us would make him nervous." Don't remind me. I didn't need that flashback." Asha groaned, clearly reliving her trauma. She'd picked a fight and ended up getting completely wrecked. Her lips twisted into a pout. Curious now, Asha asked, "But when did Musica start piloting noblesse? I don't even know when he became a mercenary, but there's no way he got that good in just a short time, right? He started mercenary work 3 years ago." As for training with noblesse, I heard he began 10 years ago. Wait, what? You're kidding. He started at 5 years old. Yes, though he says it was just playing around back then. Still, 10 years of experience is huge. He won't lose to regular students. His lack of nerves is probably a reflection of that confidence. But there was something bothering her, or more accurately, a premonition. And Musica had likely sensed it too. That was what made Rim uneasy. If her hunch was right, how would Musica react to it? For someone as seemingly jaded as he was still painfully sincere at heart. So what would he feel? But that voice didn't come from the girls from Variant. It was deeper, heavier, composed, and very familiar. Startled by the sudden voice from behind, the 3 girls all turned around. Rim didn't, but she already knew who it was. Asha whispered. Who's that? Ah, that's right, they hadn't met. Rim turned reluctantly, scowling, and saw, just as expected, Dad. Huh, that's your dad, Rim-chan. Hello, sorry to interrupt. I saw my daughter and thought I'd stop by. Mind if I sit here? Go ahead. After getting permission, he sat beside her. Rim shot him a withering look. Musica was going through a lot, and her dad, as usual, was utterly useless. Sure, she wasn't helping either, but she was a kid. He was an adult. He had power enough to make her jealous, even. And yet, this was what he did with it. No wonder she wanted to criticize him. So, you were saying something earlier. What was the rest? So he had been eavesdropping. When did he even show up? Then again, she should have expected it. That's just the kind of person her dad was. And besides, this wasn't something she could have shared with anyone but him. Half annoyed, Rim dropped the polite smile and spoke in her usual tone. Aniki's off today. Looks like he didn't sleep again, and he's in a really bad mood. I'm pretty sure he knows something's up. His insomnia's not new, is it? What do you mean, he knows? I don't know, but something about the atmosphere, it's like 3 years ago. I think he's been played. Someone's setting him up. Your instincts are sharp as always, but his intuition's no joke either. Though I guess in this case, maybe it's the other way around. Doesn't matter. What does matter is what happens next. It's gonna get ugly. I don't want to hear any complaints later, she added bluntly, and her father merely shrugged. To him, it truly didn't matter. Whatever happened next, he had already decided it wasn't their concern. More accurately, he'd drawn a line. What truly mattered was understanding what he should be doing. With that in mind, Rim had to admit she didn't care much for this farce either. What are you talking about? Noticing the tension in the conversation, Saji asked hesitantly. Rim left the answer to her father, who replied with a smile that didn't falter. Oh, nothing. Just that someone tried to cheat, apparently. What? Saji was stunned by the off-handed way he said it. The others wore similar expressions. But Raoul spoke with conviction. Unlike Rim, who relied on her intuition, he clearly had sources. I don't know exactly what they did, but it seems to be related to the noblesse. Apparently, one of the mechanics involved in Musica's assigned unit had ties to the Svartal faction, but the maintenance logs have conveniently vanished. I doubt the Dual Oversight Committee would overlook something so blatant. Most likely, they've been bought off, front desk and all. Wait, no way, something like that. Asha whispered in disbelief. Her shock made sense. She was still a proper noble after all. In her eyes, duels were sacred, a contest of pride and principle. Of course she'd be horrified, but Rim ignored her and asked in a pointed tone, "Was it your fault, Dad?" Probably. Someone murmured what, but it hardly mattered. Her father nodded grimly under Rim's sharp stare. It wasn't something to laugh off, and judging by his face, he was genuinely displeased. He turned toward the Variant girls as if to explain, though his words were more of a dry confession. Lady Letitia asked me for a favor a while back. Simple request, really. She wanted me to deal with a slacking border patrol squad. But they were slacking far more than expected. So I may have gone a bit overboard. Overboard? What exactly did you do? The girls asked cautiously, but Raoul merely shrugged. Then, trying to steer the topic away, he glanced toward the center of the field, where the referee's knight waited for the match to begin, and spoke with a sigh of exasperation. Anyway, it seems one of the higher-ups lost face over the whole thing. Couldn't stand being shown up by a mercenary. And just as Musica stirred things up publicly, they saw a chance to pull strings with the dual committee. That's about the shape of it. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Asha suddenly shot to her feet. Ignoring her startled companions, she turned to bolt toward the arena, only for Raoul to reach out in alarm. Wait, now. Where do you think you're going? I have to stop it. If there's cheating involved, the duel shouldn't be allowed. I need to stop it. Before anyone could restrain her, she was already gone, disappearing up the stairs into the arena. Watching her vanish, Raoul muttered, "Whoops, missed my chance to stop her. She's probably headed for the prep room. Probably. I think she's planning to talk to Mubuseka and Alma-senpai, then expose the cheating." I see. Well, even if we chase her now, we won't catch up. She won't make it in time either. Raoul responded casually to Saji's guess, his relaxed tone grating to everyone. Why are you so calm about this? It was Chloe who asked, sharp and accusing. There was something like reproach in her eyes as she continued. Isn't this about Mubuseka being in danger? And you're acting like it's nothing. There was real concern in her voice. Apparently, she was a genuinely kind person. She honestly feared for Mubuseka's safety. To that, Raoul replied with a cynical smirk. Worrying about that guy is a waste of time. What? Even if no one stops the duel, it won't matter. You girls don't know him, but we do. No matter how many students gang up on him, no one's beating him. Hell, I wouldn't fight him head-on if he were pissed off. It wouldn't end well for the other side. That probably wasn't enough to convince them, so Rim stepped in to explain. If the sabotage is obvious, he'll let it happen on purpose. He'll make sure everyone sees the cheating and then crush them. That's what I meant when I said it's going to get ugly. He'll destroy everything, their pride, the committee's credibility, even that so-called noble honor they're clinging to. In situations like this, he doesn't hold back. At that, their father finally let out a short sigh. Then, though Mubuseka hadn't yet appeared on the field, Raoul spoke as if addressing him directly. In a way, that guy still believes in the nobility more than anyone. That's why he can't stand seeing those ideals trampled. That part of him never changes. He's still a damn kid. You'd think he'd have learned after being betrayed so many times. Raoul had already given up, on nobles, on commoners, on people. He'd been betrayed too often to believe anymore. Rim was the same. That's why she'd left their homeland behind. The only one who couldn't give up on ideals was him. So, in words only her father would understand, Rim murmured, "If Anaki's going to suffer for it, there's no reason for us to stay on this island." Yeah, I know. The kids from Variant could sense the mood, but not the meaning. That was fine. Rim and her father only wanted to protect someone precious to them. The boy who had saved her once, giving everything he had to do so. That was all that mattered. And if that couldn't be fulfilled, then this island meant nothing to them. As the night emerged from the open gate, Rim watched it with something close to prayer. Section, you actually showed up. Brave of you, commoner. Mubuseka said nothing as his opponent mocked him. Dragged into the training grounds like some sideshow act, he stood silently. The audience was distant, too far for him to tell what kind of expressions they wore. The details of the duel had already been made public, but how had they reacted? Had they thought it all ridiculous, or had they praised him? The most likely response he could imagine was, "Whatever, just fight already." Yeah, fair enough. No one cares about the reason behind a duel unless it's their own. He sighed and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. 3 noblesse units stood at the center, his own, the referee's, and the one operated by his opponent. All 3 wore visors, hiding their expressions. Not that it mattered, at least not for the referee. The opponent's intent, on the other hand, was crystal clear. Mubuseka gave a final check to his own knight. Without activating any modules, he flowed mana into the frame to feel its response. Condition, optimal, no system issues. Just as the fresh armor suggested, this knight was essentially brand new. Meaning, it won't break easily, even if I push it a little. The gun rod in his left hand also appeared completely fine. So determined, even though you don't stand a chance. Have you already prepared your excuses for when you lose? It was at that point that Mubuseka finally looked up to acknowledge his opponent. No idea what he'd been saying, he hadn't been listening. He had to look up because Dan's noblesse was huge. Its frame easily surpassed 3 meters, much larger than the knight's 2.5-meter build. From its appearance, it was clearly a heavily armored, slow-moving type. Unlike the high-mobility count they'd seen before, this one was built to tank and close in. Take hits with armor. Counterattack with sheer firepower. That kind of tactic, using a massive custom gun rod, was one of the standard strategies among noblesse architectures. But there's no way a knight has the output to balance armor, firepower, and mobility at high levels, and that waist module, its arcane engine specs. Oh, don't tell me you're about to whine about fairness. He finally heard something coherent. Mocking laughter. The guy was laughing at him. Yes, my noblesse, roar, is indeed barren class, but it's only natural that a noble should possess a superior frame. It's the fault of the lowborn for daring to challenge their betters. I don't know what made you think you had a chance, but for scum like you two. A referee. He cut the monologue short. With a tone of pure boredom, Musica said, "The idiot's getting loud. Can we start already? You bastard." Apparently, Dan's couldn't even take that much provocation. He clenched his fists in rage. The referee raised a hand to calm him, then spoke up loudly. "We will now review the rules before the duel begins." Huh, that voice, Musica realized, sounded familiar. It belonged to that instructor, Adden, was it? A sour premonition twisted his face, but Musica gave no further reaction. He simply listened closely to Adden's explanation of the rules. This duel has been initiated by first-year combat department student, Dan's Folklore, against first-year alchemy department student, Musica Mercenary, and third-year student, Alma. Upon conclusion of this duel, the victor may issue one demand to the defeated, and the defeated must comply to the best of their ability. This duel will be overseen by Adden Crow, combat department instructor, and representative of the Duel Oversight Committee. Any objections or disputes thus far? None. HMPH, none here. Next, we will review the duel conditions. Each side will face the other using a single noblesse unit. Victory will be determined under the following three conditions. First, if the head visor or the vital guard sustains critical damage, making continued battle impractical. Second, if accumulated damage causes a shutdown in key modules, resulting in a loss of combat capability. Third, if one combatant is confirmed to have lost the will to fight. In addition, should the Duel Oversight Committee determine an emergency or severe deviation outside these conditions, the match may be suspended. If there are any objections, raise them now. There were none. Seeing that, Adden leapt back with a large motion to distance himself. With the duel about to begin, Dans leaned in and hissed at Musica with contempt and hatred. "Get ready, commoner. I'll make sure you never dare stand against me again." Musica didn't respond. He only affirmed it quietly in his heart. Yeah, there won't be a second time. Now it was just the two of them on the battlefield. Even through the visors, Musica could feel the scornful fury radiating off his opponent. He stared Dans down without wavering. As the referee took both combatants into view, the signal was about to be given. Then came a sudden emergency transmission from Alma. "No, assistant, that gun rod is. You are those who bear obligation stand with pride, and show your conviction." That was the signal to begin. Dans moved instantly. Just as expected, he leapt backward to create distance. He raised his gun rod to fire a warning shot at Musica. But in the end, it was the sloppy movement of an unseasoned noble. Trying to shoot while retreating threw off his aim, the barrel never even found Musica. And Musica saw all of it. He was watching. He realized it was slow. So he charged, flight greaves and boosters at full thrust. With a deafening roar like an explosion, he lunged forward. Leaving everything in his field of vision behind, even breaking the sound barrier, he rocketed forward. All of it happened in less than the blink of an eye. Huh. You're too damn slow. Musica closed the gap midair, laughing in Dan's face. Then, without losing momentum, he slammed his right gauntlet forward. The raw thrust, pure physical strength, and the disabling of the Maxwell gravity brake system, MGBS, all combined into a devastating impact. With a thunderous crack, Dans let out a shriek as his armor shattered and his body was hurled backward. A veteran would have countered immediately. Raoul, for example, would have blocked the blow in the first place, but even if knocked away, he would have recovered midair and retaliated with his gun rod. But Dans did no such thing. He couldn't. He didn't even understand what had just happened. He flailed, swallowed by the air itself, crashing to the ground and bouncing helplessly into the fence at the back of the field. Musica didn't hesitate. He charged again at full force. Dans, trying to recover, hurriedly raised his gun rod but too late. Mubuseka was already in close. He kicked the gun rod upward. His toe struck the palm, dislodging the weapon completely. Then, grabbing Dans by the lifted arm, Mubuseka spun and slammed him into the ground. Because Dans still had the MGBS system active, he was heavier than normal, making it even easier to use that momentum against him. At last, with his opponent crumpled on the ground, Mubuseka placed a boot squarely on his back and exhaled. What a letdown. Normally, noblesse duels were about trading magical projectiles at range. Even breaking that norm for close-quarters combat was a common tactic. Chasing a retreating enemy down for melee wasn't rare. In fact, that was where Mubuseka excelled, and beyond that, at something few even remembered now. Zero-distance fighting. That was how Mubuseka had first learned to handle a noblesse. In this fighting style, gun rods were irrelevant. Alma may have discovered something unusual, but Mubuseka had discarded any intention of fighting normally from the start. He knew this would look bizarre to outside observers, and indeed, the entire audience had gone completely silent. He scanned the frozen stands like it was someone else's problem. W8, Mubuseka Mercenary. You can't go any further. Don't come any closer. Mubuseka leveled his gun rod at Adin, who had approached, likely to intervene. Perhaps it was the pure, unmistakable intent behind the weapon that tipped him off. Adin flinched, realizing that the rage directed at him wasn't some bluff. What do you think you're doing? The atmosphere shifted again in an instant. A hush fell over the stadium, undercut with a rising murmur. To disregard the overseer and even point a weapon at him, such actions were normally unforgivable. Opposing a referee was considered beyond the pale. But Mubuseka didn't care. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned the barrel away from Adin. Then, as if to make a statement, he raised the gun rod high toward the sky. Watch closely. The words echoed in Mubuseka's mind like a sneer, addressed to the entire audience. He poured mana into the gun rod, pushing it to its absolute limit. And before he could even pull the trigger, the gun rod detonated violently at the midpoint, swallowing Mubuseka's left arm in the blast. Oddly, that one voice rang out clearly across the entire stadium. It came from the stands and was instantly followed by gasps and panicked murmurs. The gun rod, which had shown no sign of damage, had exploded. A bizarre, unnatural malfunction. As everyone struggled to make sense of it, Mubuseka impassively stared at the monitor inside his visor. Damage alerts flickered in his display, gun rod destroyed, left gauntlet compromised. The blast had ruptured the outer armor and damaged the internal frame. Yet Mubuseka felt nothing. He spat the words at the stunned Adin. This is how you operate. What are you talking about? Whether he was truly ignorant or just feigning it, Mubuseka no longer cared. He turned his gaze away from the panicked referee. There was movement beneath his foot. Dans was finally reacting, perhaps regaining consciousness, or maybe just catching up to the situation. See, coward, you coward. What do you think a noblesse battle is? That kind of cheap SH surprise attack. So you wanted to win that badly. Mubuseka activated the external speaker and spat the words like venom. What? I asked if you wanted to win that badly. Perhaps he hadn't heard clearly the first time. Mubuseka repeated it, then pressed his foot down harder onto Dan's roar. The vital guard let out a low creak, GNNN. The armor could take the pressure, but the frame couldn't. Mubuseka kept pressing until the distorted sound made its meaning clear. He heard a strained gasp. But Mubuseka felt no sympathy. With cold detachment, he spoke. You challenged me over a damaged reputation, didn't you? And this is how you end up. This is what it means to be a noble. You sabotage a duel and still talk about protecting your honor. He hurled the shattered gun rod at Adin, then resumed venting his fury on Dans. First, he reached for the boost stabilizer. With raw strength, he tore it off, stripping away the wings that let the unit fly. Dans screamed, thrashing and protesting. Annoyed by the noise, Mubuseka raised his foot and stomped him down just as he tried to rise. The vital guard cracked with a sharp noise, but Mubuseka didn't care. Next, he targeted the flight greaves, specifically the knee joints where the armor was thinnest, and crushed them underfoot. Dans shrieked. Mubuseka silenced him with a vicious kick. Despite being over 3 meters tall, the noblesse flew like a rag doll. The Maxwell Gravity Brake System, MGBS, must have already failed. It didn't carry him far. By chance, Dan's landed near the broken gun rod. He reached for it, desperate for the only weapon left, but his sluggish movement irritated Mubuseka further. So Mubuseka beat him to it and crushed the gun rod beneath his heel, right in front of Dan's face. That his weapon hadn't exploded only made Mubuseka angrier. So, he asked the cowering noble lying on the ground, "What's next?" What? Isn't there a next move? The duel isn't over yet, is it? Come on, get up. What are you lying down for? He whispered it softly as he crouched in front of Dan's. Not to mock him, but to make him stand. Without hesitation, Mubuseka grabbed the helm-style visor of Dan's roar and hauled him up by the head. He squeezed too tightly, metal groaned under the pressure. The scream came afterward. Stop, please. I was wrong, I admit it. Just please stop. It's going to break. I'm going to. Stop, I call a stop. The noble Dan's is confirmed to have lost the will to fight. The match result. But Mubuseka ignored everything. Tell me something, what is a noble in your eyes? His head pounded. In his vision, another noblesse flickered, a blue unit, a count class. The kind once passed down for heroes, but what he saw now was a fake. It was screaming, begging for its life. The one who killed his father and stole his place. Who betrayed Raoul for greed, who tried to lay hands on Rim. That voice whispered that such a person could never be forgiven. That voice seeped into Mubuseka's tightening grip. Please wait. That voice snapped him back to reality. He turned his head. A woman had entered the arena. She was breathing heavily. Blonde. Sweat trailed down her cheek. It was clear she'd rushed here in a panic. Perhaps she wasn't used to physical exertion. She was Letitia Serios. After a few seconds of catching her breath, she smiled calmly and spoke. Please, don't take my role from me. Your role? Yes, it is my duty to deliver judgment, is it not? Mubuseka blinked in surprise. Her words had come from an angle he hadn't expected, and the strength in her gaze left him momentarily breathless. Understanding her intent, he released Dan's and stepped back. Letitia exhaled quietly, relieved, though Mubuseka didn't know what exactly she had been afraid of. But that vulnerability lasted only a moment. She immediately wore her commanding expression again and addressed the stunned, crawling Dan's. Dan's folklore. You stand accused of bribing the Duel Oversight Committee and tampering with the gun rod assigned to the challenged party. Someone muttered it, but no one knew who. The moment was drowned out by the sudden stir in the stands. Letitia's voice had been amplified across the entire training arena. This was a public accusation of cheating. We have accepted a formal report from Elma, the second party challenged to this duel. The report includes analytical data on the gun rod just prior to the match. It was found that a training-grade limiter had been installed. Such a feature is not required for this duel and is not listed in the submitted maintenance records. This has been deemed an act of sabotage designed to disadvantage the challenged party, Mubuseka. So that was a limiter. Mubuseka had assumed it might have been something more direct, like an explosive, triggered by the pull of the trigger and a set amount of mana. But if it was a limiter, then the explosion had been his own fault, like overinflating a balloon until it popped. If the duel had turned into a ranged fight, Mubuseka would have been at a clear disadvantage. None of his attacks would have landed effectively. He'd already noticed something strange when channeling mana, some odd resistance in the flow. That's why he'd chosen not to rely on the gun rod and opened with a direct charge. In hindsight, that had been the perfect decision. Dan's had complained about a cheap ambush, but that was just his frustration at having his plan ruined. Even now, Dan's refused to admit it. Rising shakily to his feet, he denied the charges with a trembling voice. "Are ridiculous. I didn't do anything like that. Where's the proof?" "You have proof, right?" It's possible a training unit got swapped in by accident." "No, that possibility has already been ruled out." Snap, with a crisp flick of her fingers, Letitia summoned a hologram in the center of the arena. The projection showed the alchemy department's noblesse hangar, a shared facility where knights and gun rods were stored. The footage, likely from a ceiling camera, showed several individuals. Most of them were recognizable. Dan's himself, the attendants seen accompanying him the other day, and a few unfamiliar faces. They were clustered around a gun rod, apparently performing maintenance. "This is your tampering, caught on record." The investigation is already complete. Do you need more evidence? The cameras, they weren't supposed to be working. A fatal mistake, he realized it too late. Dans fell silent, mouth clamping shut, but Letitia, the ruler of Serios, didn't even blink. She glanced briefly toward Adin, then returned her gaze to Dans, cold and unyielding. In this case, the noblesse and gun rod assigned to Mobuseka Mercenary were provided by the Dual Oversight Committee. And yet, a tampered unit made it into the match. We will conduct further investigation into how that occurred, but for now, Dan's folklore. You have defiled the sanctity of a noble's duel, an institution considered sacred among our kind. I have no intention of forgiving you. Do you wish to contest this ruling? Aargh. That was the final blow. Dans could do nothing now but scream. The verdict had been handed down with a frigid smile. Letitia, the highest authority on this floating isle, had rejected him outright. That could only mean one thing, the absolute end. Dan snapped. In a fit of desperation, he lunged at Letitia. Mobuseka struck him down instantly. Factoring in noblesse-level reflexes, it was a clean, full-power blow. His gauntlet slammed straight into Dan's face, even through the visor. Dans went flying and didn't move again. He had passed out. Even if you kill me, it won't change a thing. Letitia's voice was quiet, almost a whisper. It wasn't amplified, and it sounded like she hadn't meant for anyone else to hear it. She exhaled softly, then looked up at Mobuseka with a smile. Thank you. Once again, you've come to my aid. Isn't that a bit reckless, preaching at a noblesse without a guard? Yes, perhaps. But I believed you'd protect me. She winked as she said it, full of mischief. For a moment, it was easy to forget she was the ruler of this entire floating isle. Mobuseka's expression twitched. Again, he wasn't sure what she meant. But he didn't care enough to ask. There was nothing left for him here. He turned to leave, only to be stopped by her voice. Let's speak again later, once Dan's fate is decided. Don't bother. If you've got something to say, tell Alma-senpai. She's a co-challenged party, remember. This duel had been directed at Alma's team. Letitia could handle the aftermath with her. Mobuseka handled the noblesse, Alma handled everything else. He'd just decided that on the spot. He cast one last glance at the unconscious Dans inside. The guy was completely out cold. In a way, Mobuseka envied him. His body wasn't tired, but mentally, he was exhausted. The sun was still high. He probably wouldn't be able to sleep, but he desperately wanted to shut down. He was that frayed. I never want to see that blue noblesse again. I'm done with nobles and their nonsense. That truth escaped from the deepest part of him, and with it, Mobuseka rejected any further conversation. He walked away, then suddenly remembered. The speaker was still on. That last mutter had likely been broadcast to the entire arena, but he didn't care anymore. Section. Mobuseka. When he returned to the waiting room, the one who greeted him wasn't Rim or Alma, it was a Sha. From the dim space, made darker by the lack of windows, she looked at him with a shadowed expression. She clearly had something on her mind, but Mobuseka ignored her for now and looked around for Alma. In the back of the room, near the knight's hanger, Alma was furiously jabbing at a magician, arguing with someone, presumably from the duel committee. Mobuseka lost interest almost immediately and brushed past a Sha, who was standing closer to the center of the room. He stopped in front of the suspended knight, opened the vital guard, and stepped out. He waited for the hanger mechanism to engage and hoist the machine up before finally speaking. Did you need something? He didn't turn around, just tossed the words over his shoulder. He knew full well it wasn't the most polite way to talk, but he wasn't in the mood for a conversation with anyone right now. He wished his tone alone would get that across. After a moment of silence and hesitation, Asha's forced cheerfulness rang out. Not really. I did have something, but it's already been dealt with. I heard there might have been some tampering with your duel, so I came to warn you, but you were amazing. You were so strong, you didn't even need a warning. I didn't realize you were that powerful, so it totally caught me off guard. There's no strong or weak to it, he was just a spoiled brat. He cut her off, voice sharp and final. A bitter dismissal that left no room for further dialogue. Sure enough, Asha faltered. She trailed off and went quiet. Mobuseka took that as the end of the discussion and turned back to the knight suspended in the hanger. It looked almost exactly the same as it had before the match. Of course it did, he hadn't taken any hits. The only visible damage was the left gauntlet, which had been crushed in the blast from the gun rod's detonation, a detonation he had triggered on purpose. He stared silently at the charred gauntlet. Was it really necessary to blow up the gun rod? The voice came from Alma. Seemed she'd wrapped up her conversation and now stood nearby, arms folded, looking up at him with a mildly bored expression. At first he thought she was reproaching him, but her eyes told a different story, curious, even amused. Still, there wasn't much to say. No, it wasn't, but it made things clearer, didn't it? Well, that kind of dramatic explosion does get attention. Still, not exactly mechanic-friendly. What are you planning to do with that gun rod? It's beyond salvaging. He hadn't brought the broken weapon back. It was probably still lying wherever he'd thrown it at Adin. He wasn't about to go dig through the rubble for it now. With a sardonic grin, he asked, "Can you fix it?" "Of course not." "Then there's no point in asking, is there? They're the ones who rigged it, not me. I'm not the one who should be getting yelled at." "Well, I'm not getting yelled at either, so I guess it's fine." That seemed to satisfy her for now, but Alma wasn't done. "There's something I still don't get, though. How'd you know the gun rod was tampered with? I know I tried to warn you just before the match, but that didn't reach you in time. You were already suspicious before you even left this room. So tell me, assistant, what exactly did you see?" "Nothing." "Huh. Just basic deduction." "Deduction." I never believed they wanted a fair fight to begin with. The knight had no obvious tampering, so that left the gun rod. You say that like you were absolutely sure they'd cheat. She narrowed her eyes at him. Musica just shrugged. I was. What? Clearly not the answer she expected. Alma blinked, stunned, while Musica smirked, not at her but at the idea itself. He wasn't laughing at Alma. He was laughing at everything that made up the so-called nobles. They're all the same, spoiled, arrogant fools twisted by elitism. Noble my ass, they strut around thinking they're better than everyone just because someone slapped a title on them. Filthy commoner this. Damn mercenary that. How many times do they need to say it before they're satisfied? I knew they'd cheat, because that's just how those bastards are. If they think you're beneath them, they'll do anything. All the while acting like they're these exalted beings, but peel back one layer and you see the truth. That's what nobles are. Rotten to the core. Then, that's not true. A quiet protest interrupted him. He turned toward the voice. It was a Sha. She hadn't left. He'd known she was still there, but ignored her. She had heard everything. And though her expression was pained, there was also something fierce behind it, the strength to stand against what she believed was wrong. "You're wrong. That wasn't what being a noble means. Not all of us are like that." Her voice, once weak, was now clear and defiant, so Musica replied, "Yeah, maybe." And then immediately crushed that fragile hope. But where are they then? What? Where are these uncorrupted nobles? How many of them actually exist? There was no answer. Because that wasn't a real question, it was rhetorical. A cheap trick of logic, and Musica knew it, but he still let his anger out. Not through logic, but experience. "I've spent 3 years traveling as a merc. I've been branded a sky pirate just so some prick could steal credit, nearly got killed over it more than once. Even when I did take out pirates, I was stiffed on the pay and had to starve. I've been duped with rigged jobs too. It was always the same. People sitting on their fancy titles, drunk on glory and greed, looking down their noses at the rest of us. Maybe there were kind nobles on their own islands. That was possible. But to Musica, who'd lived and worked as a mercenary, nobles were synonymous with injustice. He and others like him were used and discarded, nothing more than tools. Even when they were paid in full, the next day they'd be kicked off the island like trash. There was malice behind it. A deep-rooted refusal to accept outsiders, even while happily exploiting their power. Kill some metals, destroy some pirates, protect the island, and that's what makes you noble and proud. Don't make me laugh. Honor, dignity, that stuff's got nothing to do with titles or jobs. Saying someone is great because they're a noble is nothing but a fantasy, a delusion." He spat out his contempt and laughed bitterly. But that wasn't the only reason he hated nobles. That hatred ran deeper, from before he became a merc. "That's not a fantasy. The noble I knew, the one who protected me." A Sha tried to refute him, but Musica didn't listen. He didn't even let her finish. because he knew this would hurt her. My father was murdered by one of those nobles you admire so much. What? He could still remember it clearly, the day the metal horde attacked Grendel. His father had been forced to defend a sector alone. The higher-ups had ordered it knowing full well it was a death sentence. And yet, his father, laughing, still believing in honor, had accepted the mission. 7 years ago, he never came back. Mubuseka had seen everything. After the body was recovered, he'd secretly read the combat logs from Siegfried. They shot him in the back while he was fighting the metals. My uncle, the one who didn't inherit the family, led a group and gunned him down. Called it an accident. Everyone just swept it under the rug. Even guys my dad had helped. What do you think he said to me at the funeral? He sneered, "You're next," that's what he said. I ran away that same day. I think it was during the funeral. If Raoul hadn't found me passed out on the street, I'd be dead. Asha stood frozen, stunned, speechless. Mubuseka looked down at her with cold scorn, not because he hated her, but because her ideals were incompatible with his. And it hurt, because she was a good person. She'd fought with the powerless, used a weak servant just to protect people on the flight bus. She was an honest fool, someone who truly cared. She was a good person. And maybe that's why he pushed her away. You can think whatever you want about nobles, that's your choice, but don't shove that belief onto me. It makes me sick. He glared straight at her, not as an enemy, but as someone he simply couldn't reconcile with. She stood there, her face pale, unable to reply. Eventually, she lowered her head and looked away. "I'm sorry." Mubuseka said nothing. He didn't even have the strength to glare anymore. He just looked away, drained. Unable to bear the silence, Asha fled. And as she left, he caught a glimpse of her profile, tear-streaked. He told himself it was just his imagination, but he knew it wasn't. He had hurt her with words that didn't need to be said. He had rejected what she believed in. He had become the very thing he loathed, forcing his own view on someone else. The truth was obvious. There were good nobles. Of course there were. After all, they were just people. The label noble was just that, a label, nothing more. So in the end, this exchange had really just been petty venting. How pathetic. Letting my temper flare and picking a fight, seriously, how lame. He mocked himself, but what he truly felt was shame. Clenching his fists, he tried to endure it, but the humiliation made him feel like his skin was on fire. What doused Mubuseka with cold water was the usual tone-deaf, unfazed voice. A noble who was killed by another noble. Reminds me, there was a famous story about that. You wouldn't happen to be related to Siegfried, would you? So what if I am? His reply came out harsh. Whether it was scorn or pity, he braced himself against whatever emotion might come next. But he realized his bravado was misplaced the moment he looked into Alma's eyes. There wasn't a trace of malice in them. She said something entirely unrelated to what Mubuseka had feared. "No, nothing like that. I just finally understood why you opened with that rush attack. The noblesse frame Siegfried was a close combat model, wasn't it? I thought you didn't know that. I told you I got chewed out for designing a melee unit, didn't I? I looked it up afterward, and still. What? Oh, nothing, just thinking about what to make next." Just as suddenly as she fell into thought, Alma blurted that out. It was like that was all her head was ever filled with. She clearly couldn't care less about other people's emotions. She was a born mad scientist. Mubuseka couldn't help but feel a strange sense of admiration. Not that it did him any good. Then Mubuseka happened to glance up, toward the exit of the waiting room, in the direction Asha had left. There's a saying that regrets come too late, but now even the words he'd spit out couldn't be taken back. A different kind of exhaustion than what he'd felt during the duel weighed on him, and he let out a sigh. Section. "I'm home, Rim, where's Mubuseka?" That was the first thing his father said upon returning home at dusk. The small house had been arranged for them through Letitia's connections. It was originally meant for a shared living arrangement, but with only 3 people, it felt spacious. Maybe it wasn't, really, but after living on a flight ship, any real house would feel roomy. When their father stepped into the living room, Rim paused her cooking and peeked out from the kitchen. Seeing the stiff look on his face, she matched it with one of her own. He's locked himself in his room. Said he didn't want dinner and asked to be left alone for a while. It had already been half a day since the duel. After Mubuseka finished what he had to do, he went straight home on his own. When Rim caught up, he told her that and hadn't come out since. He hadn't even eaten lunch, definitely not good for him. It was exactly what Raoul had expected. He let out a tired sigh. I see. So, did anyone say anything about my Nielsen? Rim asked softly, something that had been on her mind. Naturally, the atmosphere after the duel had been toxic. Once it came to light that the Duel Oversight Committee had colluded to corrupt the duel, things escalated quickly. Outrage poured out against the nobles from Svartalf, who had been the main perpetrators. Letitia declared she would take responsibility for the case, and that seemed to settle matters. Rim had left early to chase after Musica, so she didn't know the details. But this incident had tarnished the sacred image of duels among nobles and disgraced the Oversight Committee in the public eye. But Rim didn't care about any of that. She had no interest in how things would be resolved. That wasn't what she wanted to ask. Raoul had returned late because he'd been gathering intel on the aftermath of the duel. As a related party, Letitia had also called on him as an advisor. Shrugging, her father answered her question. No, nothing so far. This duel was a disaster from the start. He's the victim here. No one's blaming him for any of this. I see. Well, even if someone did say something, it wouldn't be anything new. It's not like he'd care. He's not that fragile. Rim didn't respond. But not because she had nothing to say, it just wouldn't matter if she did. That wasn't comfort. He's just gotten used to malice. That wasn't comfort at all. She clenched her fists. What made her saddest in moments like this was that Musica never let anyone see his weakness. He kept everything bottled up inside and endured it all on his own. Not because he could, but because he didn't know any other way. He never had the chance to learn what it meant to lean on someone, to share a burden. He had that stolen from him. The boy who lost his family to malice was left with only one thing to learn: how to stand alone. Why is it always my Nielsen who has to suffer? Her quiet lament slipped from her lips. She'd thought it for a long time. This world was cruel to Musica, malicious, to the point where you'd want to curse something, anything, for pushing him so far. Who knows, maybe that's just the kind of star he was born under. I hate that kind of talk. She glared at her father, who'd made the offhand remark. He just let out a small laugh through his nose. He patted her on the head to calm her, still smiling wryly. Say what you want, but it's not like this is new. That guy's always been drawing misfortune like a magnet. He's dumb and he can't be sneaky even if he tries. You know that. Thanks to that, we're able to live like this now. So the least we can do is be on his side, no matter what happens. Right. With that, he pulled his hand away and gave her forehead a light flick. Rim yelped in surprise. Her father's bitter smile softened. All right, you done sulking? Go get Musica. It's dinner time. I wasn't sulking. She shot him a sour look, then quickly went to call Musica. The house they lived in was said to have been built by students from an old architecture department for group housing. The first floor had a kitchen, living room, bath, all shared space. The second floor was open, with each room divided by function. It was still a bit big for 3 people, but compared to their home back in the day, it was tiny. There was no garden tended by full-time groundskeepers, no parlor or dining room for guests, no ballroom for noble banquets. No servants, no chefs, no gardeners, no visitors, but everything I want is here. She didn't need anything else. Standing in front of the thin wooden door, she took a deep breath. Then, once her voice was ready, she knocked and called out like usual. Anarchy, dinner's ready, you asleep. No answer, even after another knock. When she tried the doorknob, it wasn't locked. She peeked inside. It was dark. The curtains were drawn shut, leaving the room almost pitch black. She slipped into the darkness, letting her eyes adjust. It didn't take long to find him. Musica was curled up in bed, not under the covers, like a cat or a baby. The slow, steady sound of breathing told her he wasn't awake. For a while, she just watched his sleeping face. His complexion wasn't terrible, but not exactly good either. His eyes were tightly shut. Having another nightmare, maybe. He'd never tell her what they were about, ever. Still, he was more stable now compared to the past. When they first met, Musica had been a mess. Haunted by nightmares every night, always afraid of people while awake. Just the sense of someone approaching would make his face tense up. He'd ball his fists and glare like he was facing an enemy. She could still remember those eyes, how even a young Rim had looked like a threat to him. It had been 7 years since she welcomed Musica as family. Back when he lost his father in that tragedy, lost his home, everything, fled before he could be killed. Rim's father had taken him in without telling anyone. It was a month after the funeral of Musica's father, Beryl Siegfried. On the day of the funeral, Musica had slipped away from the Siegfried house. With nowhere to go, he collapsed from hunger. By chance, Raoul found him. Just by sheer luck, he realized the half-dead boy by the roadside was the son of his best friend. And so Musica was raised in hiding. Because if he returned home, he would have been killed. That's when Rim and Musica's time together began. This world just never gives this person a break. Rim approached the bed as quietly as possible and sat at its edge. Gently, like touching something fragile, she brushed Musica's long hair aside. But he didn't respond. Eyes tightly shut, only the sound of pained breathing escaping his lips. Just the fact that he no longer bolts awake. Rim thinks that alone marks how much he's changed. When father first brought Musica home, he was like a stray puppy or kitten that wouldn't let anyone near. He wouldn't approach others, and he wouldn't let anyone approach him. Constantly afraid, constantly on edge, always growling, masking his fear with bravado, that was how he lived, even with Rim. So even though she called him Anarchy, not once did Rim truly revere him as a brother. To her, Musica had always been a puppy. A trembling, fragile thing that acted tough, but would disappear if she didn't stay by his side. A shivering pup that curled into a ball to sleep, too scared to stretch out. Even after Musica warmed up to Rim, after he began to protect her like a personal guard, that impression never changed, at least, not until 3 years ago. And now, he's grown so much, he feels like something entirely different from her. Bigger, sturdier, rougher. That fragile side seemed to have vanished, and his personality had grown just a little more twisted. And yet he was still warm, just like back then. That warmth had saved her, ever since the day 3 years ago when Creamhilt should have lost everything. That's why, no matter what happens, staying by Musica's side is Rim's role and her joy. Anarchy, it's dinner time. Come on, get up. NGH, Rim. It's dinner, time to wake up. I told you, I don't want any. Yeah, but it's already made. It'd be a waste, and skipping meals isn't healthy. You didn't eat lunch either, Anarchy. Come on, enough with the excuses, just get up already. Or are you going back to sleep? Once I'm up, I can't fall asleep again, fine. Still groggy, his movements sluggish more than slow, Musica crawled out of bed. This, too, was something she'd never seen in the past. Such an unguarded, vulnerable state, proof that he trusted her now. And that's why Rim continues to look after Musica, to honor that trust. Interlude 4. Alma-chan, do you have a moment? Emma. Suddenly called by name, Alma turned around from her desk. Night had already fallen, and no lights had been turned on in the lab. The only source of illumination was the large display on the wall, faintly casting light across the room. The air was still, with no one else around. Standing there in the dim shadows, the woman looked on with an oddly amused expression. Her pale skin, softly lit by the glow, gave her an almost ghostly appearance. Alma narrowed her eyes out of habit as she looked at the woman who had entered without a sound. And then, flatly, "Oh, it's you, Letitia. What is it?" "As you can see, I'm quite busy." "I'm busy too, you know. I squeezed this visit in between work. Just here for a bit of idle chat, shall we talk?" Emma. In response to Letitia's request, Alma held out her hand. It was their usual sign, pay up. Letitia, well accustomed to the routine, placed a small package into her hand without protest. Judging by the weight, it was likely some kind of baked sweets. HMPH, very well. I'll indulge you, so long as I can keep working. Honestly, I can't tell which of us is the master and which the servant, but fine. Letitia sighed, sounding half exasperated. The jab seemed to allude to their respective family backgrounds. Alma came from the Alma-Elma family, one of the few noble houses native to Serios. They'd long been responsible for maintaining not just the noblesse used by Serios' administrators, but the floating isle itself. A fairly distinguished lineage. Naturally, that put them under Serios' authority, but Alma had already been half disowned. She didn't care much either way, all the better. She spun her chair around and returned to her work. As she resumed typing, Letitia looked up at the display and murmured, "Is that the Danzel design notes? And Musica-san's spec sheet? Ah yes, fascinating, isn't it?" It was a profile of Mubuseka's capabilities, as a noble, or more accurately, as a noblesse pilot. A breakdown extrapolated from flight logs, charting magic capacity, compatibility grades, physical stats, and so on. That said, the data was incomplete. Mubuseka had only arrived in Serios recently, and not enough time had passed for sufficient data to accumulate. More than that, he hadn't been using the noblesse at full capacity. Staring up at the skewed control aptitude graph, Alma explained. His tactical preference is clearly oriented toward high-speed mobility combat. There's a similar noble, Yacht, but the difference is that Mubuseka avoids long-range engagement. He's all in on close quarters. That's just a personality trait, though, and not really the issue. The issue is his ability. Is there a flaw? Nope. It's just abnormal. The night is too limited for him. She added 2 data layers to the display. One showed the footage from Mubuseka's duel. The other was synchronized with the life support system's logs, heart rate, biological metrics, and psychological states inferred from ocular movement. These logs came from the night, which was a loaned unit owned by the Academy and outfitted with special recording capabilities. In terms of raw ability, his eyesight is too good. During the fight, the life support system detected no signs of agitation. His eye movements indicated he was completely calm. The analysis concluded this. Every move he made in that fight was in reaction to what he saw. Even that opening charge. Yes, he saw the incoming attack, judged it wouldn't hit, and charged forward. All in that instant, his reaction speed is practically inhuman. Sounds like he's been trained for close combat. His family seems to have drilled that style into him since childhood. Descendants of the Siegfried line, then. The Siegfried was a rare breed of noblesse, built for melee combat, a relic of an older era. If Mubuseka's family had been optimized to pilot one, it would explain his traits. His aptitude profile clearly emphasized close quarters engagement. A rarity, considering most noblesse and nobles throughout history were designed around ranged and magical combat. In a field dominated by mages, Mubuseka bore the traits of a warrior. Then Letitia lowered her voice, almost conspiratorially. Alma-chan, could it be, are you planning to build a noblesse for him? Her voice carried an ambiguous emotion, half reverent, half stifled delight. There was something about Mubuseka possessing a custom noblesse that clearly stirred something in her. Now that I think about it, the reason I ended up taking care of that assistant in the first place was probably her doing too. When Alma had first heard that a mercenary had been suddenly hired, she genuinely wondered if someone had hit their head. But the people sent her way had been unexpectedly agreeable. A mild-mannered middle-aged man despite being a mercenary, a slightly prickly but ultimately earnest boy, and a promising girl who might even become an ally. Alma, who didn't usually take interest in or feel fondness toward others, actually didn't mind those 3 all that much. Not to mention, they'd been helping out with her experiments. She even owed them a bit, still. I would like to give him one, but... She muttered bitterly and swiveled her chair to face the hangar. Parked there were the rundown knight, the maintenance servant, and the testbed damsel. Since it belonged to Raoul, or more precisely, to Raoul's mercenary corps, the knight had recently been re-registered to allow Mubuseka to pilot it. As things stood, Mubuseka could operate both the knight and the damsel. Alma sighed. The issue wasn't availability, it was Mubuseka's capabilities and her own standards. Nope, still no good. I've got nothing that'll work. What do you mean by that? That assistant of ours. He deliberately broke a gun rod that had a limiter installed. That kind of stunt isn't something a normal noble could pull off. Just judging by his mana levels, he's high tier, probably could reach count level. Same goes for Instructor Raoul. People like them are wasted doing mercenary work. The current damsel was equipped with a knight-grade arcane engine. That was sufficient for testing modules, but if she wanted to build a unit for Mubuseka, one that met her standards, the hardware would immediately fall short. Even if she cut down the frame, armor, and weapon systems, it wouldn't yield a satisfying result. Better not to build anything at all than to hand over something useless. That was Alma's pride as a noblesse architect. Just as her gaze sharpened with that conviction, Letitia suddenly asked something unexpected. The issue is the knight-grade engine, then. Well, yes, but... If, say, a Baron-class engine became available, how far could you take it? Blinking in disbelief, Alma slowly turned to look over her shoulder at the cold-blooded woman. Letitia's expression revealed nothing. She was still staring at the display. If I stripped it down to just the essentials, cut the armor, limited its functions, I might be able to focus everything on mobility and attack performance. But wait, are you saying you actually have one? A titled noblesse was effectively the heirloom of a noble house. For a noble, it was more important than life itself. There was no such thing as extras. Even at the lowest noble rank, the Baron-class noblesse was precious beyond measure. She'd never heard of a Baron-class engine being decommissioned or reused. Unless a noble house had been dismantled, there should never be a spare. And yet, when Alma narrowed her eyes and looked up again, Letitia turned toward her with a dazzling smile. Yes, one just became available. I'd rather not put it out in public in its current state, so I thought, perhaps I could give it to you, Alma-chan. Available? Wait, hold on. That Baron class, don't tell me. It was like divine punishment. Realization hit her all at once. The timing of this available Baron class could only mean one thing. Staring up at Letitia in stunned silence, Alma saw her smiling softly, gently. But in her eyes, oh my, you figured it out. Alma sighed and muttered plainly. Well, given the crime of trying to assassinate Serios's head, I suppose that's getting off lightly. Phew foo foo. I had a pleasant chat with his father. He graciously handed it over. No execution, just exile. And in exchange for his heir's life, I gained one Baron-class noblesse. I'd say it was a fine purchase. Letitia let out a small sigh. That said, it's not like I have any real use for it. It'd be more fitting for you to receive it as a dual prize. Oh, but I'll need you to keep the origin quiet, of course. Don't want other labs getting jealous. How exactly do you want me to explain it? Maybe something like, I'm borrowing a Baron from my family for experimental purposes. So I'll end up being seen as the eccentric mechanic who tears apart her family's Baron just to mess around with Danzel. Wonderful, would have been nice if you spared a thought for my reputation. Well, whatever, she thought and let it go with a shrug. Alma's lips curled into a grin. With a Baron in hand, I can build something at the bare minimum. This just got interesting. Do you already have a concept? Something in mind? Of course. I'll build the perfect noblesse for that assistant, reverse engineered from his specs. What came to mind was a previous design she had submitted as an assignment, a melee-focused unit. Back then, she hadn't considered the pilot at all. It was just a theoretical exercise, how far she could push the design within the project constraints. But this time was different. This time she had the perfect close combat noble right in front of her. Once the person was decided, the path forward became clear. No more groping around in the dark. Optimization. Specialization. That was the true joy of customization. With a smile rising from deep within, Alma declared, the concept is the ultimate forward unit. Chapter 5, so you still believe in the dream of nobility, do you? Annika. How long are you gonna sleep? A loud knock echoed through the air, followed by Rim's drawn-out shout. It felt like being dragged out of icy water, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. With that hazy sensation, Mubuseka slowly woke up. The morning sunlight peeked through the gap in the closed curtains of his room. It was his day off, with nothing in particular to do, so he had planned to sleep in. But for some reason, Rim insisted on enforcing a strict daily routine on him. If I left you alone, you'd turn into a total bum, or so Rim always said. Mubuseka had told her to mind her own business, but he'd never once managed to win an argument against her. Giving up in the face of the relentless knocking, he yawned and stepped out of his room, only to be greeted by Rim, wearing an apron and puffing her cheeks with a spatula in hand. Good morning, Aniki. Come on, go wash your face already. Yeah. Obediently, he headed straight for the sink. As a rule, he never opposed Rim in the morning. He'd learned over their 3 years of traveling together that challenging the ruler of the kitchen only brought suffering. When did I stop being able to win against her? Back when they were still in their homeland, she had been the daughter of his lord and he her servant, so he hadn't stood a chance then either, just in a different way. Now, he was submitting to a different kind of pressure. He didn't think it had always been like this back when their journey began, but now that he'd gotten used to it, it felt like it had been this way from the start. After washing his face, he walked into the living room. Rim had already finished preparing breakfast, On the table were an egg toast for Musica and a sugar toast for Rim. Looking at how she always made separate meals tailored to their tastes, he realized it really was a thoughtful effort. How can she eat something that sweet first thing in the morning? What? Was there something you wanted to eat instead? Nah, not really. Musica dismissed the overly attentive Rim and took a seat, biting into his toast. Hey, what about your greeting? That's bad manners. Don't get so worked up. I act properly in front of people. If you don't make it a habit, you'll be in trouble when it really matters, you know. In lieu of a reply, he lazily waved his hand, which only earned him another judgmental stare from Rim. By the way, where's Raoul? He headed out. Not sensing anyone else in the house, Musica asked. Raoul was an adult, so there was no real concern, but still. He left a little while ago, said he had work or something. Again, huh? That guy's always busy. Well, whatever, what about us? Do we have anything planned today? Alma-senpai called us, said it's urgent and asked us to come over. Urgent? I didn't get any message about that. Huh, really? Maybe they forgot to contact you. Well, I guess I should at least show my face. With that, Musica finished his breakfast, got ready, and headed out. The walk from their rented home to the academy was a fair distance. Along the way, they passed a decent number of people. Unlike Musica and Rim, who were in uniform, most were in casual clothes. It was a day off, after all. Maybe from being freed from strict classes, some wore flashy or stylish outfits. Watching the crowd heading off to their respective destinations, Musica muttered in disbelief. Even on their day off, people actually feel like going out. If it's a break, might as well sleep at home. Most people do go out, you know. Being a shut-in is no good. I let it slide while we were living in the sky, but that won't fly while we're on the floating isles. Yeah, maybe if I feel like it. That means you definitely won't, doesn't it? Rim gave him a half-lidded stare of exasperation. Musica simply shrugged, unbothered. Then, Papain, what was that sound? Ah, that was my mobile terminal. Looks like I just got a message. Apparently, it was her ringtone. Musica gave Rim a skeptical look, wondering why on earth she'd set such a ridiculous sound as her ringtone. Rim, completely unaware of Musica's gaze, operated her terminal and called up a holoscreen, projecting the data she had received. Musica blinked in confusion and read it aloud. Academy Journal, what's this? Looks like it's a student-run media publication. It summarizes and reports events and happenings around Serios. There's something like that. Huh, you sure know a lot. Musica hadn't even known such a thing existed, and he studied the article with newfound curiosity. Then, he blinked again in surprise. Shocking. A rogue noble gets a fistful of justice from a young mercenary. That was the bold headline splashed across the front page, complete with a photo of Knight punching the Baron-class noble Roa. It must have been taken right at the start of the duel. Musica couldn't help but be impressed at how well it was captured. Apparently, the article was about yesterday's duel. Not that duels were a common occurrence, so it made sense that it would attract attention. I really didn't want this kind of spotlight. Wasn't gonna happen anyway after that duel, right? They even printed your name. At least they hadn't included a photo of his face. That was the one saving grace. Glancing around, Musica noted that no one seemed to be paying him any attention. The article itself was fairly neutral. It briefly summarized why Dans had challenged the duel, how it played out, and touched on the misconduct revealed afterward. The real criticism, possibly from the writers, possibly not, was aimed squarely at the Duel Oversight Committee. The article condemned not just the cheating, but also the committee for allowing it. Aden, who served as one of the adult members, seemed to be the main target. For now, though, the matter was still under investigation, and no official judgment had been made. After skimming the article, Musica muttered with a sigh. They call it foul play instead of flat-out cheating. Feels like they're trying to soften the blow a bit, doesn't it? Can't be helped, right? There's no upside to taking the mercenary's side. Better to stay in the noble's good graces. Yeah, guess that makes sense. It wasn't worth worrying about. Musica exhaled and looked away from the journal. Nothing about yesterday was worth remembering, especially everything that happened afterward. What flashed through his mind was the tearful face of a red-haired girl with a ponytail, like a dog's tail. I really didn't need to say all that? Yeah, definitely. He'd made her cry. Let his anger get the better of him, trampled all over her feelings, and dragged up a past that didn't need to be said. That guilt was what weighed on him. Anarchy. Something wrong? Ah, no, it's nothing. Clearing his throat once, he quickly changed the subject. Before long, they arrived at the academy. As expected, most students on campus were in uniform, but here and there a few wore casual clothes. Mubuseka found himself mildly surprised. So you can wear civvies on your day off, huh? I wonder what Alma-senpai wants anyway. No idea. If you're the one who got called and not me, it probably isn't a module test. Maybe she's working on something new. And she wants my input for it, but I don't really know much, you know. Maybe she wants a third-party perspective or something. I dunno exactly, huh? Mubuseka suddenly stopped mid-sentence, stunned. They had arrived at Alma's lab, but taped across the door was a huge sign. It said only one thing: no visitors. The hell is this? Beats me. The two of them stared blankly at the sign. The question now was, if they were being so blunt about rejecting guests, was it okay to go in? Before they could decide, the door creaked open on its own. Inside, the lights were off, leaving the room in near total darkness. From deep within, a machine, likely a craft printer, whirred with mechanical noise, busily producing something. And from within the shadows, with that noise rumbling behind her, Alma emerged. Whoa. Looking completely wrecked for some reason. Heavy bags under her eyes suggested she hadn't slept, yet her eyes were wide open and bloodshot, sparkling with manic energy. She seemed to be suppressing her exhaustion through sheer will and excitement. Her state was clearly not normal. And if her appearance was a red flag, her behavior was downright unhinged. Wait, hang on. Alma looked back and forth between Rim and Mubuseka, then took only Rim's hand and led her back into the room. Before Rim could even say a word, the door shut with a sharp click. And after that, there was no sign of it opening again. Still stunned by the unexpected development, Mubuseka's wristwatch-style terminal buzzed with a new message. It was from Alma. The contents were just as blunt as her behavior. Thanks for escorting. I don't need anything from you, so go home. Wow, that's some next-level rude. Groaning dryly, Mubuseka shot Rim a quick message. Call me if anything comes up. It was Alma they were talking about, so unless it was something really extreme, she'd probably be fine. Still, now suddenly left all alone, he let out a small sigh. Guess I've got nothing to do now. Might as well head back and sleep. If Alma's lab was off-limits, there wasn't much point hanging around the academy. Rim would probably get mad if she heard that, but it wasn't like he had anywhere else he wanted to go. And so, Mubuseka turned to head back when, "Ah, good, you really were here." He turned around at the voice behind him, blinking in confusion. Then blinked again at the sight of the speaker. Because it was someone quite unexpected, a rare visitor, at least by Mubuseka's standards. Normally, they had little to no interaction. "Hey, I wanted to talk to you for a bit. Is now okay?" With a slightly awkward but friendly smile, the girl from Variant, Chloe, spoke. "Section, I saw the duel yesterday. You were really strong, Mubuseka-san." Since they couldn't use Alma's lab, they were walking while looking for a spot to sit down. The comment was sudden, and Mubuseka frowned slightly as he looked at Chloe. He wondered if she was just flattering him, but there was no hint of obsequiousness in her tone. It seemed she'd just brought it up as casual conversation. Feeling slightly awkward for being on guard for no reason, Mubuseka found himself thinking. We haven't really talked much before, have we? Come to think of it, he didn't know much about Chloe at all. She was one of the classmates he'd first met after arriving at Serio's, but that was about it. Among the three from Variant, Asha had always stood out more. Saji was in the same alchemy course, so they'd had some interaction. But with Chloe, there had been almost no connection, and even during brief conversations, they weren't the type to engage each other directly. So what does she want now? Because he was too busy wondering that, he didn't realize Chloe had been watching him. Is there something on my face? Ah, no, it's not that, He would be completely stuck if she asked why he'd been staring at her like that. In the middle of fumbling for an excuse, something clicked and Mubuseka asked, "Did you change your vibe or something?" Huh? Oh, maybe because I stopped using honorifics. Ah, yeah, probably that. Didn't match the image I had of you. Among the Variant trio, she had always spoken in formal language. That's probably what felt off. Since she brought it up herself, it must have been a deliberate change. When he looked at her questioningly instead of asking aloud, Chloe easily answered. I decided to stop treating you special. Treating me special? How? Well, back when we first met, I thought you were a mercenary. You seemed kinda scary, so I figured it was safer to use polite language. But now we're classmates. Using honorifics with someone our age feels weird. Did you prefer the formal speech? Please don't, makes my back itch. Yeah. Then I'll talk normally. With that, Chloe giggled softly, clearly enjoying herself. But truth be told, that only made Mubuseka more uncomfortable. He was used to hostility and spite. If someone picked a fight, he'd gladly take it. But when people acted friendly without any clear reason, he had no idea how to react. What bothered him most were attitudes like this, unexplained and unexpectedly kind. So, what was it you wanted to talk about? You mentioned something earlier. Unable to help it, he looked away and asked bluntly. He also glanced around for a bench or somewhere to sit, but no such luck. Seemed like they'd be walking for a while longer. Still, just as Mubuseka was direct, Chloe's answer came straight and without hesitation. Hey, did you get into a fight with a Sha? What? Cough, cough. The fastball of a question caught him so off guard, he swallowed wrong and started coughing. Whoa, hey, are you okay? No, I mean, yeah, I'm fine. You just surprised me is all, but why would you ask that out of nowhere? You're not denying it, though. He. As he stood coughing and trying to recover, Chloe looked up at him with a gentle smile. That smile somehow made him feel even more cornered, and he found himself holding his breath. Then, as she moved ahead, Chloe spoke over her shoulder. Asha and I rent the same place. We live together. Yesterday, after that duel, she was totally down in the dumps, so I figured something must have happened. Am I right? Sorry, no comment. Even if something did happen, it's not the kind of thing I'd talk about with someone else. With how much you've said already, I don't think that no comment means much anymore. Chloe let out another quiet giggle. Her smile made Mubuseka avert his eyes, not because he was angry, but because it felt weirdly uncomfortable. And when she laughed again at his reaction, he couldn't help but groan internally, unsure how to deal with her. Ah, so is that what this is about? You're here to avenge sulking Asha or something? Hi. Chloe blinked at him in surprise, and Mubuseka mirrored the reaction, realizing he'd misread the situation. The teasing smile had vanished, which was a relief, but now she just stared at him blankly, and somehow that was just as awkward. So when you say avenge, you mean like, how dare you bully my friend? Or something? Yeah, more or less. So that's not it. Nope, I'm not that overprotective, you know? I mean, I do think I'm the most mature one in our group, but still. She let out an exaggerated sigh while taking light jabs at the others, calling Asha a handful and Saji a noble-obsessed kid. Quietly, Mubuseka revised his impression of Chloe. She'd shown a bit of this side before, but now it was clear. She didn't hold back when it came to her close friends. He had assumed she was the quiet, reserved type since Asha usually took the lead. Clearly, that had been a misjudgment. Then, Chloe turned back to face him. But still, Asha was so down today, she didn't even eat. You know how she is, she doesn't usually get that upset. The only time she really gets down is when she feels like she's hurt someone else. So, I was wondering what happened. She stared directly into his eyes, silently waiting for an answer. She seemed fairly certain already. Feeling uncomfortable under that gaze, Mubuseka's lips twisted into a grimace as he muttered a response. It's nothing serious, just a bit of a spat. Is that really true? Chloe's voice was soft, but her gaze was unwavering, focused entirely on him, not even slightly turned aside. Her eyes were clearer than Mubuseka had expected, and he found himself shrinking back slightly. They looked like they could see through even the smallest lie. He felt his breath catch in his throat. That reaction seemed to give him away, because Chloe gave a quiet, knowing laugh. Mubuseka-san, are you kind of childish? Not gonna ask what made you think that, but cut me some slack. I'm not that young anymore. Really? You still think that, after seeing our Asha and Saji? Chloe spoke in the tone of someone talking about little kids they were stuck babysitting. Actually, that's part of why I dropped the honorifics. I realized you're not some scary mercenary. You're just a regular boy. And what made you think that? I guess it was the duel yesterday. You got honestly angry. I didn't expect that. So I figured maybe I shouldn't treat you like someone special. And that's why you're treating me like a kid. Well, Mubuseka-san, you're not that grown up, are you? Chloe said it matter-of-factly, then flashed a sly grin. Mubuseka didn't have a comeback ready, and his lips twisted into a tight frown. When he thought of someone grown-up, Raoul came to mind. But if he asked himself whether he was like Raoul, not even close. He took a deep breath and quickly gave up, not out of fatigue, but resignation. He had nothing to counter with. Anything he said would get shot down, just like with Rim. He could already sense he wasn't going to win this one. With that, he sighed, and without digging too deep, asked a question. Does a Sha have some kind of thing for nobles? Is that what the fight was about? Stop poking around. I said no comment. You're being way too obvious for that to work, but yeah, she does. When she was little, a noble from another island saved her. She got saved. Yeah, during a trip on a flight ship. You know the Island Federation's summit, right? Her dad had to go as an assistant to our island's administrator. So she went with him and got attacked by metal or something. Chloe nodded. The Island Federation Summit was a major annual meeting where administrators and representatives from all the floating isles in the sky gathered. It was a time for establishing new laws, reporting on the year's events, and sharing new technologies. It had little to do with commoners, but if a Sha was a noble, then her parent must be one too. That she attended the event wasn't surprising. Yeah. After that, she got to talk to the noble who saved her, said he was incredibly strong. That moment became her foundation. Just meeting a strong noble. Yep, after he rescued her, they talked a little. And I think from that day on, she started taking things more seriously. She paused for a moment. Then, as if recalling the memory, Chloe said, she told me she asked, how can I become strong like you? And he said, value fighting for someone else. For someone else, huh? Yeah. He said that's the most important thing for a noble. What she said, Mubuseka understood it in his head. It was a simple idea. Basically just putting noblesse oblige into easier words. But that was the whole point of being a noble in the sky. To fight for those who can't, for the sake of people you'd never meet, to protect peace in the name of the powerless. That was what nobles were originally meant to be. Idealistic, Mubuseka thought. Way too soft. Reality didn't work like that. He almost wanted to laugh at how naive it sounded. And yet, if you were going to teach a kid something, there was probably no better lesson. Still, that's really all there was to it. Chloe blinked at the question. Yeah, were you hoping there'd be more to it? I guess, though saying that makes me sound like I'm criticizing her, which I'm not. But I mean, she got rescued, they talked, and that's it. That's enough to become someone's foundation. Isn't that how childhood admiration works, though? Even if it's something simple. I guess that's true. Mubuseka reluctantly, though calling it reluctant was a little rude, accepted her answer. Or maybe he just didn't have any better response. And then it came back to him, a memory, his father. Out there in the empty sky, his father once asked him what he fought for. His father had said a noble fights for someone else, and Mubuseka had answered that he couldn't fight for a reason like that. Then what would he fight for? His father asked. Think about it, he said. Mubuseka still remembered that day. If childhood admiration defined who someone became, then that moment was it for him. But even now, he still hadn't found his answer. She's different from me, huh? He was thinking of a Sha. Someone who could get angry for another's sake. Someone like that could probably fight for others, too. What I felt was pain. The pain of knowing I could never be like that. The pain of watching her do what I couldn't. And then, why someone like her? Aren't you going to make up? I snapped out of my thoughts. Chloe was staring straight at me. This time, there was no teasing smile. She was simply looking at me earnestly. Avoiding her gaze, I spat back. We weren't close enough to make up. We've barely even spoken since I got here. Really? But relationships aren't just about that, are they? It's easy to think it's fine to let them fall apart, but running away for that kind of reason, that's kinda lame. Lame's, huh? It felt like she was scolding a stubborn child, and maybe that's exactly what I was. She might be right. Hiding the bitter shame, I replied sullenly. You've gotten a lot bolder since you dropped the polite speech, haven't you? Think so, but I talk like this with Saji and a Sha too, you know. Everyone's just a kid. Didn't I tell you not to treat me like a kid too? Then you'd better start acting cool, don't you think? You always have something to say back. I let out a low groan. There was just no winning. Mubuseka quietly added her to his mental blacklist, right next to Rim. Arguing with her was asking for trouble. Then, his wristwatch terminal started ringing. Incoming call. The caller, Raoul. He glanced at Chloe, and she gave a small nod, understanding. He offered an apologetic gesture before accepting the call. Raoul's first words were, "Yo, Musica, can you come to Airfront now?" "Airfront, what for?" "Just a quick gig. You're free today, right? Come help out." "Again, give me some warning next time, would you? You're always so sudden." "Aw, don't be like that. Is Rim with you?" "Rim got nabbed by Alma-senpai, dragged into the lab for something. I'm the only one who can move." "Got it. It's not a job she'd be needed for anyway. All right, get over here." Before he could agree, the call was already cut. It was so abrupt he wasn't even sure how to react. "Part-time job." She must have heard. Chloe asked and Musica answered, still looking confused. "Apparently, sounds like something outside the city if it's at Airfront." "Mercenary work." "Could be, sorry, but I've gotta go." "Okay, take care." That was rare. He'd only heard that kind of farewell from Rim or Raoul. Maybe she hadn't expected him to react like that, because Chloe tilted her head. Letting out a sigh like all the wind had been taken out of him, Musica muttered gruffly, "Could you tell Asha I'm sorry about yesterday?" For a moment, Chloe blinked in surprise. Then she gave a soft chuckle and, slipping into her usual older sister act, replied, "You should just tell her yourself. That kind of thing's exactly why you still seem like a kid. So stubborn." "Shut it. Try holding back once in a while, would you?" He groaned like he'd bitten into something bitter, but Chloe just laughed, amused. Section. After boarding a city bus from the stop near the academy, Musica sank into his seat for a while. His destination was the final stop, Airfront. As the bus gradually left the city behind, passengers got off one by one. By the time it reached the end of the line, Musica was the only one left. He stepped off the bus at the last stop and looked around. But then again, Airfront was on the outer edge of the island. There wasn't much to see. At most, there was a guard station for the surrounding airspace patrol and a marina, a storage area for the floating island's flight ships. Near the security team's station, Musica saw some nobles undergoing combat training, but that was about the only activity. Now that the long holiday was over, the Airfront had become an almost deserted and desolate space. Then, "Hey Musica, over here." Suddenly being called, Musica turned toward the wharf. Raoul was standing right in front of a docked flight ship. It looked like departure preparations were already complete. As he walked over, Musica let out a voice of exasperation. "Could you not call me out of the blue every damn time? Even if it's work, this is way too sudden." "Can't be helped. The client dropped the job on us last minute." "Client?" That word caught his attention. Of course there's a client if it's a job, but for some reason that single word really stuck in his mind. However, Raoul didn't seem inclined to explain. He moved behind Musica, grabbed his shoulders, and started pushing him forward. Come on, we can talk later. Just get on board already, time's ticking." "Hey, wait, at least tell me what this is about first." Later. Despite his protests, Musica was shoved onto the flight ship, and the door slammed shut behind him. To make matters worse, the ship took off on its own, leaving Musica with no way to turn back. Standing stunned in the corridor, he muttered, "Who's piloting this thing?" "The client." "Now then, I believe we're ready to talk, aren't we? This is basically kidnapping. What kind of job is this? Do I at least get to say no?" "You really think you do? In this situation?" "Raoul." He growled out Raoul's name from the depths of his throat, full of resentment, but the huge man behind him didn't so much as flinch. Completely ignoring him, Raoul continued pushing Musica toward the bridge as he spoke. "Like I said, it's a rush job, but for something so urgent, the work's easy and the pay's high. Just help your uncle out with a little side gig, yeah. Don't call yourself an uncle. Fine, I get it already. So, what exactly is this job you're roping me into? Allow me to explain that." Then, just as they stepped into the bridge, a voice called out, making Musica blink in confusion. When he turned to face forward, he saw a figure standing in the center of the bridge, in front of the helm. Now that he thought about it, Raoul had said the client was the one who launched the ship. And that person standing there was so unexpected that Musica muttered in disbelief. "Student Council President? What the hell are you doing here?" "Letitia Serios, the highest authority on this floating isle, or well, that phrasing might be a bit too snide." As he looked at her suspiciously, she placed a hand over her chest and smiled. Because I'm the one who requested this job. You did. What the hell for? He thought, puzzled. Normally, the administrator of a floating isle wouldn't leave it for any reason. The only exception might be an All-Isles Federation summit. Any other reason to leave would be. The thought hit him and he asked, "Did you run away from home?" I'm not some spoiled runaway teenage girl, though I admit it's a rather amusing idea. The way she pouted looked exactly like that of a spoiled teenage girl. With a polite little cough, she continued more formally. No need to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Mubuseka-san. Would you care to accompany me on a little date in the sky? To be honest, the word date was the most roundabout part of this whole thing. Once he actually heard the explanation, the job itself was simple. A patrol flight through a slightly farther than usual sector of the surrounding airspace. That was it in a nutshell, although, under normal circumstances, that would be the job of the surrounding airspace security squad. It wasn't the kind of task that required hiring Raoul's mercenary band, and certainly not one that needed Letitia to personally come along. Yet she still made this request, for two reasons. First, she didn't have the authority to freely deploy the security squad, and second, because of a bad feeling she couldn't ignore. On a typical floating isle, the administrator holds the highest authority over everything on that island. But Academy City, by its very nature, was a gathering of students from the outside. As such, it prioritized self-governance, and interference from administrators was generally frowned upon. Letitia just happened to be student council president, but in principle, the administrator of Academy City served more as a supervisor than a ruler. Besides that, Academy City wasn't a home for the children who lived there. It was a school they would eventually leave, and that weak sense of belonging directly translated into the weak influence of the administrator. In fact, when it came to the command structure of the security squad, authority was split evenly among the administrator, the squad captain, and the squad's instructor. That's why Letitia couldn't simply order them around, but that was fine. She had an alternative, using Raoul's mercenary band instead, even if Mubuseka wasn't thrilled about it. At that point, who cared about the security squad? What Mubuseka found more concerning was that bad feeling she mentioned. A throwback, maybe? Among the nobles, especially those of the administrator bloodlines, there were rare individuals who showed uncanny intuition. So sharp, in fact, that one might suspect they could actually see the future. There was a theory behind it. The origin of the nobles traced back to the old aristocrats and mages. And among those mages were ones called prophets, who, allegedly, could see into the future, albeit for short periods. So perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question that modern nobles might still possess similar abilities. It didn't sound vague enough to be just a bad feeling. I wonder what she actually sees. He'd known someone like that before. Someone close, well, more like an old guy. Always laid back, slippery, never serious, and constantly messing around, yet at times, he'd have scarily accurate instincts. Mubuseka had never once heard the man boast about it, but as thoughts like these drifted through his mind under the empty sky, the flight ship floated leisurely above the sea of clouds without any escort. Lying on the deck, Mubuseka stared absent-mindedly into the sky. The sea of clouds had been created, like the floating isles themselves, after humanity was driven from the surface by metal. They were artificial clouds, designed to keep metal from detecting the people who had escaped to the skies. Generated by the floating isles, they remained in flight paths for a certain period, then eventually dissolved into the atmosphere. Why the artificial clouds were made to disappear after a set time. This was one of the many mysteries forgotten by humanity when they ascended into the sky. Permanent clouds that stayed in place would be unnatural. So if the floating isles moved through established flight paths while hiding themselves, and the clouds were programmed to vanish once their job was done, that would make sense from a logical standpoint. But the real mystery was different. Why hadn't the ancient mages covered the entire sky with cloud sea in the first place? If you went far enough from a floating isle, you could see the surface. On days of extreme weather, even from close by. There was a theory that metal found its way into the sky because it saw traces of humanity through those gaps. Which was why some believed the ancient mages should have filled even those gaps with cloud sea. Why they didn't? Like I'd know the answer to something like that. Then, see anything interesting? A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Musica shifted his eyes in that direction. Just as he expected, the voice belonged to Letitia. She was poking her head through the hatch on the deck floor, a bizarre sight, like her neck was sprouting from the floorboards. Hard to believe this girl was the administrator of a floating isle. Since lying down felt awkward with someone watching, Musica sat up. In the meantime, she climbed up fully onto the deck. As she walked over, she rubbed her arms and asked, "Isn't it cold up here?" "Well, yeah. If you're standing up, the wind hits you directly. Sitting down, it's not too bad." Ahem. She paused with a mildly thoughtful expression, glancing around as if searching for something. Only after a moment did Musica realize she was probably looking for a chair or something. It made sense. After all, she was a noble lady. But when she noticed there was nothing of the sort, she frowned and, as if resigning herself, sat down next to him. About 5 seconds of silence passed before she scrunched up her face. "It really is cold, isn't it?" "Not really. Actually, just being a little chilly feels pretty nice." HMPH. Letitia grumbled again. This time, it didn't seem like she was thinking deeply, more like she just wasn't satisfied. Still unsure why she'd come up here, Musica asked her directly, "Did you want something?" "It's not anything that important. If I had to say, maybe just some small talk. It looks like it'll still be a while, after all." As she spoke, Letitia turned her gaze to the sky. Not that anything about the scenery had changed. There was only the vast sea of clouds stretching into the distance and the endless blue sky above. If anything had changed, it was that Serios could now be seen in the distance behind them. Either way, if that's all she wanted, then it wasn't Musica's job. He lay back down and answered offhandedly, "If you want chit-chat, go talk to Raoul. In our mercenary band, that stuff's his department." "Oh, that's funny. I was told something similar by Raoul Ajasama. Said if I wanted to talk, I should do it with someone younger. That bastard just dumped you on me. Huh, like I'm supposed to babysit you." Of all people. She was one of the noblest bloodlines in the sky. Someone a guy like him normally wouldn't even dare approach. He really had nothing to say to someone like her. Musica gave up early and said so. "Sorry, but I've got 0 topics." "Got anything yourself?" "Let me think. I do have a lot I'd like to talk about, but I'm not exactly good at conversation myself. Maybe we should take care of the business side of things first." "Business?" "You know, about yesterday's duel." At that, Musica grimaced instinctively. Not exactly a cheerful topic. He knew it was petty, but he couldn't help grumbling in annoyance. "Didn't I tell you to deal with that with Alma-senpai?" "You did, but tell me, does Alma-chan really seem like the type who'd bother with follow-ups or paperwork?" All right. My bad." He hadn't known Alma that long, but she definitely didn't strike him as someone interested in that kind of thing. When he admitted it honestly, Letitia gave a wry smile. "Not that there's much to talk about anyway. All the Svalt Alv students involved, starting with Dan-san, have been expelled. The Dual Oversight Committee is getting penalized as well, along with an audit to see if similar misconduct has happened before. Instructor Adden also seems to have been involved, so he'll be receiving a penalty, too. That should cover most of it. Pretty light punishment for someone who tried to kill you, huh?" He was talking about Dan's. The journal still hadn't published a final judgment, but the guy had tried to assassinate the administrator of a floating isle. Under normal circumstances, even a death sentence would be lenient. If he was getting off with just expulsion, it was practically a slap on the wrist. Sure, once he went back home, he'd carry the shame of being expelled in disgrace, but that was hardly anything. Musica looked at Letitia, wondering at the absurdly soft verdict, only to see her smiling faintly, almost conspiratorially. "Oh no, that's just what we made public. Behind the scenes, let's say there were some negotiations. I made a deal with Dan-san's parents. Better to get something useful than spill blood, wouldn't you agree? Not like we'll ever see each other again." "A deal, huh? I think I can guess what you got out of it. You really went all out." Apparently, Dan-san is their only son. If he were to die, there'd be no heir. Though it seems he's not very happy with how the duel or the outcome of the arbitration turned out. Sounds about right for an arrogant noble. Hard to believe the guy could act so proud after getting humiliated like that. But then again, it was expected. All that talk about the sanctity of duels was just fantasy. The so-called nobles who spouted it were never anything close to sacred. I've met one just like him before. A bastard who thought his bloodline made him special, strutted around without ever lifting a finger to earn it. Back when I was a kid, I thought there couldn't be more than one idiot like that, but turns out they're everywhere. And always surrounded by worthless hangers-on looking to mooch off the scraps. Then he remembered something and asked, "That toady who is always following Dan's around, what happened to him?" The boy with glasses who had been standing behind Dan's. The other one who shot Mubuseka in the back. What he remembered most was the apologetic look on the kid's face when they last met, and the fear in his eyes after Mubuseka shot him down and pulled off his visor during the lecture. "Oh, you mean Kuro-san. He's also been expelled as a result of the duel incident." "Why?" "He was present when the gun rod was tampered with. The limiter modification was his idea. He claimed Dan-san threatened him into doing it, but figures a master like that and his lackeys just as bad. Classic case. It's not even funny. An arrogant bastard and his pathetic follower. Mubuseka wasn't interested in judging which one was worse. If the former was the one doing the evil, the latter was the one excusing it with 'I had no choice.' Either way, scum was scum. No matter where you go, nobles are nothing but trash." His bitter sneer echoed into the cold, empty sky. Letitia didn't say anything in response at first. But then, quietly, so quietly he almost missed it, she said something that made Mubuseka stop breathing. "You still dream about what nobles should be, don't you?" The word struck like a thorn, stopping his thoughts cold. Before he realized it, Mubuseka was already on his feet. Exposed to the biting wind, he stood there with fists clenched, glaring down at Letitia. Her eyes remained calm, still, and utterly unreadable. No emotion surfaced in those deep blue eyes, but she met his gaze squarely as Mubuseka snapped at her. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "I meant it exactly as I said, Mubuseka-san. You still dream about the nobles, no, perhaps more accurately. You can't forgive that your ideals were defiled, can you?" Yet her gaze didn't waver. Letitia met his fury head-on, quietly confronting him with reality. "Nobles are still just people. Some are good, some are bad. Isn't that obvious? Some don't live honorably. Some fall to their desires. Some, though they know it's wrong, still go along with evil because they're weak. But isn't that what it means to be human? They're not supposed to be just people. Noblesse oblige, duty, responsibility. What do you think all their posturing is for? Why do they eat better than the commoners? They call themselves noble because they're supposed to live up to that title. That's what I want to believe, yes. But that's nothing more than idealism. This argument meant nothing. Letitia was simply stating a general truth. Mubuseka understood that, but even so, he couldn't stop the anger that boiled up in his chest. He knew it was no better than lashing out and held himself back. Still, his eyes naturally grew sharp, and the next time their eyes met, Letitia spoke from another angle. "Isn't it exhausting, holding on to all that hate? I am of the administrator's bloodline. What happened on Floating Isle Grendel, your circumstances, it's all been shared with me. The truth behind the Siegfried tragedy, the entire chain of events from 3 years ago, involving Lady Kriemhild as well." He didn't let her say any more. He forgot entirely that she was the most powerful person in this world, an administrator of a floating isle. Rage moved his body. His hand lunged forward, seizing her by the collar. He was ready to slam her into the wall, the floor, whatever was closest, just to shut her up. That was his intent. But his hand stopped. What pulled him back, just in time, was the absence of scorn in her eyes. His hand, still trembling and hovering just shy of her, slowly withdrew. Through clenched teeth, he growled, "What's your goal?" "I'm not sure I understand the question. You said you just wanted to chat, but all you've done is rile me up. If you know this much, then you had to know that would piss me off. So what was the point of this conversation?" It had been a disgraceful event, there was no other word for it. The incident she referred to 3 years ago. But for those involved, it was a vile affair that left nothing but scars. The outline was simple. The instigator, Doris Siegfried, challenged a non-combatant, Kriemhild Grendel, to a duel. That was all, at least on paper. But duels demanded that the loser obey the winner. Doris declared their engagement as the prize. Under the guise of a sacred noble duel, he sought to assimilate into a lineage of administrators and seize power. Such a duel should never have been permitted. But at the time, Grendel's administrator, Raoul Grendel, was away at the All Isles Federation Summit. With him gone, the influence of the Siegfried family, ranked second on Grendel, twisted everything to their favor. The dueling council, already in Doris's pocket, allowed a match against a girl only 9 years old. No noble willing to act as her representative came forward, tricked by the Siegfried's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. And so, a mere page from the Grendel family stepped up in the girl's place. But even that was warped. To the commoners, the public duel had been spun as a fight between two men battling over the union of Grendel and Siegfried, lovers torn by fate. The people, unaware of the truth, celebrated the unity of the two great houses. There were countless other details, but the result was clear. Doris's cruelty drove Kriemhild to despair. She was so cornered that she, a mere 9-year-old, contemplated ending her life. Not even her father, her only family, could be relied upon. The duel ended in disaster. Because of it, Raoul and Rim abandoned their homeland, and the people of Grendel were forsaken. The nobles of Grendel were branded traitors anew, and the commoners proved themselves to be little more than a foolish mob. The Siegfried family, in turn, lost what had defined them for generations, the blue noblesse, Siegfried. Mubuseka, who had stood as her proxy in that duel, had utterly destroyed it. That very rage was now what kept Mubuseka so coldly calm, and that's why he asked what he did. Most likely, Letitia hadn't expected this question. He saw the faintest flicker of surprise in her blue eyes. She'd probably hoped to provoke him and extract some information, but instead she quietly admitted, "It's no good, I've failed." Then slowly, she looked up at him and said, "Your current self. And what good does that do you? Personal curiosity, though I doubt that'll satisfy you. Provoking you really was a failure. Well, if it helps, just consider it part of my duties as Serios's administrator." Letitia's gaze softened, and she smiled ruefully, as if to admit it really had gone poorly. She no longer carried that provoking air. If anything, she seemed deflated, muttering things like, "This wasn't the kind of conversation I wanted to have. When it comes to work, you're an exceptional noble. Since Serios only has students, we're grateful for any capable nobles we can get. Especially as someone I can move freely as a piece on the board. In that sense, you're a very troublesome person." Troublesome. I'm under the same conditions as Raoul, aren't I? When he asked, Letitia immediately shook her head. Raoul Ajasama is very transparent. As long as you and Rimsan are here in Serios, he'll fight for Serios. That's the deal. But you, Mubuseka-san, what about you? It's the same for me, isn't it? If they're staying in Serios, then I. But if you decided to leave Serios, the two of them would gladly abandon this island, wouldn't they? She cut him off mid-sentence, leaving Mubuseka momentarily speechless. Raoul Ajasama is simply using Serios for the future of you and Rimsan. I haven't had the chance to speak properly with Rimsan yet, but she doesn't seem to be making any friends either. Neither of you have any real attachment to Serios. That's why I need to keep you tied to this place. But I haven't found a way to do that yet, see? Troublesome. I'm a mercenary. If you want me to fight, just pay me. Really? Whoa. Letitia suddenly leaned forward, making him flinch. But that wasn't all. She grabbed his hand with a sharp snap and pressed on. If money's all it takes, then can I buy you with a collar? Truly. If so, I'll pay whatever it takes, if that's what it takes to have you. Then, just as abruptly, she let go and gave a small shrug. But Mubuseka-san, even though you say that, deep down, money doesn't really matter to you, does it? It's not like I don't care at all, but... Then, could you really risk your life for money? No matter how much I pay you, if enough unpleasant things stack up, like this time, you'd just walk away, wouldn't you? Well, I mean, yeah. See, troublesome. Letitia sighed, as if to say, told you so. But Mubuseka now understood very clearly why she was so fixated on him. Serios, made up entirely of students, needed powerful fighters. Especially for Letitia, who, even as its administrator, held a weak position. In that context, Raoul's mercenary band was incredibly convenient. And Mubuseka, as the key to that force, was someone she wanted to secure. It made sense that she'd want to understand his personality and try to win him over. As if reading that understanding on his face, Letitia sighed once more. You really haven't changed, have you? Hey, there's something I've been wondering for a while. He hesitated. It would sound like a massive assumption if he were wrong. But having started, Musica couldn't back out. After a pause, he asked carefully, "Yesterday, I feel like you said again, or something like that. What's with the hints? Have we met somewhere before?" Letitia's reaction was hard to describe. The smile she'd been wearing froze in an instant. After holding her breath for a few seconds, her face twisted like she'd just bitten into an eggshell in her food. When she spoke, her tone was probably best described as bitter. "I figured as much, but having it spelled out like this still stings. You really don't remember. If I'd met someone like you before, I don't think I'd forget that easily." He truly had no idea. As Musica frowned in confusion, Letitia pursed her lips. "Then please remember. Until you do, let's see, we'll call it homework. Is there a penalty if I never remember?" Yes, there is." "What kind?" "I'll get mad. Very." She said it with a lovely smile and looked up at him expectantly. Whether that hope was for him to remember or for the day she'd get very mad was impossible to tell. "Then, is something wrong?" Letitia's questioning voice was ignored, at least for the moment. What Musica felt was a clear and unmistakable sense of dread, a sharp discomfort that pierced the back of his neck. And oddly enough, whenever he felt something like this, his instincts were rarely wrong. "Come to think of it, what exactly were you looking for out here in the sky?" He glared out at the vast, empty air before them and repeated the question. Letitia, unaware of the rising tension, answered with her usual calm. "Yes, it seems metal attacks have been increasing in frequency lately. I'm investigating the cause. Judging from the irregularities in the distribution of sightings, I thought perhaps something that might give us a clue, could be found in this direction." She didn't get to finish her answer. A searing ray of alien light tore through the clouds, slamming directly into the flight ship. Section, Kaira. A sudden roar, a shockwave, and a scream. The moment he sensed the enemy attack, Musica sprang into action. He pulled the still-dazed Letitia close, slung her over his shoulder, and dashed straight for the hatch. In a brief glance backward, he caught sight of a bug-shaped metal with a gun barrel protruding from its head, an insect over a meter long. It unleashed a bizarre energy beam. This time, there wasn't even time to scream. As they dropped past the hatch, a flash of light and heat skimmed just above their heads. It wasn't a magic bullet. A magical ray, thermal wave, combustion burst. There were many terms for it, but the point was simple. A searing flash of heat that incinerated anything it touched. A common offensive spell alongside magic bullets. Naturally, if it hit a human body, it would vaporize it on the spot, a hair's breadth from death. They crashed into the hallway, but it wasn't over yet. Fighting back tears from the jolt that rattled him from head to toe, Musica flung Letitia off his shoulder and took off running. "Ow, Musica-san, where are you going?" "Get to the bridge." He didn't answer the question, just yelled back as he dove into the hangar without looking back. In the hangar at the back, the knights of Musica's mercenary group, repaired and ready, were suspended. He leapt onto one, equipped it in a flash, and ordered it to activate. With a gun rod in hand, he barked through the visor toward Raoul. "Raoul, open the hatch, I'm going out." "Sorry, I'm on it, GH." Another violent jolt. Probably another attack. The flight ship's armor couldn't take many more of those. There was no time to wait for the hatch to fully open. He squeezed through the opening gap, launching into the sky. The moment he was out, he fired his gun rod at a bug-shaped metal right in front of him. The metal exploded, unable to react to the sudden encounter. There's too many of them. Even within combat range, they were too numerous to count on one hand. But beyond that, far off in the distance, the sky was filled with an unending swarm of metals. There's no way Raoul could have missed that many. Most likely, the first ones to appear were scouts. Now that the cloud cover was gone, the main force was revealing itself. But for metals to be acting in such an organized manner meant, "Hey, Raoul. That thing." Even in the midst of battle, Musica froze for a moment. Behind the swarm of metals, looming in the distance, was a silver mass the size of a mountain. "You've got to be kidding me. It's really here." "What is?" It's what Letitia Ju was looking for. The reason the metal attacks have ramped up lately. That's the nest. A chill shot down his spine at those words. It was only then, after seeing it with his own eyes, that Musica truly accepted it, for this was the worst-case scenario imaginable. Normally, metals that come up from the surface immediately attack upon spotting humans. But sometimes, an unusual one appears that doesn't attack, just observes. Hidden in the clouds, continuing to learn, these rare individuals would one day suddenly awaken their ability. Replication and self-multiplication. That colossal mountain-like metal was the source, the mother of all metals and their nest. A frontline base created to wipe out humanity. Dodging and shooting down the incoming scouts, Mubuseka shouted, "Why the hell is the top brass of the Floating Isles out hunting for something like that? If you knew it was out there, you should have brought more nobles." They said the security team couldn't find it. And even when told it existed, they just dismissed it. They also said we couldn't move the unit without permission. So Letitia Ju decided to go find proof herself, and that's how we ended up with this job. Who the hell are those idiots in the security team? I'm punching them in the face later. How the hell do you miss something that big? Cursing as he flew, Mubuseka scattered magic bullets. The enemies weren't that strong, but there were far too many of them. The swarm was closing in. The metals they were engaging were just the tips of the larger organisms' feelers. They had to escape fast. Shooting down the insect-like metals swarming in erratic, chaotic patterns, Mubuseka's voice rose. "Raoul, prep for retreat now. If we don't move, we're seriously gonna get swallowed up." The flight ship had no weapons, and there was no way a single night could wipe out the nest and its horde. Reality wasn't that forgiving. Escape was their only option. Raoul understood that too, and was already moving. "Got it. The ship's already pointed toward Serios. You get back here." "Mubuseka-san." The sharp scream hit at the same time as a chilling sensation. Trusting his instincts, without even knowing what the threat was, Mubuseka leapt backward. A magic bullet shot up from below, right in front of him. From within the sea of clouds, an ambush. He dodged it, but his stance and breath were thrown off. He managed to shoot down the metal that had burst out, but his line of sight had been diverted. Since his focus had been pulled downward, the next strike would come from outside his field of view. He noticed a metal targeting him from the left, but his reaction was too slow. CHH. He caught the fired magic bullet with his right gauntlet. A horrible crack and searing pain, his armor shattered. Not resisting the blow, he let himself be blasted away on purpose. Clenching his teeth and enduring the pain, he fired his gun rod in that fleeting instant. The bug-shaped metal was torn apart by the magic bullet and mercilessly disintegrated into silver sand. But, using that as cover, a silver beast came charging in. A grotesque creature with an abnormally large head lunged at Mubuseka with jaws wide open. In a snap decision, Mubuseka raised his right arm again to shield himself. The beast's massive mandibles clamped shut in that very moment. Sharp fangs sank into the armor, trying to tear through it. "Mubuseka-san, GHHGRRR." Through the pain that made his breath hitch, he jammed the gun rod into the enemy's abdomen. Point-blank shot. The metal was shredded from the gut up, instantly killed. Even so, its upper body remained clinging to his arm. Eyes watering, vision blurry, Mubuseka quickly scanned the surroundings. The enemy swarm was closing in, but all the nearby threats had been eliminated. A once-in-a-lifetime opening. If he missed this, the rest would catch up. He sprinted full speed back to the flight ship, shouting. Raoul smokescreen jamming cloud. On it, the flight ship had no weapons, but it did have systems for fleeing metals. The jamming cloud was one of them, smoke that disrupted the metal's perception and stole their sight. The burst smoke bombs exploded, forming a barrier between Mubuseka and the pursuing metals. Alone, that wouldn't be enough. Once the smoke cleared, the metals would simply come after them again. As Mubuseka leapt onto the deck, the flight ship used the cover of smoke to dive into the sea of clouds. Hiding in the mist, they vanished from the metal's line of sight. By the time the smoke cleared, they'd be gone. But even that wasn't a sure thing. Mubuseka kept a sharp watch behind them from within the cloud cover. "Mubuseka, your damage. You got bit by that metal at the end, didn't you? Are you okay?" Raoul's voice trembled with panic. Mubuseka checked his condition. Overall, damage was minimal, no system failures. He could still fight. Just one damaged area, but that one spot was critical. His right gauntlet had taken the hit. Still latched to his arm was the metal's partially intact head. It wasn't moving anymore. With a swipe of his left hand, the head crumbled into silver sand and vanished. But the wound it left behind wouldn't disappear. There was no point hiding it. Mubuseka reported plainly. It didn't get torn off, but the right gauntlet's practically totaled. I screwed up, the frames twisted, and its fangs punched right through the armor, probably stabbed into my actual arm too. Check it later, it hurts like hell. He wasn't a doctor, but it was likely broken. That alone would be bad enough, but those sharp fangs had definitely pierced through. Red fluid was leaking from the site of the damage. A knight shouldn't be bleeding, so that meant it was Mubuseka's own blood. A numbing sensation made him grimace. The only reason he could tolerate the pain was probably because his brain was in a heightened state. He could still move his hand, and even with the gauntlet in this shape, it wasn't fully offline. He could still fight. No way, that voice was Letitia's. She let out a short, pained gasp, paused as if holding something back, then spoke in a restrained voice. "I'm sorry, my carelessness got you hurt, Mubuseka-san. Doesn't matter, it's not a big deal." He wasn't interested in apologies. They meant nothing, and this was mercenary work. If she really felt bad about it, she could make it up in the reward later. Which is why Mubuseka turned the conversation to what actually mattered. More importantly, do you get it? The real problem starts now. You said the metals have been showing up more often, right? If that was their nest back there, then everyone we've encountered until now was just a scout. The reason they weren't found before is because they were hiding in the clouds. But now they've revealed themselves, because they found what they were looking for. And what that meant. Even though his injured right arm throbbed with pain, what Mubuseka felt most was a creeping chill. This time they got away. But there's nowhere left to run. The enemy has made its move, and its true target is. Those metals are after Serios. Interlude 5, no, a metal nest, you say. Who had let out that stunned voice? Letitia hadn't seen, but surely everyone gathered here felt the same. It had been several hours since the confirmation of the metal nest and their return to Serios. Now, in the student council meeting room of the first school building, the department heads representing the academy had been assembled. Before them played the footage Letitia had recorded, the nest of metals, an enormous mother metal surrounded by swarms of smaller units. Every face had gone pale. These were the top student leaders who ran the academy, or so the title implied. Letitia sighed quietly to herself. Even the eldest among them had only just passed 20. She herself was still only 18. In truth, it was a gathering of mere youths lacking experience. They understood the gravity of the situation. They would be facing hundreds, maybe even thousands of metals. And yet, instead of a strategic meeting, the room had devolved into little more than an uproar of panicked voices. How could we have missed something of that size? What was the Airspace Defense Squad doing? We performed our duties as assigned. There was never anything like that in the Northeast sector. It's all in the logs. We won't stand to be slandered like this. But the fact is, save the blame game for later. What matters now is what happens next. What about the advanced floating isles? Can we expect any support from them? Forget that. First, we need to assess the current situation. When will those metals reach Serios? We have to prepare for interception before then. Evacuating the non-combatants takes priority. We also need to coordinate the nobles' support systems. But why is Serios being targeted in the first place? Isn't it because those mercenaries were the ones who found it? If they were just going to come running back here, are you saying I should have died instead? Letitia's voice cut in sharply, a flash of anger behind it. The one who had spoken last, Instructor Adden, commander of the surrounding airspace defense squad, the only adult in the room and the de facto leader of the defense force. Now, under Letitia's fierce glare, his expression stiffened. What she felt was anger. Not necessarily because he meant what she had implied. That wasn't the reason. She normally made an effort to maintain a pleasant smile, no matter the situation, but this wasn't a time for that. Half out of spite, yet filled with real rage, Letitia answered coldly. I warned you. The Northeast sector was seeing too many metal attacks. Something was clearly wrong. And you said there was nothing to worry about, that you wouldn't listen to someone who didn't know the field. I repeated myself over and over, but you didn't believe me, and when we had mercenaries look into it, they found it in a single attempt. So tell me, who's the fool here? Her eyes couldn't kill, but she let her gaze burn with murderous intent as she glared at Adden. Under the weight of her fury, Adden flinched and faltered. I only acted according to my experience. If I may interject. A calm voice suddenly broke in, drawing everyone's attention. The tension snapped, and Adden slumped back in his chair. The head of the alchemy department, who had spoken without reading the room at all, offered his remark in a tone so composed it bordered on careless. This supermassive one, it's hard to say. Shall we call it the mother metal? The cloud trailing behind it, it's likely a jamming cloud. Smoke used for escape, usually deployed by flight ships or buses. Most likely, the metals learned from that and altered it to deceive human vision rather than metal sensors. Jamming clouds were a kind of interference smoke meant to disrupt metal recognition. Much of the cloud cover generated by the floating isles was composed of it. Like the gunrod's magical bullets, magiblasts, it was a long-standing countermeasure against metals. No one knew exactly how it worked or why it interfered with metal cognition, but its effects were well established. And now it was being used against humanity. The alchemy head spared a glance at Adden, then continued. If we take the defense commander at his word, then this mother metal wasn't detected in the northeast, because it was hiding all along. Yes. We weren't lying. The one who replied in a weak voice wasn't Adden, but the student captain of the defense squad. Still, the alchemy head paid no heed to the atmosphere. So then, negligence is acceptable. A delayed response in a situation like this is critical. We don't even have time to call for help from the other floating isles. We're already in a state of emergency. What we need from you now isn't excuses. The student captain and Adden both shrank in silence, and now the alchemy department head turned his eyes to Letitia, saying nothing, but speaking volumes with just a look. Do you really think we have time to be pointing fingers? This time, it was Letitia who exhaled. He hadn't said it aloud, but he was absolutely right, and regardless of how much fault lay with Adden, the responsibility ultimately fell on Letitia. The one who endangered Serios was the one entrusted with its care, even if politics had gotten in the way. Almost at the same time she managed to compose herself outwardly, the alchemy head formally addressed the room. Now then, shall we sort through the situation? Why did the defense squad fail to detect the mother metal? Didn't you just say yourself that it was hiding? Yes, that's correct. But then, why were the mercenaries able to find it? If we're saying the mother metal chose to reveal itself, then the question is, why? Why indeed? Someone repeated the question, and then paled immediately. The alchemy head must have realized his point had landed. He nodded, almost triumphantly, and managed a small smile, but his face looked just as pale, if not worse, than the others. And so the fear spread, casting silence across the room. The one who finally gave voice to the answer was Letitia, because it finished preparing. There was no need to explain what it had prepared for. Metals that came from the surface had continued learning in the sky, unnoticed by anyone. They learned how to hide, how to multiply. And now, if one of those metals had cast off its veil, then it meant it was ready to kill humans, the people closest to them, those of Serios. The alchemy head spoke again, his voice quiet but steady. In that sense, it would be wrong to say the mercenaries led the metals here. Thanks to the information they brought back, we now have a few hours to plan before it arrives at Serios. If anything, we should say their timing was fortuitous. Adden, whose earlier claim had just been clearly refuted, said nothing. His face was pale, twisted with frustration, but Letitia felt no anger anymore. Several seconds passed. In the silence of the meeting room, a faint sigh escaped. We have no choice, that's what this means, doesn't it? She didn't say whether they could win. She was a noble, one of the administrators of the Floating Isle and Academy City Serios. Whether they could win was not the question, it was that they must. If they didn't, then humanity would have no place left, even in the sky. Let's review the situation again. Can we predict when the metals will arrive? The defense squad has visual on the mother metal near the isle's perimeter. Based on the swarm's flight speed, estimated time of attack is in about 3 hours. Just before sunset then, a stroke of luck that it won't be at night, begin preparing an emergency alert across the island. At the same time, notify all department students. Combat department, gather all nobles at the airfront. Alchemy department as well. Both departments are to prepare for combat by research group. However, research groups with weak coordination with the nobles will operate separately. We'll have them support the main force alongside the medical department, have them regroup at the academy first. We need our intercept formation in place before the metals arrive. What about the rest of the students? All non-combatants are to gather in the schoolyard. Once grouped, we'll begin moving them into the shelters. We'll request backup from other floating isles shortly, but it likely won't arrive in time. If the worst happens, we'll ask them to receive our evacuees. Are you saying Serios might fall? That question drew gasps from a few people in the room. They had been hoping, perhaps, to avoid thinking about that possibility. Even if they could logically comprehend the situation, truly understanding it in their hearts was another matter. Everyone knew it was serious, but some part of them had still believed it would somehow be okay. But there was no room for such naivete. The threat they now faced left no space for false hope. Letitia nodded, driving the point home. As the representative of Serios's ruling bloodline, she delivered it coldly. If we lose, then yes, it will. Hearing Letitia herself say that made the air catch in everyone's throats. The situation was that dire. The shelter was, at best, an escape vessel, a ship to flee in. If Serios fell, then the metal's next target would be that ship, and with no defenses, the shelters would be easily overrun. This sky is not kind to humans. That was why they had to fight. Can we do it? That question held no weight. Whether they could or couldn't was irrelevant. What mattered was whether they would. And for a noble, there was no such thing as not doing it. That was the duty of the highborn. Which is why she declared, "Summon the numbers, we'll take down the giant one ourselves." Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6, I've Got No Reason to Fight. The operation went smoothly. That concludes your examination. How are you feeling? Could a student from the medical department really be called a doctor? Mubuseka wasn't sure, but that was hardly the point. In an unfamiliar room somewhere within the medical wing of Academy City Serios, Mubuseka listened to the girl. Let's just call her a doctor for now, as he stared at his opened-up forearm. It was now tightly bound in a cast, but he couldn't feel a thing, not even pressure. With a furrowed brow, he grumbled and asked, "My arm's numb, I can't move it. Is that normal?" The local anesthesia is still in effect. That's why you can't move it. Once it wears off, though, you're going to feel it. So, brace yourself. That's not what I wanted to hear. What the hell kind of pain needs bracing for? He thought bitterly, scowling as he glared at the heavy cast wrapped all the way down to his fingers. His right arm had been crushed by a metal through his gauntlet. The fangs had pierced clean through the forearm, sending him straight to the operating room. His life wasn't in danger, and the injury was limited to his arm, so the procedure only took about an hour. Still, when they told him they were going to insert bolts, or whatever to keep the bone aligned, Mubuseka had tilted his head, wondering, is that really medical treatment? Fixing a broken bone's basically carpentry, huh? As he absent-mindedly tested his arm, the doctor suddenly warned him sternly. "Oh, and this should go without saying, but you're on strict rest for a while. And don't even think about fighting in a noblesse frame. If you move it the wrong way and the bone shifts, it's back to surgery. Doctors shouldn't threaten their patients, got it, if the situation allows." If the situation allows, huh? She muttered the words like she was chewing on something bitter. Then, spinning in her chair, she turned to look out the window behind her. Lucky or unlucky, it faced northeast. Off in the distance, silhouetted in the sunset sky, the ominous silver bulk of the giant metal shimmered. It still looked small for now. That was only because it was far away. Its movement was slow, but it was closing in. "Do you think we can win?" Her trembling voice drifted out softly. She probably wasn't really looking for an answer. Naturally, Mubuseka didn't have one, and he wasn't interested in offering comforting lies. So what came out of his mouth was a cynical half-truth. "Who knows? Depends on how much the nobles of Serios can do, but if we're counting on a bunch of kids with no real combat experience, well, you're not going to fight. No, it's cruel to ask that of an injured man, isn't it?" She didn't say more than that. But inwardly, Mubuseka added one more reason beyond his injury. I'm not a noble. Maybe her job was done, because now she just looked like a kid, nothing more. She was definitely older than him, but her strained effort to hide her unease made him want to ask, "Have you ever seen a metal up close?" "Not once. I mean, I've seen footage, sure, but this was the first time I've seen one in person. That's probably true for most of us. As long as you're on the floating isles, you never have to deal with metals. The nobles fight for us. Today was the first time I saw one. Guess I'm unlucky. Unlucky? You think this is just bad luck? If I don't blame it on luck, I don't think I could handle it. He wasn't sure if he understood or not. Maybe that made sense. Getting attacked by a metal nest could easily count as the worst luck of your life. But if you want to survive up here in the sky, you've got to bite down on that bad luck and keep going. They'd escaped the surface. They hadn't given up on living, so now they had no choice but to fight. Well, you're in the medical department and I'm in the alchemy department. We're not getting out of this. All we can do is what we can, thanks for the treatment. You really helped. Then do me a favor and try not to get hurt next time. Take care. Hearing those final, doctor-like words, Mubuseka left the exam room. Anarchy. The moment he stepped out, Rim came running at him from the waiting area. Her face looked like she was about to cry, and Mubuseka couldn't help but let out a wry smile. She'd clearly been waiting, because she didn't even hesitate, just flew into his arms. He caught her small frame, and as she clung to him, she glared up with tearful eyes. Don't give me that look, sorry. I made you worry. Damn right you did, Anarchy. You really, really did. He pretended not to notice her watery eyes and gently stroked her head. Looking up, he saw Raoul approaching. He hadn't run over like Rim, but his expression was just as grim. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. When I saw that metal bite into you, I thought you were done for. Can't believe you made it back alive. Come on, it just took a bite out of my arm. Don't make it sound worse than it is. It's not even that bad. He let out a short, derisive snort, but Raoul's expression didn't lighten in the slightest. Mubuseka wasn't good with that kind of look. When both of them looked so down, it stirred up his guilt. Probably because he felt he owed them something, and even though he knew they didn't want him feeling that way, he couldn't help it. Giving up on trying to pry Rim off, she wasn't letting go anyway. Mubuseka turned to Raoul. So, what's happening next? Before that, tell me how your arm's doing. This wasn't something that could be brushed off with a simple before that, but Mubuseka saw the stubbornness in Raoul's eyes and reluctantly answered. I told you already. It's not a big deal, just a clean break, no lasting damage, and it'll heal on its own. Though the doc did warn me it's gonna hurt like hell once the anesthetic wears off. Don't give me that look. What matters is what's next. You said there was something, right? It wasn't hard to guess Raoul had received some kind of request in his capacity as one of Letitia's personal mercenaries. When Mubuseka asked, Raoul took a slow breath, like he was holding something in, then replied with a stiff expression. Serios is preparing for full-scale resistance. Yeah, figured as much. What's the estimated start time, and where do you fit into it? Should start in a few hours. Early evening, most likely. You probably heard the announcement. They've already started evacuating non-combatants. I've been assigned to mobile support. Not front lines, I'll be backing up positions that are about to break from the rear. What about that big one? It's being handled by the top-ranked fighters. The rest of the small fry will be held off by the upperclassmen. Newbies won't be participating, they're on outer perimeter watch. It's a formation meant to reduce losses among new recruits. I see, so you're on rear-line mobile support. Lucky you didn't get thrown on the front. He said it with mocking intent. Raoul, apparently starting to get his usual rhythm back, replied with a wry smile. Don't be stupid. I'm flying around the rear keeping scared kids from collapsing. It's nothing but trouble. I'd rather just go wild on the front lines, less mental strain. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Wait, what about our knight? My gauntlet got wrecked, remember? They gave us a new knight, including the gun rod, as compensation for your injury. Not on loan either, it's ours now. Guess that junker finally got scrapped, huh? Raoul joked. Mubuseka knew full well that cheer was forced, but still responded in kind. No kidding. If all it takes is an arm to get a new knight, I got off cheap. Maybe I should have sacrificed the other one too. That way, maybe. Don't say something that stupid. The sudden, scream-like shout made Mubuseka flinch. He looked down, hesitantly. Rim wasn't hiding her face so much as she had slammed it into his chest, clinging to him tighter than ever. Her voice came out muffled as she shouted again, her face buried in his chest. You don't even know how much that scared us. Sorry. Even as a joke, that was too far. He placed a hand gently on Rim's head. Her trembling was obvious, but he pretended not to notice. She probably didn't want him to notice either. When he looked back up, Raoul was smiling bitterly. She beat me to it. If she hadn't said it, I would have decked you. Spare me, you'd knock my head clean off. Your jokes suck, you know. Maybe stop being so full of yourself and work on that god-awful sense of humor. Come on, if you know it's a joke, let it slide already, seriously. Music aside, they say the mouth is the source of all misfortune, and today proved it. He'd made Rim cry when there was no need to. The guilt weighed heavy on him. Raoul, wearing a similar expression, sighed as well before steering the conversation back. Honestly, odds of winning are 50-50. We've got the numbers when it comes to nobles, but most of them are green. No real combat experience. And who knows what the metals have learned or adapted. Depending on what we're up against, it could get real ugly. His tone stayed light, but his expression was grim. Musica could tell Raoul saw this situation as seriously dangerous. That must be why Raoul lowered his voice, just in case no one else overheard. Our flight ship, it's been stashed in Almasama's lab garage, using the damage from earlier as the excuse. If things go south, they take it and run. I'll catch up later. Are you sure? That would mean abandoning the people on this island. A choice no noble of Serios would ever be allowed to make. But they were different. They were mercenaries, people who had chosen to live that way. That was why Raoul smiled wryly and said, "There's nothing in this world more important to me than you and Rim." Rim's grip tightened again, silently echoing the same sentiment. Just then, a chime came from Raoul's wrist. An alert from his info terminal. "Time's up, it's assembly time for the nobles. Sorry, I have to go." "Yeah, got it. I'm leaving Rim to you, if anything happens." "Don't say stuff like that. You'll jinx it and make it real." He refused to let those words be spoken. Cutting him off, Raoul gave a wry smile. Together with Rim, they watched his back as he left, then murmured, "Let's get to work too." Yeah. Wash your face before we meet up. I'll wait for you." "A stupid anarchy. Whose fault do you think it is?" Hearing Rim finally return to her usual tone, Musica let out a soft chuckle. Section, the northern outskirts of Serios, 3rd Natural Park Area. That was the name of the area the invading colossal-class metal incinerated, as if to signal the start of the battle. Now there's nothing left of it. Reduced to ashes by heat rays, the carefully nurtured trees and grass were returned to cinders. Swarms of small metals, spawned from the mother, descended on the scorched floating isle. All at once. What they resembled most was a swarm of insects. Ants, flying bugs, it didn't matter what kind. Each one might have been insignificant, just a dot, but clumped together, they made their presence known. Disgusting. Still unaccustomed to the night, Asha grit her teeth, doing her best to suppress the nausea. Asha wasn't on that battlefield right now. First and second years, those deemed inexperienced, had been moved far from the northern zone where the metals were attacking. Their role was outer perimeter surveillance. They had been deployed to the outer edges of the floating isles, anywhere but the north, continuing long-range sky observation. But the reality was clear. They were just being kept out of the way. Under the pretense of surveillance, they'd been sidelined. Around her were about 10 other noblesse, herself included. All of them had been deemed unfit for combat, too green to contribute meaningfully in this fight. So what she was seeing now from within her night was just a live relay from the battlefield, broadcasted by the commander of this operation. The Vice Student Council President, apparently, though she didn't know who that was. And even though Asha wasn't on the battlefield, just seeing the approaching enemy had her trembling. Long ago, she'd been attacked by a metal. It had been the same kind of insect-type metal now swooping in. She had watched up close as those ant-like metals tore through the armor of a flight ship, devouring it like prey. Back then, she'd been a child, but there had been someone by her side who saved her. A proud noble. But that person wasn't here now. In their place stood her own feeble self, still barely able to fight as a noblesse, still far from ever reaching that ideal. The battlefield moved on, indifferent to Asha's trembling. Arlen unit, Tarka's unit, Zartsburg unit, ready, fire-y, a commanding male voice rang out. Responding to the order, the knights in formation opened fire. A barrage of destructive bullets pierced into the swarm of metals, triggering explosions. A blinding blast ripped through one part of the horde, but compared to the whole, it was a mere sliver. Each small metal had a different shape: bugs, beasts, birds, fish. Their forms were chaotic and monstrous, and each one was consumed by the explosions, only for the next wave to trample right over them. The metals had no emotions. What happened to their comrades didn't matter. As if something were driving them forward, they kept coming. Faced with an enemy that feared no death, a dread rose from the pit of her stomach. Keep the barrage up. Fire as long as you can breathe. Don't forget, someone's life depends on your trigger finger. The commander's sharp voice roused the noblesse to action. It wasn't just the knights in the rear who were fighting. They served as long-range artillery. Meanwhile, the upper-class noblesse, the real veterans, were fighting in close combat at the front lines. If the rear knights were the main firepower, those on the front lines played the role of distraction and disruption. They lured the enemy in, diverted their attention, kept them focused on themselves so that the rear could aim more effectively. It was a battle always on the edge of death, and an overwhelmingly unfavorable one. One direct hit, and they'd be swarmed by metals from every direction. Asha couldn't even imagine what kind of fear that would bring. What hurt most of all was that all they could do was watch. I became a noble, and I still can't protect anyone. Biting her lip, Asha stared at the battle. The sky was filled with countless metals, intercepting magic bullets and bursts of light. Fireballs, shards of silver dust, hell itself unfolding in the air. And yet, even that wasn't the real threat. She turned her gaze from the relay to reality, focusing far beyond the battlefield, at the massive metal floating in the sky. While spewing out endless numbers of smaller units, it loomed motionless. 8 insect-like legs, a grotesque carapace torso, absurdly large yet unmoving wings, and a head that defied description, as if cobbled together from every beast imaginable. A monster, there was no other word for it, and now it flailed violently in the air. 9 lights surrounded it. The numbers, the strongest noblesse of Serios. The top 9 students in the combat department's ranking matches. They were the ones facing off against that monster. Bursts of light from the gun rods, and the flashes from the metals. Magic bullets and heat rays crisscrossed chaotically across the battlefield, and Asha clenched her teeth. I'm not doing anything useful. She had power, yet on this distant battlefield, all she could do was stand there, unable to use it. The other students around her were silent, holding their breath and watching. What suddenly came back to her mind was her own voice. That's not it. That's not what a noble is. Then are you saying this is what a noble really looks like? What made her feel helpless was how far her own pathetic self was from the ideal she had once admired. Holding back nausea, trembling pitifully, she could only watch the shifting tide of battle. She hadn't even been allowed to fight because of her own weakness. If it were Mobuseka. The thought drifted to a boy who wasn't here. When they first met, he hadn't been a classmate. Back then, he was a mercenary, and he had yelled at the reckless Asha without mercy. Someone her age, and yet far more skilled, a noblesse pilot beyond comparison. His strength as a mercenary had been made painfully clear during that lecture. Not a single classmate could match him. She had seen that for herself. And so, she found herself wondering, if it were Mobuseka, could he be on that battlefield? Even though he wasn't a noble. As that thought took shape, shame made her bite her lip. He had no reason to fight, even if he had the strength for it. He wasn't a noble, he was someone they were supposed to protect. Because she was thinking of things like that, her reaction was delayed. Yua! The scream rang out suddenly in her visor. Wideria comms. It was a broadcast to all noblesse, but Asha had heard it directly as well. The one who screamed was a fellow knight and classmate. Turning toward him to see what happened, she realized he'd been watching the sky they were ordered to monitor. He trembled, speechless, pointing with a shaking hand, and when she followed his gaze, that was all Asha could say. When something defies understanding, even fear itself freezes. She now understood that. Not even knowing what was happening, Asha could do nothing but stare blankly at the sky. Was that the Eastern surveillance team? What was that scream just now? That voice snapped her back to her senses. Whose voice was that? What should she do? She didn't even know something that simple, but still she raised her gun rod and shouted. Metal. We've got incoming metals over here too. What? The sky wasn't completely filled, true, but a swarm was clearly visible, numbering over 100 at least. At the center of the formation wasn't a mother class, but still, a large metal could be seen. It was still far off, but even at that distance, she could make out its shape. The fear she had forgotten returned all at once. Her hands trembled on the gun rod even though the enemy was still out of range. That thing was death. She understood that instinctively. She couldn't not understand it. Surveillance team on the east, do you read me? A new voice suddenly came through, snapping her back again. It wasn't kind. It carried no emotion, just a flat, metallic tone. Yet it spoke directly to Asha and the others. You are not permitted to retreat. You are noblesse. Hold them off as long as you can. If you fall, the medals will go after the non-combatants next. We cannot allow that. Take down as many enemies as possible. Buy as many seconds as you can. Your resistance will save those who cannot fight, fulfill the duty of a noble. The duty of a noble. She repeated the words that had been spoken. Her whole life, she had been taught that mindset. She had always admired what it meant to be one. She didn't even know who that person was, but they had called her and the others noblesse. And strangely, that word settled into her chest, calm and steady. Once things are under control here, we'll send reinforcements. Hold out until then. Surveillance team, mission acknowledged. Thank you. That last word alone was the voice of a real, flesh-and-blood child. They understood the meaning. What they had just been asked to do. To die for everyone else. The nausea didn't stop. But strangely, their heart felt clear. What had changed, what had been settled, was their resolve. Today I'm going to die here. But I'll die as a noble. And with the beasts closing in, she pulled the trigger on a hopeless battle. Section. Rim, that one's done for. The arcane engine's shot, and it's not responding to any external input. Stick your fingers in that crack and force it open. Got it. Crushed by a metal or maybe just smashed. Whatever happened, the vital guard of the night class noblesse had its torso caved in. Rim used a servant to forcibly pry it open. Inside was the unconscious figure of the pilot, most likely injured from the frame collapse, though thankfully still alive. Rim gently freed the noble, called for a rescue squad, and handed them over. She watched the noble being carried off on a stretcher for only a moment. Her job wasn't done yet. How long had it been since the battle began? At some point, more and more noblesse started being sent back like this. Cases where a unit lost combat capability or where the pilot had blacked out were no longer rare. This one was just another example. With Mobuseka injured, Rim was taking over the fieldwork using the servant. He gave her instructions. The engine's wrecked, so it's no good. But the flight greaves and left arm gauntlets still look usable. Take those off and haul the rest to the scrap pile. Understood. Noblesse, especially the mass-produced night class, were simple in construction. Modules could be easily detached and reused. Right now, Mobuseka and his team's job was disassembling the noblesse that were being sent back. By combining wrecked units, they could cobble together one functional noblesse and send it back to the front. That was the role of the alchemy division stationed at the rear of the academy. There were also forward support squads, whose task was prepping noblesse for combat and performing on-the-spot repairs. These squads worked closely with the noblesse themselves. Saji was apparently part of that team. Mobuseka hadn't seen him around once. In contrast, squads like Alma's, which had less direct coordination with nobles, were assigned to help evacuate non-combatants from the academy at first. Now they handled rear support. Perhaps because of their distance from the front, there had been some leeway right after the battle began. There had even been a somewhat optimistic mood, likely because the threat hadn't felt real yet. But now, none of that remained. What filled the air now was a strained sense of grim urgency. Whether they could really win, people were finally starting to realize how uncertain that was, and it showed plainly on their faces. Even so, Mobuseka knew that was still far too relaxed. Seriously, though, what's Alma doing? When's she going to show up? The situation was bad enough that they could have used any help, even a cat's. And yet Alma was still absent. Still marked as no visitors. No one knew what she was doing, what she was thinking. Rim had apparently received a message saying, "Just wait a little longer. I've been sending updates through the servant. I'm sure Senpai knows what's going on." Is this what they call nerves of steel? All Mobuseka could do was mutter with a sigh. Rim didn't respond. She just hoisted the disassembled knight and carried it to the scrap pile. Left alone, Mobuseka looked around the area. The situation was worsening by the minute. The number of noblesse arriving alongside their damaged units was on the rise. Not only that, the severity of the damage was increasing too, which meant the battle on the front lines was intensifying. He watched as one of the still-capable nobles mounted a patched-up knight and flew back to the fight. What swelled in his chest was a growing frustration. The battlefield is right there, and there's no shortage of noblesse around. If I wanted to, I could jump in at any time. Yet here he was. The sensation made his skin crawl. He had almost never been on the sidelines in a fight before. His body screamed that this wasn't where he belonged. Even if he were to jump into one of the nearby knights and launch, probably no one would stop him. That thought had already become more than temptation, it was nearly a compulsion. No, Anarchy. Don't. But Rim had already returned and seen right through him. She didn't just warn him. Her words were heavy, like a spike driven straight through. This isn't your battlefield, Anarchy. You've got no place out there. We're in the alchemy division. We should be doing the jobs we were assigned. Besides, you're injured, remember? You know you're not someone who should be fighting. But I could handle it better then. Even though you have no reason to fight. Those quiet words hit him so hard he forgot to breathe. Back then, high in the sky, his father had once asked him something he had never shared with either Rim or Raoul. Which meant what Rim had just said referred to something else entirely. She must have meant that things were different now than when he used to fight as a mercenary. And sure enough, Rim followed up right away with more words. Anarchy, you're not a noble. You don't have to be one of Serios's sacrifices. You've already done enough, haven't you? You even got hurt because of that, right? You should take better care of yourself. Can we not do this now? A lecture is the last thing I need in this mess. It's more depressing than I expected. If it keeps Anarchy from doing something stupid, I'll lecture you all day. I still haven't forgiven you for earlier, you know. She even puffed up in anger. Mubuseka raised both hands in surrender. But in truth, he knew Rim was putting on a brave face. The anxiety written all over her was impossible to hide. It wasn't just about the situation, it was about Mubuseka himself. Rim didn't want Mubuseka to fight. She was hoping he wouldn't have to, hoping they'd have some peace. Mubuseka knew that. This isn't my battlefield, huh? She was probably right. The battle against the invading metals was for the noblesse of Serios. Mubuseka was just an alchemy student. He really had no reason to fight. And yet, the thought came anyway, a memory from 7 years ago. The day his father disappeared. That day was much like today. A metal nest had launched an attack, and all of Grendel's nobles had mobilized. His father among them, he still remembered it. The way that large hand ruffled his head when they parted. When I get back, I'll train you, his father had said. That promise was the last thing he left behind. He never came back. Why am I remembering that now? He didn't know, but if this was some kind of premonition, then fate was unbearably cruel. Huh. Is that? Rim's sudden muttering made Mubuseka snap his head up. The strange sound came from the east. Booster noise, broken up and ragged, almost like a scream. Then they saw it. A knight class unit, badly damaged, carrying another even more battered one. Whatever battle it had been in, its armor was cracked all over. The left gauntlet was nearly pulverized, barely recognizable. The left flight greave was bent halfway through, and it flew in unsteady jolts, clearly on the verge of collapse. Still, it had tried to make it back. But just before reaching the support team in front of the academy, the knight crashed. It scraped several meters across the road before coming to a halt. The fallen knight still twitched, trying to lift itself, but the east, why would there be an injured unit from that direction? The enemy should have been coming from the north. As they watched in confusion, the medical team approached the crashed knight. The pilot, her visor already off, was crying. She clung to the medics and screamed, more a wail than words. Someone please, if we don't do something, Ashaz's going to die. What? Why that name? Why now? Mubuseka froze in shock as the scene continued without him. Is there a noblesse, any functional unit? We have to go back now. Calm down. You first, you're injured. We'll treat you. That can wait. But it couldn't wait. The noblesse was damaged, and the girl was badly hurt too. Her left hand, struggling to escape the twisted vital guard, was bare and bloodied where the gauntlet had shattered. Her face, visible through her cracked visor, was cut and bleeding, likely from flying debris. She couldn't even stand, probably because her left leg was broken. The flight greave was bent in the wrong direction. Even so, she wouldn't stop. She kept screaming, desperate and pleading. Hurry, I don't care if it's a broken one. We don't have time to argue, just hurry. Don't be stupid. What could you even do like that? And anyway, there aren't any knights here unusable. Then a servant is fine. Please, I have to get back. If I don't, Asha will. I said calm DOWN. The girl's shrieks, the medics shouting back. But no matter how much they yelled, she wouldn't stop. She was clearly in a panic, barely holding on. That was why none of it made sense. Asha and the other first years weren't part of the main fighting force. They were stationed elsewhere in a safer zone because the battlefield was too much for them. And yet, this girl was injured, badly enough that one misstep could have killed her. And now, Asha is going to die? What the hell is going on? Just then, a vibration. Mubuseka and Rim both looked at their comm devices. The caller ID said it was Raoul. A communication request. He accepted it and immediately shouted, "Raoul, are you all right? What's happening? Prepare for withdrawal." What? The voice was stern, leaving no room for argument. A surprise attack. The reserve force on the Eastern Front ran into them, but it's no use. The rookies won't hold. Wait, Raoul. But Raoul didn't wait. He showed no mercy. He was speaking as the mercenary leader now, devoid of emotion. The front line is in a deadlock. We can't spare any reinforcements. We might break through here, but not in time. While we're at it, the metals will reach the academy. The Eastern unit will die for nothing. Hold on, Raoul, but the East. It's over, Mubuseka. That's why I'm giving you an order move. And just like that, he cut off the call, ignoring any further protest. Raoul was probably in combat himself. Mubuseka had heard the sound of night boosters in the background. That the situation had changed was likely true. Even Raoul, normally a support role, seemed to be fighting in the sky. Anarchy. Rim's voice sounded distant, her face full of worry. Stunned, shaken, Mubuseka slowly came to terms with the despair creeping in. They had lost. Serios had lost. Even if they managed to hold off the massive metals pressing from the front, they couldn't stop the ambush from the east. The underprepared noblesse there would be wiped out, and the enemy would breach the academy. The students hadn't even all reached the shelters yet. Anarchy. Rim called out again. But this time, her tone had a different edge to it. She had heard Raoul's transmission too. So she wasn't asking what he was going to do. She saw Mubuseka scanning the area and raised her voice in panic. "What are you looking for? No. Anarchy, no." She leapt from the servant, yanking off her visor as she ran to stop him. Mubuseka knew she'd figure it out. He knew she'd try to stop him the moment she realized. Even so, he spoke. "No," pleaded. "Let me go. I'll take them all down. If no one else can move, then I'll do it all myself." "No, that's not your job anymore, Anarchy." Rim clung to his arm with everything she had, screaming. Her tone reverted, desperate now, she tried to reason with him. "You're not a noble anymore. You don't have to fight. It's not even worth your life. You've already done enough, haven't you? If you go, you'll die." "She's going to die right now." He shouted back before he could stop himself. Rim froze, eyes wide, breath caught, but he couldn't say another word. What finally escaped his lips was a dry, crumbling whisper, unlike anything that had come before. "Don't do this." Anarchy. Dying for someone else, don't make that sound noble. There had been someone who had done that once. A hero stronger than anyone, a warrior more honorable than anyone. The first and greatest noble Mubuseka had ever known. His idol. He died betrayed by allies, with no one to save him. He knew he'd die without reinforcements. He knew help might not come, but he still fought to the end. Why? Don't show me that. That's not what nobles are, right? They're always preaching duty and pride, acting all high and mighty. But when it really matters, they run away or they only care about themselves. That's what nobles are, isn't it? So, don't show me that kind of nobility now. Don't show me that cruel resolve, where it's okay to die if it means protecting someone. Why wasn't someone like you there for my dad? Don't make me think something so stupid. It doesn't go away, the regret. He whispered it quietly, as if confessing a sin. I should never have believed him when he said, "I'll be back." If I'd gone with him that day, maybe he'd have survived. I had the strength, Rim. I really did. Even now, he still dreamed about it, his father's shattered remains. His father's death. The illusion he had wanted to save that day. If she were to be added to that memory now, he wouldn't be able to bear it anymore. "Please, Rim, a servant will do. Just let me go." Anarchy. So, clinging to the last of his resolve, Mubuseka pleaded. "I don't want to live with more regrets." And then came a reply, "If that is your wish." A thunderous voice split the air, followed by a fierce gale. Someone screamed in surprise, but Musica instinctively pulled Rim into his arms and braced against the wind. It came crashing down from above, slamming into them. Without a word, Musica looked up. There was a shadow against the burning red sky, descending rapidly, scattering debris with its sheer force of wind. Bamung. It was their flight ship, Bamung, the one that should have been parked in Alma's garage. Small though it was, a steel ship that size flying through the air would cause a wind like that. When the wind finally calmed after the descent, Musica could only mutter in disbelief. Why is Bamung here? The answer's simple, because I brought it. The one stepping out from the hatch was, well, to put it kindly, an absolute mess. She clearly hadn't slept at all. Deep eye bags, wild hair. Her lab coat was wrinkled beyond salvation, and her cheeks looked slightly sunken. She looked like she could collapse any second. And yet, her eyes burned with energy. Wearing the confident grin of a mad genius certain of her success, Alma ignored the chaos around her entirely. Clearly riding a natural high, she puffed her chest out and declared, I heard it, oh, I heard it, dear assistant. That noble a servant will do, what humility. But tell me, just who do you think your supervisor is, him? You should have said something, like, is there a better noblesse? Of course there is, and of course I am ready to provide it. So go on, ask me already. 3, 2, 1, go. Whoa, hold on, I can't keep up with that energy. Also, how did you even get Bamung moving? I thought it was locked. Is that really what you're worried about? Is that what matters now? She's insufferable. Musica had no idea what she did, but clearly she'd done something. Then Rim's eyes widened as if she realized something. She stared at Alma and asked, wait, don't tell me, it's finished. Nope, I just scavenged some junk and made it barely operable. But it's going to be needed, isn't it? Don't worry. Compared to the garbage lying around, it's a cut above the rest. With a smug grin, Alma disappeared back inside the ship. Rim gave Alma a sour look. But then, as if resigning herself to it, she let out a single deep sigh and walked ahead. She didn't forget to throw in one bitter remark. I'm giving you a lecture later. Be ready. Yeah, I'll sit through it as long as you want. With a tired smile for his ever-suffering little sister, Musica followed after her. Rim headed straight to the bridge to prep Bamung for launch. Musica hurried below deck to the cargo bay after Alma. It must have been loaded in haste. At the center of the bay, beside a proudly posing Alma, it stood, haphazardly placed, not even suspended from a hanger. A massive steel figure loomed, unmoving. If one were to evaluate it honestly, this was a monstrous noblesse. What first drew attention were the oversized flight greaves, clearly designed for mobility. Their sharp-angled form was familiar, Alma's design, supervised by Rim. A performance-first model, completely ignoring safety. One hit and it'd be disabled. That was the only part that could be called remotely standard. Everything else broke all convention. A product of desperate engineering, the noblesse lacked armor entirely. In place of proper plating were a few aerodynamic cowls slapped on, and in some places the frame was outright exposed. A single hit would mean death. Its life support systems, too, looked all but non-functional. Its arms, extending from the torso, were equally unnatural. Most striking of all, the arms weren't the same size. The right arm was massive, far larger than a standard gauntlet, a crushing limb meant to obliterate foes. In contrast, the left gauntlet was slender to the point of fragility. And yet, the weapon it held was in that very left hand. Instead of a gun rod, this noblesse was equipped with a resonator, a melee weapon known to guide a forbidden magic, capable of bypassing all defenses and causing information collapse. On its back, rather than being mounted, it looked like it had been stabbed in, was a boost stabilizer designed for one thing only: forward propulsion. Forward, forward, forward. No gun rod, no support. Just sheer brute charge, closing in, slashing, crushing, every system tailored for that and nothing else. It was a fearless and single-minded Baron-class noblesse, designed for pure close-quarters combat. Or maybe it was just the result of two idiots pushing things too far. This noblesse, Musica stared at the familiar damsel visor mounted on its face, and with a trembling voice murmured, "This thing is. It's a noblesse built just for you. I reverse-engineered it from your spec sheet to make sure it would maximize your potential." Alma spoke of Musica as if he were just another module. To her, Even humans seemed to be nothing more than components that made up a noblesse. Placing a hand on the seated damsel, Alma proudly declared, "It was rushed, and there's still room to refine the specs on the noblesse side. The right gauntlet was chosen to match your injury, stripped of unnecessary fine motion functions. In short, it's a makeshift job for emergencies. But even so, I'm confident that out of everything we could put together right now, this is the best we've got. You need it, right? Then use it. That's generous and all, but why a custom unit? Don't tell me you saw this situation coming." Musica asked, dumbfounded, even though he knew full well that couldn't be the case. Naturally, Alma denied it without hesitation. "Of course not. I won't deny this current incident is what rushed the build. But I only started working on your noblesse after yesterday's duel. It's got nothing to do with today." "Then what for?" "Because I felt like making it." Musica blinked in confusion. He waited a moment, expecting more. When nothing followed, he blinked again and muttered, "That's it. What else would it be? Who the hell builds a noblesse in anticipation of some vague threat that might come someday? If you don't build what you want when you want it, then when the hell are you supposed to?" Alma said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Musica couldn't help but murmur, "You're serious." With a snort, Alma stepped away from Damsel. She was telling him to board. Swallowing once, Musica slid himself into the vital guard. He pulled down the familiar visor and began the activation sequence. Saria Internal Combustion Arcane Engine, Ignition. Maxwell Gravity Brake System, MGBS, Initializing. Executing system and propulsion checks. Vital Guard, Reactive Armor Incomplete, Error. Life Support System, Ready Error. Then, while we're at it, why don't we talk a little? Talk. It's nothing serious. Just about that noble business you mentioned earlier. He kept an eye on the blinking startup sequence while listening to Alma's composed voice. And what Alma began to talk about was, in a sense, utterly absurd. I don't think I've mentioned this before, but believe it or not, I'm actually a noble too. And while I'm at it, I'm actually the eldest daughter. Which means, technically, I was supposed to succeed the family and become a noble. But well, here I am instead. Can you guess why? I lack the talent, maybe. Musica had the good sense not to mention her height. Either way, it wasn't the right answer. She waved a finger and gave him her actual response. "The answer's simple, I passed on it." "You can just pass on something like that." "Seems like I could. My family pretty much gave up on me too, anyway. What I really wanted to talk about is this. Do we really have to follow through on responsibility just because it's there? I ditched it clean." "Isn't that just because you're ridiculously free-spirited?" "Is that so? Well, I didn't want to do it, so that's that. Duty, pride, responsibility, all that stuff's just vanity when you get down to it. There's no punishment if you break it. Sure, maybe someone might spit on you if you bump into them on the street, but so what?" Alma chuckled, as if that was the most trivial thing in the world. "Rim-kun said there's no reason to fight, didn't she? If that was aimed at me, I'd have said this. What does it matter? I do what I want." Ugh. That's the complete opposite of responsibility. It's selfishness. But I don't think that's something to be mocked. What's wrong with being selfish? If you ask me, all that talk about duty and responsibility is just pretense for people who want to look cool. It's ridiculous. If a proper noble heard you say that, they'd punch you in the face. That's fair, I'm selfish, after all. If someone wants to punch me because they're selfish too, I won't deny them. I'll just run away. Alma paused for a moment. The sound of distant explosions rumbled closer. The battlefield was approaching. The fighting wasn't over yet. So, what I really want to say is this. With the tone of someone sending him off, she spoke. Forget all the ifs and buts. Just go out there and do what you want. Even selfishness can be a perfectly fine reason to fight. It was such an outrageous way to put it. She had just answered the question Musica's father once asked him. Why do you fight? If his younger self had heard this answer, how would he have reacted? Would he have thought she was mocking him? That she was making a joke of it? He didn't know. He really didn't, but yeah, right now, just for now, I think that's reason enough. Musica could smile at that answer, truly smile. Well, I doubt Rimkun would be satisfied with that answer, though. Yeah, even so, she's still helping. I owe her one. Then make sure to thank her properly. That girl helped quite a bit too. Wait, you're telling me she helped design this goddamn noblesse? Of course, Thanks to her, it came out perfect. After saying that, Alma let out an exaggerated yawn and added, I'm going to bed now, so you handle the report, before walking out of the hangar. Left alone inside the hangar, Musica waited silently within the activated damsel. And yet, strangely enough, there was no longer any despair within him. Then let's go. Not for anyone else, not because he was ordered to, just to carry out his own selfish will. Section. Og, grggh. Asha figured this must be the 7th time. The 7th time she'd nearly blacked out. A direct hit from a magic round scraped the armor. The impact rattled her body, and the explosion blew her knight backward. Her vision turned red from the damage, but she couldn't afford to collapse yet. Alone in the sky, before drowning, she shook off the shock and resumed fighting. Swinging her gun rod, she scattered magic rounds wildly. She didn't check to see if they hit. She had to keep moving or she'd end up skewered by a metal, chewed up, or shot down by another blast. No matter the case, the outcome would be grim. Stopping wasn't an option. Her comrades were gone. All of them had either been shot down or lost the ability to continue fighting. The last one barely able to fly, a classmate, had been ordered to retreat and recover the fallen. How many minutes ago had that been? She remembered begging them, but she couldn't recall how long ago it happened. She gasped for breath, suffocating. She wanted nothing more than to rip off her visor and gulp down air. But instead, she spent that time watching the enemy. Even that glance took less than a second. She looked out toward the eastern edge of Serio's perimeter. The battlefield had become a scorched wasteland, and the number of metals crowding it was. How many are there? 30, 50. Have their numbers gone down? It doesn't feel like it. She could have sworn there were over 100 of them at first, and they'd been cutting them down together ever since. But now, she couldn't tell. It felt like it had been this many from the very start. Either way, there were still swarms of them left, and now she was the only one here. I wonder if everyone made it out. Anyone who lost the ability to fight had already retreated. Even that last classmate, injured to her limit, Asha had asked her to recover the fallen and withdraw. She had said she'd come back with a new knight, but Asha had never expected reinforcements to actually arrive. That girl had been at her breaking point, too. Her leg was probably broken. Would a medical team really send someone like that back into battle? She didn't know. She didn't know a lot of things. But there was one thing she was sure of. Today she was going to die here, but still. She couldn't die yet. She hadn't even bought enough time like she was told. It wasn't enough, so she would just a little longer. Direct hit, her 8th brush with unconsciousness. A metal hadn't missed the opening left by her momentary lapse in focus. The armor on her left shoulder burst apart. Her erratic flight path left her exposed. Red flashes streaked in from every direction, aiming to skewer her. In her delayed evasive maneuver, the boost stabilizer was torn clean off. Her mobility dropped. No, before that, she lost balance and fell from the sky. But even then, she kept her momentum going. If she had stayed put, she would have been fried by the next beam. The price of her last bit of resistance was a literal crash into the earth. She hit the floating isle hard, practically rolling across it. Even as the ground scraped her down to the bone, she refused to let go of her gun rod. She didn't even know what she was holding onto that pride for. It sounded stupid, crashing like that, but the worst pain of all was her tongue. She had bitten it hard during the fall. If there's a next time, I'll keep my mouth shut when I crash. She didn't even think that was a dumb thought. When she looked up, she was met with a swarm of soulless metal beasts. There were too many to count, just trying to would have been ridiculous. Slowly, they advanced toward her. They weren't firing any magic rounds. Were they wary of something? Or just being cautious so the prey wouldn't run? She didn't know. She never knew anything. Ha ha ha. All she could do was laugh. System error on the flight Greaves. Boost stabilizer gone. The warning displayed inside her visor meant only one thing. You're not flying anymore. Even so, she forced her trembling body to stand. Using her gun rod like a cane, she managed to face forward. Countless metals, and far off in the sky, a massive metal floated in the distance. She didn't want to look pathetic in front of the enemy. But in front of who? There was no one else left in the sky, so who exactly was she trying to save face for? Come to think of it, I never did apologize, huh? What she remembered most clearly was that arrogant boy. She'd forced her ideals onto him, and he'd looked at her with contempt. That face was the last memory she could recall. He had laughed, saying noble was just lip service, and she hadn't been able to properly deny it, let alone convince him otherwise. There were things she wanted to say, feelings she wanted to express. She really had wanted to talk to him properly, but instead she ran away. She hadn't had the words to match his anger. She'd been scared of being rejected again. She couldn't say anything, just looked away. But it had frustrated her. The day she first arrived in Serios. The day she recklessly charged into battle against the metals and was saved by Mobuseka. Facing death without even knowing if she was ready for it, the knight that had come to rescue her was unbelievably cool. So much it gave her chills, just as cool as that blue noble who had once saved her. So cool it made her jealous. Painfully cool. That's why, when Mobuseka, someone who stood closer to her ideal than anyone else, was denying himself. That's what frustrated her most of all. But in the end, maybe that was just me pushing my ideals again. She'd said whatever she wanted, made him angry, and never even got to apologize, and now, today, she was going to die here. That was her regret. Her deepest regret. More than the fact she was about to lose, more than not being able to buy any more time, that's what made her feel the most bitter, so she laughed. Aha, geez, I really suck at this, not noble at all, huh? The metals advanced. Beast-like faces, insectoid bodies, wings like birds, tails like snakes. Grotesque monsters, like a child had mashed together a bunch of animal parts at random, closed in on Asha. Her body trembled in fear, but still, she raised her gun rod. At the very least, don't cry. Hold your head high and shout that you fought here, even if it was a pointless death. At the very least, don't let it end in disgrace. The metal was already right in front of her. At the very least, I won't cry in the end. Holding on to just that, Asha closed her eyes. Or tried to, in that fleeting instant. Something pierced through the torso of the metal from above. Her eyes widened in shock. What had pierced the metal was a sword that had flown in from the sky, impaling the enemy and driving it into the ground. In an instant, the metal exploded. It wasn't that the other metals stirred in confusion, because they couldn't, but every single unit turned their gaze to the sky. And there it was. A monstrous, humanoid figure like a demon shrouded in rags, pitch black and malformed. Huge, ominous arms. A gaunt, skeletal frame. What made it seem like a corpse was the absence of the armor plating that was supposed to cover the noblesse frame. Its limbs were far too slender, its arms uneven in size, everything about it was unbalanced. This wasn't a completed combat machine. The black, steel-like hue was proof that it was still an unfinished damsel class unit. Now, it began to move, basking in the gaze of the metals. Like a halo of light, the smoke, no, the blast, from its boost stabilizers erupted as it descended from the sky. The swarm of metals responded instantly. Blasts of scorching light fired toward the falling enemy like a divine barrage. But the damsel paid no heed. It weaved through the beams, or rather, flew as if tracing them backward. Slipping past magical bullets, the damsel charged forward. Maintaining the momentum of its fall, it drove its heel into the closest metal. A single crushing blow to the skull cleaved its head clean off. Another metal lunged in that moment, but the damsel casually caught it in its right hand. As it leapt backward to evade the follow-up, it crushed the unit in its grip. Its shattered head turned to dust and scattered. Then, its left hand reached back and gripped the sword embedded in the ground. That moment, Asha knew she'd never forget it. Another metal leapt forward, but there was no sound. From earth to sky, a graceful arc, a perfect slash. With a single upward stroke, the blade cleaved the metal clean in two. The brilliance of the strike stole her breath away. No, that wasn't the only reason she couldn't breathe. Is that you? The figure stood there, as if to shield Asha for just a moment. But the situation wouldn't allow for stillness. The oncoming metals surged, and the damsel plunged into their midst with no hesitation, no words. There was no way to tell who was piloting it, and yet Asha knew exactly who it was. With a trembling voice, she called the name. Mobuseka. The figure overlapping with her, admiration. Why did it make her want to cry? Section. Rim was watching it all from the flight ship. This isn't funny, not a single part of it was amusing. The incoming metals. The situation that had forced them to make this stand. Asha, saved and left in a daze. And honestly, even this entire island. the student council president who injured Musica, the powerless nobles, the students unable to defend themselves. And on top of that, her father, who was never there when it really mattered, and herself, for not being able to see Musica off properly, even after he resolved to fight. Even though she wished for his peace, all she could do was let him fight. She was utterly useless. That's why none of this is funny. Through the skies of Serios flew the damsel, the noblesse frame forged by Alma based on Rim's own suggestions. A monstrous combat unit, racing ahead, faster than the wind, passing by the metals in a blur, cutting them down as it went. Those that blocked its path were crushed with the right gauntlet, and it surged ahead through the shimmering silver sand of exploding metals. With lightning-fast maneuvers, it danced through enemy lines, destroying everything without pause. It was the sight Rim was most proud of, and therefore hated the most. That man has nothing left but fighting. Who would ever understand? That he was never suited for conflict to begin with. Who would ever recognize it? That he was someone too kind to give up on anything. Because everything else had been taken from him. His family was murdered by his uncle, even his status stolen. As the last heir of Siegfried, he lost everything he once had. Only I remember him, how he used to be like a frightened puppy. It was us who turned him into a warrior and a mercenary. Rim's childish helplessness had branded him with the disgrace of being a noble killer and robbed him even of his homeland. To a boy who had lost everything but the power to fight, they couldn't give him anything beyond battle. That's why Rim hates everything that leads Musica into battle. This world is just so cruel to him. If that's the case, then at the very least, like a prayer, she made a vow that she would never let him be alone, so Rim spoke coldly. Asha Esteban, can you hear me? She opened a channel to the night Musica had left behind to protect her. Can you still fight? This voice, Rim-chan. There's no time, be concise, report your frame's status. Rim-chan, too slow, she thought, too dull. She wanted to berate her for being inexperienced. But Asha hadn't run away, nor had she denied him. Flight greaves are non-functional. Boost stabilizers are gone, too. I can't move in combat, but the gun rod still works. I can still fight. I can do this. Then head to this ship's deck. I'll be your legs. For now, she acknowledged her as an ally. Asha still sounded clueless. Rim continued in a flat voice. You are now this ship's fixed artillery. I'll support you with all of this vessel's capabilities. If this ship falls, that's when you fall. There is no retreat on this battlefield. Prepare yourself. A quiet intake of breath came through the transmission. But soon, a bold voice returned. You saying we're like sharing one fate or something? Don't be absurd. Not with you. I have no interest in this sort of relationship. She didn't care about anyone other than Musica, not even her useless father. It was that boy who had saved her heart, her future, so she would repay him with everything she had. That was her vow. Wherever he dies, she would die too. That was what she had decided, even if that wasn't what he wanted. Asha still seemed confused on the other end. Rim-chan, you're kind of harsh today. I told you we don't have time, yes or no. I'm good, I can do this, yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna help Musica, I'm not letting him fight alone. Good, firepower secured. Descending sharply from the sky straight toward Asha's position, Rim began maneuvering the ship. As commander of the vessel Bamung, she gave the order. Bamung, switch status from cruise mode to observation tactical mode. Route all observational data to conductor. Data link target, Knight, Asha Esteban. Link all ship observations to visual feed. The ship's armor plating slid open, activating every optical sensor on Bamung. It scanned the surroundings, analyzed them, and provided future combat predictions to support the noble. That was Bamung's original purpose, a tactical command ship designed to assist nobles in combat by observing the battlefield from the front lines. Though normally, those features remained dormant, because neither Musica nor Raoul needed a data link. Extra data only distracted them, and somehow, though it defied logic, their instincts were sharper than any sensor-based readout. But for someone inexperienced, this system had its uses. What is this? The metal's movements? Amazing, I can see the whole battlefield. Save the commentary for later, fixed turret. Get on the deck and start firing once you're ready. Come on, move it. Hey, Rim-chan, I really appreciate you coming to help and all, but aren't you being a bit harsh today? Just your imagination. Hurry up and fire. You're definitely being harsh. Muttering about trivial things, a Sha began firing. At the same time, Bameng went into full operation. Predicting metal movement trajectories was its current task, where the enemy would be seconds from now. That information was shared with a Sha, boosting her shooting accuracy even as an amateur. Watching a Sha start her attack, Rim sighed. Honestly, does she even realize whose fault all this is? This girl always got under Rim's skin. Come to think of it, their first meeting had been the worst. She'd buted into things with Mubuseka over something meaningless, and next thing she knew, she was clinging to him. It's just irritating, Rim thought. Not in a like or dislike way, this was a completely different issue. Frustrated, Rim worked the steering wheel and pulled up Bameng's control panel. She connected to Serios's wide-area communication network and seized control of the disaster broadcast speakers installed across the region. Mubuseka would never want something like this. He wouldn't even think of it, because he's just that selfless. It's almost tragic. That's why this was Rim's wish. This is the Exiled Mercenary Corps, under direct command of the Serios administrator. Clutching the headset at the comms station, she spoke with defiant resolve. We've confirmed a metal ambush in the eastern outskirts of Serios. From this point on, we're taking responsibility for this combat zone. She then transmitted the visuals captured by Bameng across all of Serios. And in her heart, she spat venom. Know this. If he's going to be forced to fight, if he himself chooses to fight, then at least know this. Know who it is that saves this island. Know who fights for this island, so at least know this. The nobility of someone who, despite hating nobles more than anyone, still can't let go of his admiration and continues to reach for it. To all nobles of Serios, I warn you, do not interfere with this combat zone. Witness well how we mercenaries fight. Know who my hero is. Section. Apparently, Rim had taken matters into her own hands, boldly issuing a grand declaration across all of Serios in the name of the Mercenary Corps. She must have strong feelings about this battle. Mubuseka knew she was angry, probably at him, and couldn't help but let out a quiet, wry smile. Guess I'm getting scolded later, he thought. He was making things hard on her, so that much was the least he could accept. Anything less would feel undeserved. Not that there was any time to dwell on such thoughts in the middle of a battlefield. He slipped past a magical projectile that nearly struck him and sliced through the metal that had fired it. And once again, he gave a bitter smile, this time not at Rim, but at the noblesse frame he was currently wearing. What a piece of junk. Is this a torture device or something? It was a hastily assembled prototype, so maybe that was to be expected. But the real problem was that the life support systems were completely dead. The shock absorbers didn't work either, so every motion from the damsel rattled through Mubuseka's body. And the strain grinding at his whole frame came from the damsel's movement profile, built solely for forward momentum. Rapid acceleration, abrupt braking, and peak velocity. Everything was maxed out, but in exchange, the noble inside got tossed around by inertia, crushed under the G-forces. It was a machine that completely forgot its pilot was a living being. And yet, that very speed was reliable. A defective combat frame built on idiocy and recklessness. What made it even funnier was how perfectly it suited Mubuseka. He could see every incoming magical round. He slipped between them as he advanced, cleaving the stiffened metal left behind in his wake. Another metal tried to impale him with its prized horn, too slow. He grabbed it with the right gauntlet, crushed it, and tossed it aside. A volley of distant magical fire came his way, but his boosters screamed like explosions and left them in the dust. Amidst enemy lines, he danced before the oncoming metal. If they closed in, he'd cut them. If they stayed away, he'd close in and cut them. Taking a hit meant death. That concept worked both ways. If he wasn't hit, he could kill. This noblesse frame, made with nothing but offense in mind, was exactly Mubuseka's kind of machine. He could feel every enemy's gaze fixed on him. Mubuseka calmly surveyed the area. Charred land and scorched sky, filled with more metal than he cared to count. One of them, a large type metal, hovered high, surveying the battlefield from above. That one must be coordinating the others. From its elevated position, it occasionally fired powerful heat rays at Mubuseka. Even if they didn't hit, they limited his movement and created openings for smaller units to attack. Coordinated suppression fire, but it was slow. This damsel won't get hit by that. But he was momentarily distracted and noticed the metal coming up behind him a split second too late. He didn't have time to counter, but he could dodge. Still, once he realized what it was, Musica didn't even bother. There was no need to. A magical round, fired from afar, shot down the metal in a single hit. He glanced to the side and spotted Bomung, and on its deck, the battered knight poised to strike. Rim and Asha, a two-man team. Of course, more attackers meant the metal's attention shifted. Several units began transforming their heads, likely to prepare for long-range fire. Not gonna let you, he ignited the boost stabilizers. A burst of acceleration closed the gap instantly, so fast it left time behind. He blew past them and decapitated the first target with sheer momentum. Where Musica's reach didn't extend, Asha covered him. And when enemies exposed themselves to target her, Musica struck them down. The impromptu teamwork worked thanks to Rim's support. She used Bomung's observation mode to direct Asha's aim. The front line and rear guard supported each other, constantly remaining threats to the metal. You couldn't get to the rear without first taking down the front, but reaching the front meant getting past the rear's cover fire. In the thick of battle, Musica thought to himself, "This is easy." It was easy to breathe, to kill enemies, to exist on the battlefield. All of it felt easy. He wasn't the only noble on the battlefield. When he fought as a mercenary, the skies were his battlefield alone. Even if Raoul and Rim had been nearby, it had always been just him in the fight. But now, he knew someone was watching his back. And because of that, he could keep moving forward. That alone made it so much easier to fly. Was this what it was like for you too, Dad? Not that he really had time to think about that. He refocused, sharpening his thoughts and concentrating on the enemies ahead. The metal disappeared in an instant. Sliced, shattered, exploded, reduced to glimmering silver dust. The battlefield had become the unstoppable damsel's stage. Eventually, only the large-type metal remained. Still distant, it halted its attack and stared Musica down. In response, Musica raised his sword. Then, he commanded the magic blade to go all out, resonator, max excitation. He poured all the magic extracted by the Baron-class arcane engine into the blade. A radiant light of purification cloaked the sword's edge and swelled even more. The light shot skyward like a pillar. The large-type metal moved. Its grotesque body pulsed violently. Gun barrels sprouted all over it like a hedgehog. The glow at their tips was the combustion burst, phosphorescence that incinerated anything it touched. That was its own full-force response. Over the comms, someone screamed Musica's name, but he ignored it. "I don't have a reason to fight." He still hadn't found one, but I'm not heartless enough to turn my back either. So this wasn't anything noble, far from it, it was just selfishness. And that's why he was fighting here now. The boost stabilizers roared with full power. He lunged straight into the enemy before its aim could lock on. Scorching beams grazed the damsel's unarmored body, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Forward, forward, forward. His heart urged him onward. He held the sword high, eyes fixed on the enemy. So let me be selfish, just this once. To hell with that, noblesse oblige crap. And the flash that tore through the darkness erased the enemy completely. Interlude 6, did we win? Bathed in the glow of the sunset, Asha murmured those few words. Floating in the crimson light was silver sand, scattering the light into brilliant fragments that gave the sky a dreamlike sheen. In the direction of Asha's gaze stood a single unit, only one. Bathed in red by the sunset, it was the lone black damsel. Then, this is the Raoul Mercenary Corps, directly under the authority of the Serio's administrator. Eastern airspace. Enemy forces annihilated. Reporting mission completion. Over. Rim's voice rang out, colder, harder, and more commanding than usual. At the same time, the feed that had been playing in the corner of the display, transmitting the eastern airspace, cut off. All that remained now was the battle in the north, the original site of the enemy raid. Checking the footage of the battlefield, Asha let out a soft sigh. The situation was already nearing its conclusion. Most of the small-class metals had been eliminated. At the center of the field, a single knight was wreaking havoc with overwhelming force. It was unclear who piloted it, but that noble had clearly shifted the momentum of the entire battle. And beyond that, farther away, The massive class medal was still intact, but its silver armor was riddled with craters. Victory was all but assured. Facing down the massive class medal, one noblesse frame leveled a gunrod. It was the student council, president's noblesse frame. A Marcus class, name unknown. Her beloved machine aimed its barrel directly at the towering enemy, gunrod maximum output. The barrel transformed dramatically, spilling brilliant light from within. Disappear, there was no way the voice could have reached them. But in the next instant, the monitor feed from the night was bleached pure white. The Marcus class's maximum output filled the sky, erasing even sound itself. It swept everything away, and when the light faded, there was nothing left. Letitia Serios has taken down the massive class target. We're almost there, everyone push forward. A commanding voice rallied the remaining forces. On the monitor, the nobles surged with renewed momentum. So, it's over. Rim murmured, perhaps watching the same feed. At that moment, a warning flashed on the night's monitor. After a message about the termination of the data link, the information on screen rapidly diminished. She didn't fully understand what it meant, but it seemed whatever support Rim had been providing just came to an end. Realizing that, Asha quickly spoke up. Rim-chan, thanks to you, I was able to save everyone. It was something she had to say now. That thought alone gave rise to her heartfelt gratitude. But on the other end of the line, Rim sounded exasperated. You're thanking me not for your own survival, but for helping others. Huh. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, thanks for that too, of course, but was that weird? No. Honestly, it just made me think I don't want to be friends with you. We don't seem very compatible. Wait, what? We just pulled off a great team-up, didn't we? Our combo was perfect. That doesn't sound like we're incompatible at all. Work is work. I give instructions and you carry them out. Compatibility doesn't factor into that. I was referring to our personalities, ha. This conversation is a waste of time. Why's Rim-chan being so harsh today? Even as she lamented, Rim gave her no response at all. If there was ever a perfect example of cold, this was it. The sudden shift in tone was jarring, and Asha couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong. Not that she had any idea what it could be, and yet, at the same time, she felt something else. That maybe she had taken a step closer to the girl. This was a side of her, a now that Asha had never seen before. Something more familiar, more relatable than the usual polite and distant facade. Why was it that this version of her felt warmer? More importantly, Anarchy. The battle's over. Let's head back. More importantly, or maybe she had taken a step away. Either way, the battle was over. It was over. There'd be post-operation cleanup, no doubt, but for now, that could wait. More than anything, she just wanted to bask in this moment of victory a little longer. To let the feeling of the battle's end linger just a while more. But something felt off. She furrowed her brows. Anarchy, please respond. Anarchy, Mobuseka. She called out as well. The damsel still stood there, unmoving. Even as she called his name, Mobuseka gave no response, or rather. All at once, the arcane engine within the damsel powered down. At the same time, the boost stabilizers failed. A small explosion occurred in the flight greaves, a complete systems failure. And yet, Mobuseka didn't move an inch, continuing to fall from the sky. Anarchy. Rim-chan, hurry. Asha's knight could no longer fly. Her only option now was the flight ship. Realizing the situation, Rim pushed the ship to its limits. Cutting through the air, the flight ship raced toward Mobuseka. There was no ground beneath him. If they didn't catch him now, Mobuseka would fall from the sky, down to a land where no one could survive. No way I'm letting that happen. If they let him fall, it wouldn't be a victory. She wouldn't be able to rejoice in this outcome. The flight ship slipped in just below his falling trajectory. It was a close call. Asha stood on the deck with arms outstretched, and with her whole body, she caught the battered damsel. A violent jolt rocked her body, sending pain through her limbs. The impact blew her backward into the railing. The shock was enough to knock the breath from her lungs, even through the vital guard. Even so, she didn't let go of Mobuseka. Soon, the flight ship began to decelerate rapidly. Amid that motion, a voice came through. Asha-san, what about Anarchy? He's okay, I caught him somehow. Thank goodness, truly. Hearing Rim's voice filled with relief, Asha felt it from the bottom of her heart. He really caused a scene, right to the very end. Now that she was in contact with him, she could check Musica's status through the damsel. For some reason, the life support system wasn't functioning, so there was a lot she still couldn't confirm. But his status indicated a noble's sleep mode. In other words, he was sleeping. Or perhaps he'd simply passed out after all the tension drained away. Either way, his life didn't seem to be in danger. She glanced over Musica's damsel again. It had always been a reckless noblesse frame with hardly any armor, but charging into that massive metal had clearly pushed it too far. The frame was warped, and what little aerodynamic cowlings it had, not even proper armor plating, had peeled off. It was now barely recognizable. The arcane engine and boosters must have been pushed well past their limits too, as the acrid scent of burning metal hung in the air. As for the flight greaves, they had apparently exploded for some reason. Anyone could see it, completely wrecked, but he had done it. Almost entirely on his own, he'd saved Serios from the brink of destruction. Something Asha herself had already given up on as impossible, he had achieved it right before her eyes, which is why the words slipped out. So frustrating. It wasn't fair, he got her completely. He dazzled her more vividly than the nobles she had once admired, and he proved it. She gently removed the damsel's visor to look at Musica's face. He was sleeping in complete exhaustion, not exactly peaceful looking, but even so, it was the face of a boy who had seen things through. So frustratingly cool. Asha admitted it honestly. The one she had chased after in admiration now had company. She found herself adding another to that list. I want to be like him, she thought. I want to catch up to him, she wished. Letting out a small sigh, she murmured to Rim. Rim-chan, let's go home. Huh, Rim-chan, something wrong? No, it's nothing, I just thought, our enemy count has gone up again. Who? Enemy? She looked around, but there wasn't a single metal in sight. If there were still enemies around, that would be a serious problem. Looking puzzled, she tried to confirm with Rim, but the girl said nothing more, which only made the meaning even more unclear, leaving Asha tilting her head in confusion. Whatever the case, this was the end of it all. The sun was already nearing the horizon. Before night could fall, the flight ship began its journey back to Serios. Epilogue. Dream. Inside the Academy City Serios medical wing, in some hospital room Musica didn't even recognize. Didn't I tell you? Operating a noblesse frame was out of the question. You were supposed to rest. Yeah, well, you did say that. The bone fixation in your arm has shifted. We'll have to redo the surgery. And you've also managed to crack a few ribs. Oh, and symptoms of acute mana depletion are showing too. Honestly, it's just extreme overexertion. You're running a fever on top of that. Hurts, doesn't it? How much did you have to push yourself to end up on death's doorstep in a single day? There were some circumstances. I'm aware. But you're hospitalized now. Doctor's orders say you're not leaving until you're healed, so don't get your hopes up. Understood. There was nothing else to say. And so, Musica was unceremoniously thrown into the inpatient ward without mercy. Section, Yahoo Musica feeling good. Do I look like it? Not at all. Musica slowly pushed himself up from the bed to greet Asha and the others, the usual trio, who had wandered in cheerfully. This was inside a hospital room, tucked away in the inpatient ward of the Academy City, Serios' medical wing. The private room he'd been assigned wasn't exactly luxurious, but it wasn't awful either. Still, given how compact it was, having 3 visitors made things feel a bit cramped. There was a guest chair provided, but only one, and it was already occupied. Asha and the others seemed to notice that and glanced toward Musica's bed, blinking in surprise. Huh, Rim-chan's asleep. Yeah, don't worry about it, but try not to wake her. She passed out from lecture fatigue. Lecture fatigue? What was she lecturing you about? Chloe tilted her head and asked, but to Musica, the answer couldn't have been more obvious. He shrugged and gave a wry smile. Well, I did push myself hard enough to end up hospitalized. He spread his arms in a showy gesture, as if to put his battered condition on display. Thankfully, his fever had already gone down, so he wasn't feeling too terrible. I went ahead and did what I wanted, ignoring Rim's protests. This is what I get for it. She tore into me. Said I was an idiot for overexerting myself when I'm not even a noble. I swear, I've been chewed out so much I could grow calluses on my ears. Don't know how she even had that much frustration stored up. Well, I mean, you did worry her. That's kind of expected, right? Maybe we should scold you too. Me too. I mean, I do have a few things I'd like to say. Please spare me. And besides, if anyone here deserves a scolding, it's her. He nodded toward the girl next to him. If you really need to let it out, go roast her instead. That's true. Now that I think about it, we still haven't properly lectured Asha yet. Eep, why is the target shifting to me? With a smack of her palm, Chloe lit up, while Asha let out a squeak and darted behind Saji for cover. Not that hiding behind someone who'd probably be scolding her too was all that helpful. Musica let out a soft laugh at the rowdy trio, then turned his gaze toward the window. What he wanted to see was the view of Serios, after the metal raid from 2 days ago. The battle had ended in victory for Serios. By the day after the attack, the fighting had fully settled down, and it could officially be said that the crisis was over, though the cleanup remained. The most damaged area was likely the outer edge of the floating isles, which had been ravaged by the metals. Next were the noblesse frames that had taken damage and the wounded nobles who had fought. The losses weren't limited to machines. Nobles themselves, the people, had also been injured. With how intense the battle was, there was no way Serios got through it unscathed. Musica wasn't the only one who ended up in the hospital. Apparently, several others had been admitted as well. Then knock knock, a gentle knock was followed by a voice from the other side. "Excuse me, may I come in?" Who could that be? A guest. Sure, come on in. Why are you answering Asha? Geez. Chloe sighed in exasperation. Maybe the person on the other side had heard her too, because there was a brief moment of hesitation before the door opened. The moment they saw who entered, all 3 visitors reacted the same way. Staring in a daze, they fixated on the newcomer's face. What stood out was the long, flowing blonde hair and soft, calm indigo eyes. The gentle smile on her face was instantly recognizable to anyone on the floating isles. Still smiling, the visitor gave a small bow and greeted them. "Good morning, everyone. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. SSS Student Council President, W, what are you doing here? Don't call someone's hospital room here like it's some weird place." Musica muttered under his breath with a half-lidded glare. But then he quickly shifted to a more skeptical look as he focused on their visitor, Letitia Serios, the ruler of the floating isles. It was certainly odd. At a time when she had to still be incredibly busy, what reason could she have to come see him? Letitia walked over to Musica's bedside, and it seemed that's when she finally noticed the sleeping rim. She lowered her voice just slightly and asked, "It's been 2 days, hasn't it, Musica-san? How are you feeling?" "Take a look." "Not great. If this is a work request, go talk to Raoul. Even the doctors have had their fill of yelling at me." "Of course, I wouldn't dream of burdening you right now. Please focus on your recovery. In the meantime, I'll be borrowing Raoul Ajisama for a while, if that's all right with you. It's his prime earning season, right? Go ahead and work him to the bone for a while. He's got more power than he knows what to do with." Raoul himself wasn't here at the moment. He'd been pulled out to oversee cleanup operations. Although Raoul had taken part in the battle against the massive class metal, rumor had it he'd gone completely wild in the latter half of the fight. It happened right around when Rim and Musica had declared their intent to intervene. Up until then, Raoul had been leading the rear support units. But the moment he heard Rim's broadcast, he apparently abandoned command and rushed straight to the front lines, where he fought like a one-man army. If you asked Rim about it, though, she was dismissive as ever. If he'd just done that from the start, it would have helped. Showing up late doesn't do anyone any good. That's why that old man's useless. Incidentally, Instructor Adden, who was supposed to be leading the security team for the cleanup, was also missing from the field. After repeatedly ignoring Letitia's warnings and effectively inviting the metal assault through his inaction, he'd been dismissed. He was now under suspension. But that was a side note. Suddenly, Asha interjected in a flustered panic. "WW8, is it okay to talk like that to the student council president?" "It's fine, I've already given him permission. After all, he's directly under my command, isn't he?" "Oh wait, that direct command thing, wasn't that just Rim's excuse?" She was referring to Rim's declaration during the Raoul Mercenary Corps intervention. Normally, anyone who isn't a noble isn't allowed to participate in battle. The only exceptions are in emergencies or when under official contract, like mercenaries hired by a noble. The thing is, in Musica and Rim's case, the whole arrangement was pretty murky. Technically, they only had a mercenary contract with Raoul. Both Rim and Musica were just students in Serios, but Rim had claimed they were acting under the direct orders of the Serios administrator, Letitia herself. It was a bluff, a strong-arm tactic, just to prove the contract after the fact. As a result, Letitia now found herself obligated to pay Rim and Musica for their services. Not that she seemed bothered in the slightest, Letitia just smiled softly. Well, yes, but doesn't it have a nice ring to it? Direct command. Thanks to that, I can now summon you more freely, Musica-san. Wouldn't your position, as student council president, already give you that right? True, but I can't exactly go around calling in random students for no reason, can I? Mercenaries don't want to be summoned for no reason either. Anyway, if it's about work, go through Raoul first. He's technically our handler. If you act without telling him, that old man'll throw a fit. That would be problematic indeed. Very well. I'll be sure to speak with Raoul Ajisama whenever I need to request your help. As small talk went, that was probably enough. Jumping straight into business would have been too blunt, so this served as a preamble. Then, as if ready to get to the point, Letitia took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, and quietly bowed her head. First, allow me to thank you. Thanks to your elimination of the metals in the east, Serios was saved. Even if the nobles had survived, there would have been tremendous civilian casualties. The reason this floating isle still stands is because of you. I was just doing my job. It wasn't anything special. A foo-foo, if you say so. Of course, it hadn't been a job at all. Musica had intervened of his own volition, but appearances mattered, and more importantly, Musica hadn't done it for thanks. Accepting praise for something like that would feel wrong. Letitia gave him a small, knowing smile, and then she said, perhaps this was her real reason for coming. Tell me, Musica-san, would you be interested in becoming a noble of Serios? That means... That voice, likely a Shaz, broke the silence. Musica himself couldn't respond for a moment. The weight of what had just been offered left him breathless. In more classical terms, it was ennoblement. A common mercenary, recognized by someone of status and granted a title. In the modern day, the roots of mercenaries lay with the nobles. Raoul and Musica both had the pedigree and the capability. And given how the recent battle exposed Serios's lack of strength, Letitia's desire to secure strong fighters was understandable. But Musica slowly shook his head, letting out a quiet chuckle. Sorry, but it's not my style. That whole fighting for people I've never seen, never met mindset, it just doesn't sit right with me. I can't fight for something like that. Then, what do you fight for? Good question, I still don't know. That's why for now I'll stay a mercenary. He still hadn't found the answer to his father's question. Until he did, he knew he couldn't become a noble, shouldn't become one, and silently he laughed at himself. Can't exactly fight for something selfish like, just because I want to, either. No noble could, or would be allowed to fight for a reason like that, which is why, in a way, that served as his own kind of discipline. Letitia fell silent for a moment. Then, with a resigned sigh, she looked at him as though watching a particularly stubborn little brother, and let out a quiet laugh. You really are hopeless. Well, I suppose I'll let it go for today. Sorry about that. No. To be honest, I figured you'd turn me down. That said, she must have had a little hope. Just slightly, Letitia furrowed her brows in a faint expression of disappointment. Either way, that seemed to be the end of her business. Well then, Musica-san, please take care of yourself. Depends on the job. Next time, try not to bring me one that gets me hurt. Of course, I wouldn't want you getting injured after all. Letitia replied lightly with a smile, then turned her back to him. Musica silently watched her retreating figure. By the way. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back. With a slightly provocative, almost playful smile, she said, one last thing I forgot to mention. I'm quite persistent, you know. You might want to brace yourself. Before he could say anything in return to that smile, she let out a soft chuckle, gave a slight bow, and left the room. For a while, Musica stared blankly at the door she had disappeared behind. Hey, what was that just now? What did she mean? What did she mean? The first question came from Asha, the second from Chloe. Asha gave him a sulky look, while Chloe tilted her head curiously. Saji, meanwhile, silently slinked off into a corner, more like he was escaping a storm than staying out of it. As expected, it was Asha who erupted. Hey, hold on a sec, was that a scout offer just now? Since when? Why? And why the heck did you turn her down, Musica? Isn't that a huge waste? Yeah, pipe down. I've got my reasons, all right. It's not something I can just agree to so easily. He replied irritably, not really sure why he was being scolded in the first place. For starters, she asked, will you become one? You don't just go, sure, I will, to something like that. Musica didn't even think Letitia was being serious. Given the circumstances, turning her down was the safer move. And then, you should have just accepted it. Still lying face down on the bed, Rim looked up at him and said that. Her expression was more sulky than dissatisfied. She looked completely miffed. The tricky part about this little sister figure was how her face, tone, and real feelings didn't always line up. Judging by her attitude, she wasn't too thrilled with Letitia's offer. So even though she appreciated Musica turning it down, she was too embarrassed to say it outright and settled for snarking instead. Not wanting her to catch on that he'd figured it out, Musica hid a small grin with a nonchalant question. You were awake? Well, it was kinda loud, and there's one really loud person here. Rim-chan, hey Rim-chan, why'd you look right at me when you said that? Huh. You're imagining things, and you're loud. That was so cold. Totally cold treatment right there. Rim threw an annoyed glance at the noisy Asha. Chloe and Saji both looked on with innocent confusion. Huh, Musica tilted his head slightly. That was rare for Rim, to let others see even a bit of her real self. Besides him and Raoul Ajasama, Rim almost never dropped her guard. She wore a polite smile like a mask whenever she spoke to others. So for her to act like this, something must have happened between them. Whether that change was good or bad wasn't clear yet, but, well, not the worst thing. This kind of stuff. Letting out a small sigh, Musica collapsed back onto the bed. His fever had gone down, so it wasn't unbearable, but that didn't mean he was feeling great. Giving in to the lingering exhaustion, he grumbled bluntly. All right, stores closed for the day. I'm going to sleep, so scram. Huh. You're sleeping already. Isn't it kinda early? Can't be helped, I'm half dead over here. I'm exhausted. Rim 2, time to go. Why me too? I'm here to take care of Anarchy. Oh. Wait, is Anarchy still mad about the scolding earlier? I'm not holding a grudge, but I do want to sleep, and I can't do that with you here. Rim could be overly attentive, so much so that it became counterproductive. Her nurturing nature was a good trait, but being doted on too much could make it hard to relax. Muttering Rim and Asha started getting ready to leave. Not that they had much to pack, there weren't any belongings to fuss over. Then, oh right, hey Musica, about what happened the other day. Asha suddenly spoke up, and Musica turned toward the voice with just one eye open. By then, she and the others had already made it to the entrance of the hospital room. Asha looked at him with an unusually serious expression. Hey, remember the other day? On the day of the duel. I tried to force my idea of what a noble should be onto you. That wasn't right. Yeah, that happened, don't worry about it. I said some pretty petty stuff too, so let's call it even. No, I really did try to force it on you, so I'm sorry, I was being selfish. Asha bowed her head deeply and sincerely. Then, as she raised her face, she continued with a but you know. You were right about one thing. Not all nobles are cowards. That's something I realized in this last battle, because I saw them. People who fought with everything they had for someone else, even when they didn't have to. Not out of duty or responsibility, or anything like that, okay. Did you forget what you were trying to say? That was Chloe, tilting her head in confusion. After glancing between Asha and Saji, she shot Musica a helpless little smile as if to say, well, it happens. Meanwhile, Asha kept scrambling for words, but whatever she'd lost, she couldn't seem to find again. Finally, she gave up and declared, whatever. I was trying to say something cool, but I totally lost it, so I'm just gonna say what I really mean, okay? Sure, go ahead. I'm not gonna lose to you, Musica. So you better be ready. She pointed sharply at me and shouted her challenge with a refreshing boldness. Take care, she added as an afterthought before running out of the room. Wait, Asha, Saji shouted and hurried after her, while Chloe let out a sigh, waved to me, and followed after them. That energy reminded me of the first time I met Asha, just a passing thought, really. Then I muttered to myself, suddenly realizing something. Why does everyone keep asking me to be ready for something? And you, why are you glaring at me like that? Rim, who had been staring in disbelief at a Sha along with Musica, was now giving me this weird, unreadable stare. When I returned the puzzled look, she visibly pouted and said, "It's nothing. Just remembered that you've always been an idiot, Aniki. Why are you suddenly in a bad mood?" "I don't know, Aniki, you idiot." After throwing that out, Rim added, "I'll come back later," in her usual tone before leaving the room. Left alone in the hospital room, Musica let out a quiet sigh. Even with his eyes closed, sleep wouldn't come easily. What lingered in his mind were a Sha's parting words. "Not all nobles are cowards, huh?" He gave a wry smile. And he agreed with her. It was true, not all of them were cowards. There was at least one, wasn't there? An idiot who risked her life and chose to fight until the very end. Not that he'd ever tell her that, it would be far too annoying. Still, in some small way, he felt saved. As if something he believed in, something he had admired through his father, had been proven right. He still hadn't found a reason to fight. But even so, "Dad, I think I still want to believe in the nobles just a little longer." And so, just for tonight, he felt like he might be able to fall asleep in a slightly better mood than usual. Afterward, Q. Isn't the pronunciation of Knight Apprentice Danzel actually closer to Donzar? Some of the other words sound kinda suspicious too. Well, see, in that world, civilization collapsed once, so, the language kind of got all messed up and averts eyes. With that excuse out of the way, hello to all of you reading this for the first time. I'm the author. First, I want to express my gratitude to everyone for reading this web novel. Now, on to the story itself. This whole thing started with a random phrase I must have typed half asleep into a notepad: Armored Aristocrats. It's the kind of title that immediately screams you were definitely influenced by that thing, and honestly, yeah, guilty as charged. I stumbled across that note later and thought, okay, guess I'll write something. And that's how this story began as a pure passion project. Even from the rough draft phase, I knew it'd be a story about robots, with the protagonist being a noble. From there, I started stacking ideas, not sci-fi, but fantasy, kind of an academy setting. Oh, and might as well throw in the apocalypse. The surface is uninhabitable because of monsters, so everyone lives in the sky. That sort of thing. And then there are the robots. Robots, I really, really wanted to write about them, so I did. This entire story is basically the product of a creative impulse. But come on, robots are cool. Beat-up robots, limiter releases, main character-only high-performance units. Even the trope where the protagonist uses a mass production model, chef's kiss. Robots are amazing. Right? Right. Anyway, this whole thing is the result of running full tilt with my personal tastes. But how was it? If you found it enjoyable, that would mean more than anything to me. I hope you'll continue with me on this journey. Here's hoping we'll meet again at the end of the next arc. End of Volume 1.